Chapter 673. The next morning, Lin Qiao chased Lu Zhuofeng into the Chuan province near the border of Tibet. Lu Zhuofeng did not stay in Qin province for too long. After eating, he immediately set off and spent the whole night rushing through the entire Chuan province. Lin Qiao, on the other hand, was left dozens of kilometers behind. Her speed was still far behind Lu Zhuofeng's. But she was not in a hurry, because Lu Zhuofeng stopped at a town in Chuan province at 5 or 6 in the morning. He did not want to rest, but he wanted to relieve himself. After rushing all night, he was quite tired. The energy consumption of his ability made him feel a little tired. Although he was a high-level ability user, he was still human. Even if his body's functions were enhanced, it was not like he had become an immortal. Humans have 3 urgent needs. From yesterday afternoon to early this morning, he had not gone to the toilet. So after Lu Zhuofeng stopped, he took the opportunity to take a break. Lin Qiao's figure passed through the top of the trees in the forest. She could not fly, and her speed could not keep up with Lu Zhuofeng. The terrain on the ground was also a lot of obstacles. But she did not stop like Lu Zhuofeng, because she did not stop. Her body did not feel tired, and she kept moving forward at a high speed. Although she could not keep up with Lu Zhuofeng's speed, it was not very difficult for her. So when the black smoke in Lu Zhuofeng's ears covered his eardrums, Lin Qiao could sense what he was doing. For example, he was peeing. Should I use the black mist to get rid of his dick while he's having a good time peeing? Lin Qiao quickly fanned out the strange thoughts in her mind and continued to move forward at full speed. A light flashed in her eyes because she sensed that Lu Zhuofeng seemed to be planning to rest for a while. Even if it was half an hour, she would be able to reach his position. At this time, after Lu Zhuofeng finished peeing, he found a roof and put the 2 suitcases in the stairwell. Then he sat on the ground, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. It was very cold outside, and the frost in the morning floated in the air. However, this had no effect on Lu Zhuofeng's body, because the cold air around his body would be dissipated by his body's heat energy. However, Lu Zhuofeng did not know that the black gas in his ears had been slowly absorbing his energy. That was why his body was fatigued so quickly. Lu Zhuofeng himself did not know about this. He only thought that he had flown for too long and too far, which was why he had consumed so much energy. After all, they had flown for thousands of kilometers. While Lu Zhuofeng was resting, Lin Qiao was getting closer and closer. Finally, when Lu Zhuofeng was done resting, he caught up. The transparent figure silently climbed up to the roof and approached Lu Zhuofeng like a ghost. Lu Zhuofeng didn't know that he just wanted to take a light nap, but he didn't want to fall asleep directly. Since he was already a rank 8 metahuman, he was already considered to be standing at the peak of this post-apocalyptic world. Not many people could harm him. Of course, this was excluding the rank 8 metahumans Xikong Chen, Wu Chengyue, and the mysterious leader of Qingshan Base, Lan Lu. Hence, Lu Zhuofeng's conceit prevented him from feeling any sense of crisis. Therefore, he didn't know that Lin Qiao's threat had been chasing after him. Lin Qiao lowered her head and looked at the man who wasn't that tall. His eyebrows were thick and black, almost touching each other. His eyes were calm, without any strong consciousness. However, her hand quietly grabbed the man's chest. The moment Lu Zhuofeng opened his eyes, she pulled him into her space. In fact, this was a bit risky. She was only a rank 7 zombie. Lu Zhuofeng was a rank 8 zombie. She didn't know if her space could suppress Lu Zhuofeng. If the opponent exploded his energy in her space, wouldn't her space explode? But if she didn't use her space to restrict his movements, the opponent was too fast, so Lin Qiao couldn't make a move. The opponent didn't want to fight her head-on, so there was no other way. When Lin Qiao grabbed him, Lu Zhuofeng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He woke up with a start and saw a figure flash in front of him. Then, he was grabbed by the collar of his shirt and thrown to the side. When he reacted, he found that he had been thrown to an unfamiliar place. He didn't see clearly who the figure was. After he found himself in a strange forest, the person disappeared. Lu Zhuofeng grabbed the 2 boxes and looked around. The surrounding light was already very dim, and the surrounding trees were very tall, with dense foliage that created shade. So the place he was at was very dark, like the light when it was getting dark. He frowned and raised his guard. What was this place? Who was that person just now? Why did he bring him here? This forest was very strange. And what kind of trees were these? He had never seen them before. At this moment, a kind of oppressive feeling arose. It made Lu Zhuofeng have a very bad feeling in his heart. He jumped onto a tree and wanted to see the surrounding situation from the top of the tree. But this tree was very tall. Although it wasn't difficult for him to climb it. He estimated that it was about 80 or 90 meters tall. When he reached the top of the tree, Lu Zhuofeng was stunned. Because the top of the tree was directly covered by a thick white fog, he couldn't see anything. There was only white fog around him, and it was very thick. He couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. Lu Zhuofeng observed for a few minutes and could only come down from the top of the tree. Because he couldn't see anything up there. After getting down from the tree, he used his ability to rush in one direction in the tree. But after an hour, Lu Zhuofeng found that he couldn't fly out of the forest. According to his speed, using his ability to shuttle through the forest for an hour meant that he was at least 100 kilometers away. Was this forest that big? Moreover, they were all the same type of trees, and they all looked the same. Regardless of the size of the trunk, the position and number of branches on the tree, they were all the same. And the position of each tree was also the same. In this kind of scene, it was easy to confuse people's vision and sense of direction. Lin Qiao, who was outside the forest, had a look of surprise on her face. Beside her was a naked zombie dog and a huge black snake. She didn't expect that this forest could be used as a bewitching array. She just wanted to throw Lu Zhuofeng into the forest, and then focus on suppressing his ability to increase the speed of his energy consumption. Then, when his energy was insufficient, she would kill him. But she didn't expect that when she used her spatial ability outside the forest, it actually made Lu Zhuofeng go around in circles inside the forest. He couldn't see where the edge of the forest was. Looking at him flying around the tree, Lin Qiao was also dumbfounded. Speaking of which, was this another big skill of her spatial ability? Chapter 674. The sky had yet to brighten over at Universal Base. Zombie Emperor Mo Yen moved to a clean rooftop and stood there until the sun rose. Suddenly, he turned his head to look in the direction of Sea City, lifted his nose and sniffed. However, his eyes flashed, and his gaze became somewhat sharp. Because he felt a powerful aura coming from that direction. Roar-gather. Mo Yen suddenly roared. Not long after, more than 10 silhouettes leaped up from the surroundings. More than a dozen level 1 kings and a few level 2 kings all went up to the rooftop and stood at the edge of the building. Suddenly, a thick layer of clouds appeared in the sky above them, and the muffled sound of thunder came from within. Mo Yen looked up at the huge layer of clouds and saw flashes of purple lightning. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Lightning element? Yes. What a coincidence. Rumble. A loud clap of thunder sounded, followed by a few bolts of bright purple lightning striking down from the sky, illuminating the dark sky for a few seconds. ZZ boom dash, these lightning bolts all hit the level 1 and level 2 king zombies at the edge of the building, but the surrounding zombies reacted quickly and dodged the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts landed on the edge of the building and immediately blew up a few holes. Boom dash, but then a few more lightning bolts came down. These lightning bolts were all aimed at Mo Yen. Mo Yen raised his head and didn't even try to dodge. He just raised his hand and caught these lightning bolts that were as thick as an arm. ZZ dash. When these lightning bolts came down, they all seemed to be sucked into Mo Yen's palm. In the blink of an eye, these lightning bolts disappeared completely. Then Mo Yen suddenly waved his hand, and the lightning bolts that he had just caught in his palm were thrown out again. They turned into electric snakes and were thrown towards the rooftop of a building 100 meters away. These electric snakes didn't focus on the figure on the rooftop, but spread out and hit the entire building. Boom dash. After a few explosions, the building that was more than a dozen stories high was blown into pieces and became a few holes. At the same time, a few bolts of lightning fell from the sky and struck the figure on the rooftop. The figure on the rooftop flashed and flashed to the rooftop on the other side. Wu Chongyue furrowed his brows. This zombie emperor was actually a lightning type as well. This was a little troublesome. Although he was also a rank 8, the opponent was a zombie. The might of a rank 8 zombie was much stronger than a metahuman like him. If it was any other ability, he could still deal with it. However, it was hard to say if the other party was also of the lightning attribute. After thinking about it, Wu Chongyue did not continue to fight with the other party. Instead, He leaped into the universal base. When the base heard a few thunderous sounds, they immediately paid attention. There's thunder over there. That's where the zombie emperor is. Why would there be thunder? Elmar stood on the roof and stared blankly. It's Wu Chungyue. I can smell him. Qiu Lily sniffed and said. Elmar stretched out her nose and sniffed for a while before nodding. Then with a joyful expression he said, I smell it too. Is he here to help us? That's great. Let's go down and tell the others. After saying that, she turned around and ran into the stairway excitedly. Qiu Lily, on the other hand, continued to stare in that direction, sensing that the thunder had disappeared. After a few thunderous sounds disappeared, it suddenly calmed down again. This made her a little confused. At this time, she saw a figure suddenly appear on the roof behind her. Qiu Lily quickly looked back and saw Wu Chungyue standing behind her. Why is it you? Where did our Qiao Qiao go? Qiu Lily asked doubtfully when she saw him. Why? Don't you welcome me? Wu Chungyue looked at her with a smile. No. I mean, since even you came back so quickly, then our Qiao Qiao should be back soon. Qiu Lily shook her head and said in confusion. Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed and looked at her strangely. Who is this Qiao Qiao you're talking about? Ha! Ah! No, Qiao Qiao is, Miss Lu's nickname. Yes, it's a nickname. After being asked by Wu Chungyue, Qiu Lily was stunned for a moment and suddenly reacted. Oh, this Wu Chungyue in front of her didn't know Lin Qiao's other identity. Thus, he hurriedly explained himself. Oh. Lu Tianyu may not be back so soon for the time being. Because she didn't receive the message from you, she should be chasing the people of Tsungyun Base to the southwest. Wu Chungyue said as he walked down the stairs. Didn't she receive our message? Qiu Lily followed behind him and asked anxiously. Yeah, she didn't receive it. Wu Chungyue replied as he went downstairs. Then what should we do? Qiu Lily said with a bitter face. Isn't this where I'm here to help? Wu Chungyue smiled. But why are you here to help? This has nothing to do with you, right? Qiu Lily looked at him silently and followed him down to the second floor. When they arrived at the second floor, before they reached the conference hall, they saw a few people rushing out of the conference hall. When they saw Wu Chungyue, they all revealed a look of surprise. It's really you, Leader Wu. When Yuan Tianxing saw Wu Chungyue, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then he led Wu Chungyue into the living room on the other side and sat down. Seeing the sky outside gradually brightening, Yuan Tianxing asked impatiently, Excuse me, did Chief Wu see the leader of our base? He didn't directly ask if Lin Qiao came back with him, even though Wu Qingyue's arrival would be of great help to their base. However, the people of Universal Base still didn't know that Wu Qingyue's ability had already broken through to the 8th level. Moreover, the people of Universal Base still wanted their leader to come back to solve their own crisis. Although Wu Qingyue's arrival might be able to help them through their difficulties, they would owe him another favor. They would have to return it in the future. Oh, she probably didn't receive your message. She should be chasing Lu Zhuofeng to the southwest now. Don't worry, with me here, I can at least protect you until she comes back. Wu Chungyue seemed to understand Yuan Tianxing's meaning and said with a smile. I just fought with the zombie emperor. He's also a lightning type like me. Also, he doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Does he have any ulterior motives? Wu Chungyue sat on the sofa and took a sip of the hot tea that Yuan Tianxing had prepared for him on the coffee table. He negotiated with us once. His current goal is to take Qiu Lily and Elmar away. Yuan Tianxing glanced at Qiu Lily and Elmar who were sitting on the other side. Chapter 675. Wu Chungyue looked at Qiu Lily and Elmar. Of course he knew who they were. Stroking his chin, he said thoughtfully, I just probed his strength. Although I couldn't tell how deep it was, I'm still able to see through it. Although I can't see how strong he is, since he is a level 8 lightning-type zombie, his strength is definitely not weaker than mine. But with me here, although I can't defeat him, at least I won't let him do anything here. The others looked at Wu Chungyue. Elmar suddenly stared at him for a few seconds and said, Your ability. When did it break through to level 8? As soon as she said this, the others looked at Wu Chungyue in surprise. They were just about to ask why he said it so confidently. So it was because his strength had changed? Wu Chongyue smiled faintly and said, "Oh, 2 months ago." He couldn't say that after doing that with their zombie leader, the energy in his ability suddenly went berserk and gave him the opportunity to break through. That was why he broke through to level 8 in one go. You are now a level 8 lightning-type metahuman? That's great. If that's the case, we don't have to be afraid of that zombie emperor anymore. Everyone was immediately happy when they heard this. The gloomy atmosphere of the past few days was swept away. Even if we can't chase him away, we can delay him until our leader comes back. Once she comes back, she must have a way to deal with that zombie emperor. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. His expression was no longer as gloomy as before. Although they were not at the level of despair before, they were still very depressed. Actually, I want to have a good fight with that zombie emperor. I want to see if he is really that strong. Wu Chongyue said with a smile. It was common knowledge that between metahumans and zombies of the same level, metahumans would be stronger. However, if both sides were to fight, the winner could be determined, but it would be difficult to determine life and death. Defeating the opponent and killing the opponent were on 2 different levels. This zombie emperor has the memory of humans, and it should be expanding the strength of its team. Otherwise, with its identity as a zombie emperor, it could directly destroy everyone here and suppress Lily and Elmar, Yuan Tianqing said. He already has 5 level second kings and a dozen level first kings by his side. I don't know where he found them. Moreover, from his current attitude, it seems as if he has always been an enemy of humans, Lin Feng said. Do they have human memories? Wu Chongyue rubbed his chin and thought. Since the other party wasn't a primitive type of zombie, it had human memories. Then in terms of intelligence, he would not be able to deal with them like how he dealt with normal zombies. He didn't know when the female zombie came back. Would he be able to take down this lightning-type zombie emperor with her? The zombie emperor's corpse core was enough to push his arcana level to the maximum of level 8. But the problem was, would that female zombie be willing to help him take down this zombie emperor? He only wanted this zombie emperor's corpse core, and the rest of the rank 1 and rank 2 king's corpse cores would be left for her? Wu Chongyue did not intend to spread the news of the zombie emperor to the other bases. I have informed Xiao Yunlong. He should come with the army at noon. I will think of a way to help you deal with this zombie emperor, but I have a condition, Wu Chongyue said with a smile. What conditions? As long as we can do it, we'll do it. Yuan Tianqing and the rest were not mediocre people. Since Wu Chongyue was willing to help them, it was normal for him to have conditions. As long as the base's foundation was not harmed and they could survive this crisis, any condition would be fine. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng happily accepted Wu Chongyue's words. Qiu Lily and Elmar were slightly stunned, but after thinking for a while, they understood the relationship. Although the two did not have any objections, there was a problem. If there are any conditions, then wait for our big sister to come back before we discuss. Elmar said. All right. I have no objections. Wu Chongyue smiled. The rest relaxed and looked at each other without saying anything. At this time, Lin Qiao was still squatting with a dog outside the forest, looking into the forest. However, there were already a few figures standing behind her. Lu Tianyi, Xiao Xiao, and Pesticide. Other than these 3 zombies, there was also Li Zhang, Lang Shentong, and the rest who were watching the show. Boss, you've been squatting here for an hour. What are you doing? Li Zhang finally could not help but ask. That's right. What about Lu Zhuofeng? Didn't you go after him? Or did he run away? Lin Yu asked curiously from the side. Lin Qiao squatted on the ground and looked back at them with a blade of grass in her mouth. Then she pointed to the forest and said, Lu Zhuofeng is inside, but he can't come out now. The medicine is still with him. You brought him in? Can you suppress him? Li Zhang looked in the direction of the forest blankly and asked in surprise. I originally wanted to see if I could suppress him, but it seems like I can suppress him now. Lin Qiao stood up and said to A Wang and Dahe. Woof Dahe, you two go in and disturb him. Can the 2 of them do it? Feng Mingyu poked her head out from behind Li Zhang and asked doubtfully. He's been in my forest for an hour, and now he has used up 80 to 90% of his ability. He can't use his power at all. And with me here to suppress him, although A Wang and Dahe can't kill him, they can still disturb him. The blade of grass in Lin Qiao's mouth trembled as she spoke. A dignified level 8 metahuman is going to be exhausted to death by you just like that? Lang Xiantong suddenly looked at her with a strange expression and murmured. Everyone's expression was the same as they looked at Lin Qiao with sympathy. Of course, they were sympathizing with Lu Zhuofeng and not Lin Qiao. At this moment, Lu Zhuofeng stopped under a tree. His breathing was a little ragged, and his expression was extremely ugly. Of course, he already knew that he had been thrown into a trap, but what was this place? Not to mention that his ability's destructive power had been weakened by 80%. The energy in his body was also disappearing in large amounts. The strange trees around him were also very strange. They were as hard as steel. His wind blades couldn't even leave a mark on the tree branches. So after an hour, Lu Zhuofeng's face had turned from dark and gloomy to pale and colorless. His forehead was covered with thin beads of sweat. Lu Zhuofeng could feel the energy in his body diminishing, and when he was nearing the point of exhaustion, a look of panic appeared on his face. What exactly was this place? He couldn't get out, and he was still using up his ability. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his body. There was a sense of danger as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake or ferocious beast. Chapter 676. Lu Zhuofeng looked back, but there was nothing behind him. He looked around carefully, but there was still nothing. But the feeling of being targeted by a predator did not disappear. He tightened his grip on the boxes, even if he did not intend to let go of the 2 boxes in his hands. They were exchanged with a lot of materials, and he would protect them even if he died. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng did not notice that there was a huge snake slowly climbing down from a height of 20 or 30 meters above his head, silent. Lu Zhuofeng continued to move forward. He did not have much energy left, and in order to cope with unexpected situations, he had to reserve some strength. What the hell is this place? Lu Zhuofeng did not expect that this was a zombie's space. He walked and walked, suddenly stopped, looked left and right for a while, and suddenly looked up above his head. Then, a pair of cold, diamond-shaped eyes met his. Ah! Lu Zhuofeng dodged to the side. Whoosh! Dahe suddenly rushed down from the tree, opened its big mouth, and 2 sharp fangs flashed with cold light, but it bit nothing. But soon it turned its head and quickly slid towards Lu Zhuofeng, who dodged to the side. Mutant beast! Lu Zhuofeng's face turned blue. If he saw these mutant beasts and mutant plants at ordinary times, he would not care. But now there was not much energy left in his body, and if he used his ability again, he would soon become an ordinary human who could not use his ability. So Lu Zhuofeng quickly turned around and ran away, and only added a little energy to his legs to make himself run faster. But Dahe's sliding speed was not slower than his. In the blink of an eye, it caught up, and then stretched its head to bite him. This time the attack speed was fast and accurate. When it was about to bite Lu Zhuofeng, he suddenly rolled on the ground and once again avoided Dahe's fangs. Although Lu Zhuofeng did not dare to use the last bit of his ability, his reaction speed and physical fighting skills did not fall behind. But when he rolled to the side, suddenly a black shadow flashed from behind the tree behind him. Lu Zhuofeng suddenly looked back when he felt a chill in his heart. As a result, he saw a zombie beast's big mouth with cold sharp teeth biting his head. This time, Lu Zhuofeng couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. He could only subconsciously use his ability. A wind wall suddenly appeared in front of the zombie beast's mouth and pushed it back. A woo, gulu, Ah Wang's mouth was filled with a gust of wind. It shook its beak and looked at its prey again, only to see that it had already gotten up and ran away. But before Lu Zhuofeng could take 2 steps, he was blocked by the giant snake that circled around him. Lu Zhuofeng hardened his heart. This beast was chasing him relentlessly. Was it bullying him because he didn't dare to use his superpower now? He suddenly waved his hand and threw it at Dahe. Several 1-meter-long wind blades were thrown out in an instant and cut Dahe's body at lightning speed. In an instant, several cuts appeared on Big Black's body, and blood immediately spurted out from the wounds. Hiss! Dahe screamed in pain. Its whole body fell from the tree and twisted into a ball on the ground. Roar! When Ah Wang saw that Dahe was injured, it immediately became agitated and rushed toward Lu Zhuofeng to bite him. Lu Zhuofeng was a level 8 arcanist, so the wind blades he condensed were very strong and sharp. Although Dahe was a level 5 mutated beast with hard scales, it couldn't withstand the attack of a level 8 arcanist. Lu Zhuofeng immediately turned around and ran after throwing several wind blades. But it was obvious that the energy of his superpower had decreased by a lot. Lin Xiao, who was outside, frowned when he sensed that Dahe was injured. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. He had been too careless. No matter what, his opponent was a level 8 arcanist. As long as his energy was not exhausted, his attack power could still cause damage to a level 5 mutated beast. If the wind blades had hit a Wang, it would have been fine. But if it had hit Dahe, it wouldn't have been able to. That was because it was a living snake. Even if it had mutated, its flesh was still alive. Lu Zhuofeng dared to use his superpower to cut the mutated snake, but he didn't want to use it to attack a zombie dog that was covered in dead flesh. So, he turned around and ran. But at that moment, his body, which was rushing forward, suddenly came to a screeching halt. His head and neck leaned back, but his feet couldn't stop and slid forward, causing his body to suddenly fall backward. When he suddenly leaned his upper body backwards, a claw with a sharp cold light flashed past his chest, almost touching his neck. As soon as Lu Zhuofeng fell to the ground, he quickly rolled to the side to avoid it. After Lin Xiao's kick missed, he stood still and waved his hand. Lu Zhuofeng rolled to the side. Just as he was about to get up and run again, he suddenly found himself surrounded by black flames. When he saw it clearly, the black flames around him suddenly rose from the ground and gathered above him in the blink of an eye, quickly forming a black fire shield. Everything in front of him turned black, and he couldn't see anything. Lu Zhuofeng's heart tightened, and he used his superpower again. A tornado surrounded him and rushed upwards, quickly dispersing the black flames. But just as the darkness in front of him brightened, a claw pierced through his tornado wall and stabbed into his chest. Lu Zhuofeng instinctively took a step back, but he unconsciously used the box in front of his chest to block. Pooh dash, the claw immediately stabbed into the box. Lin Xiao forcefully swung the hand that was inserted into the box. Ding, pung dash, the box was thrown out by her with such force, but the chain that connected the box to Lu Zhuofeng's hand broke. Lu Zhuofeng only felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and at the same time, his hand became lighter. He felt something was wrong, and then he saw the metal box fly out. Before he could react, a sharp light flashed in front of him again. Lu Zhuofeng quickly stepped back and then saw the enemy in front of him. Your eyes. When Lu Zhuofeng saw Lin Xiao, he was suddenly shocked by her pair of eyes that had changed. It was different from the black and white eyes he saw before. This time, her eyes were filled with a deep black, without a trace of white. This was a zombie's eyes. Lin Xiao didn't pay attention to him, and while he was distracted by her eyes, she suddenly rushed up and attacked Lu Zhuofeng again. He didn't expect that this woman's eyes would become like this. These were zombie's eyes. Was she a zombie? Or did she become a zombie not long ago? Lu Zhuofeng was distracted, so he didn't have time to block or avoid Lin Xiao's attack. Pooh pung dash, he was kicked by a long leg, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body also flew out, and with a pung dash sound, he hit the tree. Chapter 677. Lu Zhuofeng was sent flying by Lin Xiao's kick and smashed into a tree. He had already spat out a mouthful of blood when he was kicked, and when he smashed into the tree, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He immediately became dispirited and felt a little dizzy. At this moment, Lin Xiao flashed in front of him and fiercely waved her palm that was shaped like a blade and bent down. Puff! Her claws pierced straight into Lu Zhuofeng's chest. Lu Zhuofeng suddenly came to his senses. His eyes widened in disbelief. Blood was still flowing out of his mouth, but he said in horror, You're not human. After saying that, he saw Lin Xiao's hand pull out and pinch a heart in front of him. Lin Xiao casually threw the heart in Wang's direction. The zombie dog lightly jumped and bit the bloody, fresh, and delicious heart into its mouth. It chewed a few times and swallowed it. On Lin Xiao's side, when she saw that Lu Zhuofeng was still alive even though she had just dug out his heart, she directly pierced her claws into his skull and took out a level 8 energy core. When Lin Xiao stood up with the energy core and a box, Lu Zhuofeng was already dead. She threw a wisp of black flame on his corpse. The flame instantly expanded and enveloped his entire corpse. In less than 2 seconds, it was completely burned. Lin Xiao put away the energy core and then went to pick up the other box. Only then did she walk over to the giant snake on the other side. At this moment, Dahe was no longer writhing. Instead, it uncomfortably curled up into a big lump. It instinctively protected its wound. It was such a big snake, and Lin Qiao didn't have a pool for it to soak in. Besides, no one dared to go near the energy lake except for her. In any case, it had helped her a little. Now that it was injured, she couldn't just leave it alone. Lin Qiao thought for a while and then walked out with the 2 boxes. After she left, the zombie dog didn't follow her. Instead, it approached the giant snake and sniffed it left and right. It circled around it but didn't do anything to harass the giant snake. It seemed like he was worried about the giant snake's injuries. However, the big black snake was originally a level 5 mutated beast, so its physical strength was not bad. Therefore, although the wounds were deep, it would not die. However, the healing process wasn't as fast. Lin Qiao came out with 2 boxes and handed them to Li Zhang, who was watching the commotion outside. Li Zhang knew what she meant without needing to explain. He took the box and walked back to the small building. He's dead. Lang Xiantong looked at the forest curiously. Feng Mingyu rolled her eyes and said, he took out the box, so he must be dead. I just can't believe it. That's a level 8. A level 8 arcanist. He was killed right in front of my eyes. Lang Xiantong said with an expression of, I'm dreaming. What level of ability user was this Miss Lu? Could it be that he was also at the 8th level? When Lin Qiao came out, his eyes had returned to normal. Hence, Lang Xiantong still did not know her identity. The others, on the other hand, looked at Lin Qiao with an expression that said, wow, my sister. Although they knew that it was not difficult for Lin Qiao to kill a level 7 arcanist, they did not expect that she could kill a level 8 arcanist in this space. Everyone suddenly had an inexplicable feeling of, why does level 8 feel so weak? Meanwhile, Lang Xiantong and Bao Xiaogua, who had just arrived, had a confused expression. They felt that they had followed someone powerful. Lu Tianyi, go get a few clean towels. Lin Qiao said and appeared in front of the small building in a flash. She took a basin to the lake and filled it with water. Then, she took the basin and disappeared into the forest. Although everyone wanted to enter the forest to see what was going on, Lin Qiao once said that this forest was the territory of the snake and the zombie dog. Without her permission, no one could enter. Thus, everyone returned to the small building to do whatever they needed to do. Only Lin Yu and his team members stood outside the forest, waiting for the others to come back. Lin Yu and the others were used to it, so they waited for Lin Qiao to give them instructions during the process. And after Lin Qiao forced Pesticide to drink her diluted blood 2 days ago, it became even more attached to Lu Tianyi. For some reason, after the other zombies were cleansed by Lin Qiao's virus, they were very attached to Lin Qiao. Only this pesticide did not stick to Lin Qiao, but to Lu Tianyi. But now, it was much more obedient and was not as noisy as before. Now that Lu Tianyi was called to get a towel, it also followed. Lin Qiao took a basin of water into the forest and went to the side of the black snake. Seeing that the zombie dog was guarding the side, she walked over. She patted the body of the black snake and saw the black snake poking its head out. Lin Qiao saw some pain in its eyes. It seemed that it was really painful. Lin Qiao said to it, come, release the wound. She knew that it could understand. This snake was very intelligent, almost to the point of becoming a spirit. Otherwise, when they first met, there would not be so many complicated emotions in its eyes. The black snake looked at her for a long time before it slowly opened its body. From a big lump like a pyramid, it turned into a winding path in front of her. Lin Qiao looked at the wounds. The bleeding had stopped, but the open flesh still looked very scary. Lu Zhuofeng was a level 8 wind ability user, so his wind blade was not weak. So in addition to the open flesh, Dahe's wound could faintly see the bone. Lin Qiao frowned, took the basin of water and squatted next to the first wound of Dahe. After a while, she heard footsteps coming in. Lu Tianyi found a few towels and held them in his hands, followed by Pesticide. Seeing the level 5 mutant snake and the level 5 zombie dog, Pesticide was already familiar with them, but he had never gotten close to them before. This was the first time he was so close. So his expression became curious and nervous. Lin Qiao waited for Lu Tianyi to come to her side, raised her hand, took a towel and soaked it in the basin. Then she wrung it until it was half dry and took it out again. Then she put the towel on Dahe's wound and slowly wrung out the water. The lake water dripped from the towel and into the wound of the giant snake. Dahei's body trembled obviously, and then it tensed up. Lin Qiao continued to wring out the water, and the water dripped into the wound, but the original energy was quickly absorbed by the wound. After a few seconds, she felt Dahei's muscles relax. She slowly squeezed water on each wound, and when the muscles of the wound were relaxed, she soaked the whole towel and covered the wound. Okay, don't move like this. You can only move when I come next time. When Lin Qiao finally stood up, she looked at the few white towels on Dahei's black body and said, Chapter 678. After Lin Qiao left, Wang did not leave, but continued to guard his companions. After leaving the forest, Lin Qiao said to Lang Mingyu and the others, "All right, go do what you need to do." She meant for them to disperse. The team immediately dispersed, but their area of activity was limited to the area in front of the building, the lake, and the forest. Behind the building was the territory of the zombies. After Lin Qiao came out of the space, she returned the way she came. And this time, she wasn't running on her legs. Instead, she was driving on the highway. At noon, she met up with Lin Kuei, Xie Dong, and the others. Lin Kuei gave Zhou Qinghao's energy core to Lin Qiao, and Xie Dong also gave the energy cores of the Hidden Cloud City metahumans they killed to Lin Qiao. Of course, Lan Qijie's core was among them. They only drove the 3 vehicles left by Lu Zhuofeng, 1 tank and 2 trucks. The weapons and ammunition used by the Hidden Cloud City people were seized from the vehicles, and dozens of level 3 and level 4 zombies were quietly squatting in the vehicles. Lin Qiao kept all the zombies into the space, then released Li Zhang and Lu Tianyi. Together with Xie Dong, the 4 of them drove back to the Universal Base. The level 4 zombies that sneaked out of the Universal Base to inform were left outside the Huaxia base. They were pitifully waiting for Lin Qiao to come out. Because Wu Chengyue came to the Universal Base, it did not take long for Xiao Yunlong to bring a lot of people and firepower over. This made Yuan Tianqing and the others relax a lot. They waited for Lin Qiao to come back while paying attention to the zombie emperor's movements. They learned from Wu Chengyue that Lin Qiao went to chase after Lu Zhuofeng, but they were not sure when she would come back. Not to mention that Lu Zhuofeng was a level 8 metahuman, Lin Qiao was very close to a level 8 metahuman among the level 2 kings. But she was only close, she had not reached the same level. Even if they felt that Lin Qiao was very powerful, they did not believe that she had the ability to kill Lu Zhuofeng. If they fought head-on, Lin Qiao might win. But the opponent was a wind elemental. It would be difficult to restrain the opponent if she wanted to escape. The opponent was not stupid, they would not fight to the death with Lin Qiao, they could just run if they could not win. However, if Lin Qiao wanted to snatch the potion from the other party, he would have to put in more effort. However, Wu Chengyue, Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, Qiu Lili, and the others didn't expect that Lu Zhuofeng would be easily killed when he was thrown into the woods of the space by Lin Qiao. That was why Li Zhang and the others felt that Lu Zhuofeng, who had entered the space, was unreasonably weak. Therefore, everyone in the Universal Base was prepared to wait for Lin Qiao to return after 10 to 15 days. The first thing they had to deal with was the 3-day deadline given by the Zombie Emperor. On the morning of the 3rd day, the people in the base heard the roars of zombies coming from afar. These roars gave everyone an ominous premonition. Yuan Tianqing and the others soon received the news that the zombies on the periphery had begun to retreat and were now surrounding the base. They've received orders from the Zombie Emperor. We can't control them now, Qiu Lili said as she looked out of the window with a serious expression. These ordinary zombies all listened to the orders of the highest level zombies. He would listen to whoever had a higher rank. The Zombie Emperor's ability to control low-level zombies was at least able to directly control all zombies below level 5. Therefore, zombies below level 5 would unconditionally listen to orders. That was why Lin Qiao's previous orders were directly erased. Now, they only listened to the Zombie Emperor's orders. Prepare for a defensive battle. Yuan Tianqing immediately stood up and gave the order. Duan Wan, Lin Hao, Du Yuanqing, and the others immediately turned around and left to bring people to prepare. Yuan Tianqing and the others all went to the rooftop and stood at a high place to observe the enemy's situation. After hearing that the zombies were about to attack, the survivors in the hotel all became nervous. Duan Wan arranged for people to hide the old, weak, middle-aged, and the others in the underground warehouse. Not long after, dense footsteps and the roars of zombies could be heard from afar. Roar dash, roar dash, the people on the rooftop saw the densely packed zombies rushing over with their claws and fangs. The Universal Base had arranged 3 lines of defense. The outermost 100 meters were a large number of metahumans. If the metahumans could not hold on, they could retreat 50 meters for the soldiers and ammunition. Finally, there were the ordinary people who had not gone through training. As long as the zombies were within 100 meters of the outermost line of defense, it would be a long-range attack point. This meant that if the zombies were within 100 meters of the outermost line of defense, the Universal Base would start attacking. However, just as Yuan Tianqing, Qiu Lili, and the others were watching with solemn expressions, the ordinary zombies stopped outside the attack point. The originally spread-out circle of zombies had now shrunk to such a small area, causing the number of zombies to become even denser. Separated by 200 meters, they formed a circle around the hotel that everyone was in. Seeing the zombies stop, Yuan Tianqing and the others had expected it, but at the same time, they were surprised. They did not expect the zombie emperor to keep its promise, saying that it would take 3 days. Soon, they saw a few figures flashing out from behind the zombies and jumped over the Universal Base's second line of defense, directly appearing on the rooftop near the hotel that Yuan Tianqing and the others were in. Behind them, more than a dozen figures jumped out from the zombie horde and stood in various positions in the surroundings. 13 rank first kings, 5 rank second kings, and the zombie emperor. If the other party attacks at full force, it will not be easy for us to deal with them. Yuan Tianqing frowned and said expressionlessly. It was impossible for the people downstairs to deal with the strong zombies. Fortunately, Xiao Yunlong had brought a lot of people and firearms, they could deal with a large number of zombies. However, the Universal Base was severely lacking in manpower against these rank 1 and rank 2 zombie kings. There were only 3 rank 7 metahumans, Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and Xiao Yunlong. If the 3 of them were to deal with a rank 2 king alone, they could barely hold on. But if they were to deal with a rank 2 king, there would be no one to deal with a rank 1 king. Fortunately, Wu Chengyue was there to deal with the largest zombie emperor. Roar, the zombie emperor stood on a tall building opposite the hotel. This building was slightly taller than the hotel, so he looked down at Qiu Lili and the others and roared. Qiu Lili hated this zombie emperor. She coldly snorted and shook her head. Her 2 long ponytails swung and ignored him. But Elmar shouted coldly from the side. We refuse. We are having a good time here. There is no reason for us to follow you. Roar. Zombie King Mo Yen frowned. His dark eyes flashed with a hint of impatience as he roared back coldly. The veins on his face looked even more conspicuous and demonic in the daytime. Chapter 679. Although they had fought last night, Wu Chengyue did not manage to see the zombie emperor's face clearly. Now that it was daytime, on that handsome face with complete facial features, half of his face was actually covered with veins that looked like veins. He suddenly smiled and said, You've forgotten that you've lost your memory, so you shouldn't have forgotten that you were once a human. You've gathered so many special-class zombies. Is it to destroy the human race? The zombie emperor then shifted his gaze to Wu Chengyue's face. He did not like this person at all. Moreover, after waiting for 3 days without finding the person he was looking for, Mo Yen was starting to get irritated. Roar! He roared at Wu Chengyue. He said, So what if he has human memories? He is no longer a human. Elmar translated for Wu Chengyue. Mo Yen did not reply to Wu Chengyue's question, but Wu Chengyue was right. He gathered these zombie kings and waited patiently until he reached level 8 before coming out. It was all for the sake of destroying the human race. He did have human memories, but he would not forget how he was betrayed by humans and how he became a zombie. Mo Yen, 5 years ago, no, it was already January, it should be 6 years ago. When the apocalypse came, other people would either become zombies or awaken their abilities, but he was in a semi-conscious state with a 60-degree fever. At that time, he was awoken by the woman he loved screaming in fear. She needed his protection because of her fear. At that time, Mo Yan's head was in pain, and his whole body was weak. However, for the sake of the woman, he forced himself to stay awake, and brought his trusted subordinates to protect the woman as they left his villa. They found an apartment on a tall building and temporarily stayed there. However, a few days later, a few of his bodyguards awakened their abilities, and his most trusted assistant also awakened a fire ability. The woman even awakened a space ability. Only he, although he had a fever, did not awaken, and had no fighting strength. He immediately became a burden to the team. His subordinates and bodyguards were all loyal, because he had been in the underworld for more than 10 years, and knew how to buy people's hearts. They were very respectful and loyal to him, and he trusted them. However, the person he trusted the most was still his assistant, best friend, and brother, Wei Ming. They had grown up together and had gone through thick and thin together in the underworld. For more than 20 years, he had always felt that Wei Ming was the one who would never betray him. This was because he had once taken a bullet for him in order to save him. If it hadn't been for Wei Ming, Mo Yen probably wouldn't have been able to escape. However, on the 10th day after the apocalypse, when he was still feeling weak, he could faintly feel that something was wrong with Wei Ming. In the underworld, one had to guard against other people using all sorts of methods to kill them every day. Therefore, Mo Yen had long trained his keen observation skills. However, every time he sensed something strange about Wei Ming, that woman, Lin Jingjing, would cleverly divert his attention. He couldn't help it. He loved her and doted on her. Therefore, he would give her anything she wanted and believe whatever she said. But he did not expect that this woman had never loved him. In the days after Doomsday, she found that his body was weak and he might have contracted some kind of illness. She thought that he would never get better. Thus, he secretly began to seduce Wei Ming. What was even more unexpected was that Wei Ming had been thinking about her for a long time. Moreover, Wei Ming was a hypocrite. He had never treated Mo Yen as a brother from the beginning. He had already eaten away half of Mo Yan's power in the dark. Mo Yan's most trusted subordinates had also used threats and promises to control more than half of them. If it wasn't for Lin Jingjing, he would have killed Mo Yen at the start of the apocalypse. However, he did not expect Lin Jingjing to understand so quickly. Seeing that Mo Yen had no fighting power, she turned to him. Therefore, Wei Ming made his move immediately. However, he did not expect that Mo Yan's subordinates, who were especially loyal to him, would risk their lives to save Mo Yen. Although Mo Yan's subordinates were killed in the end, Mo Yen still managed to escape. Mo Yen could not believe it at that time. After he accepted it, he was filled with unprecedented anger and hatred. The more he loved Lin Jingjing, the more he hated her. Therefore he escaped. Of course, he had to find a way to take revenge. However, he was weak at that time, and his subordinates were all dead. He could not even take care of himself, so he pushed the matter of revenge aside. First he had to live. Just as he was about to starve to death after avoiding the zombies, he found that his strength had returned. His head no longer hurt, and his body no longer felt uncomfortable. Then, he found that the zombies around him did not seem to notice his existence. He walked freely in the zombie crowd like a transparent person. He did not have to worry about food anymore. Soon, he caught up with Wei Ming and his men. He planned to kill Lin Jingjing with his own hands, but Wei Ming escaped. He was a person who valued relationships, but he was also a ruthless person. He never showed mercy to those who betrayed him. As long as he did not trust them, he would not feel any pressure. Wei Ming was the person who understood him the most, and he was also the person who understood Wei Ming the most. Therefore, Wei Ming pushed Lin Jingjing out to block the bullets at the last moment. After distracting Mo Yan's mind, he took the opportunity to escape. Later on, Mo Yen found out that his ability was very special. His flesh could not only block the zombies' attention, but it could also allow human abilities to quickly evolve. He hid this matter very well, but Wei Ming found out in the end. Then, he began to be chased by those selfish human paranormals. Although Mo Yan's ability allowed him to not be attacked by zombies, it did not increase his strength. Therefore, he was a person whose strength was at the peak of ordinary humans, but at the bottom of the paranormals. When he encountered paranormals, he could only run for his life when he ran out of ammunition. But later on, too many people knew that he had the physique of Tang Seng's flesh, so they began to surround and hunt him. Finally, after running for a year, he was caught in the second year of the apocalypse. Then, he stayed in the experiment room for a whole year, watching his flesh being cut off piece by piece every day. But he could not die from the pain. It made him wish he was dead, and it was enough to drive him crazy. But he was supported by intense hatred towards humans. Later on, after he died, he was almost dismembered. It was the sudden outbreak of a zombie tide that saved him from being dismembered. In the end, it was probably because his wounds were stained with zombie blood that he became a zombie. He did not expect that after becoming a zombie, his physique would change again. Not only did his flesh grow back, he even awakened the lightning ability. Chapter 680. Hearing Elmar's translation, Wu Chengyue couldn't help but frown. He has the memory of a human but doesn't want to be a human anymore? Does he really want to destroy the human race? Humph, no matter what, we won't go with you. If you have the guts, let's fight. Even if we lose, let's lose on the battlefield. Qiu Lily's face was taut. She raised her chin and looked at Mo Yen coldly. Even though she was standing lower than him, her aura wasn't weak at all. Mo Yen looked at her and smiled evilly. Even the veins on his face became vivid. Roar dash, do you want all the humans here to die? Qiu Lily was dazed, then shouted angrily. I knew you were not a good person. Do you think we are afraid of you? Humph. Mo Yen looked at her funny. Roar dash, I am not a human. I am a zombie. Elmar translated Mo Yan's words to Wu Chengyue and said, Look at him, he doesn't seem to be in a hurry to fight. How dare he talk back to Qiu Lily? You are a zombie, but not a good one. Qiu Lily couldn't help but scold him after being choked by his words. Roar dash, how can there be good and bad zombies? Are you stupid? Mo Yen looked at her, his eyes flashed. As if sensing Mo Yan's gaze, Elma had a strange ominous premonition in her heart. She slightly frowned, then flashed and stood in front of Qiu Lily, shielding her. Whether you are good or bad, don't mess with us. Or else, we are not easy to mess with. Elma stared at Mo Yen coldly. Seeing Qiu Lily was blocked, Mo Yan's eyes flashed. Roar dash, then do you want to see if I can mess with you or not? He really didn't want to fight so soon. Although this short-haired girl's actions always annoyed him, he still wanted to wait. Maybe that guy was hiding nearby, waiting for the right time? Mo Yen turned his head and looked around. The purple light in his eyes became brighter. At this time, Mo Yen was still worried about someone who had just returned to the West Lake district of Hangzhou. Ha! Why are there so many auras? Lin Qiao stood on the roof of the car and looked in the direction of uptown with a serious expression. She jumped out of the car, stood in front of the car, and patted the hood. Come down, come down. Something might have happened in the base. We have to hurry back as soon as possible. After Xie Dong and the other two got out of the car, they looked at her blankly. Lin Qiao put away the car and the three of them into the space. He quickly leaped onto the roof of a nearby building and sped up toward uptown. There was a very powerful zombie aura. Apart from Qiu Lily and Elmar, there were also 5 level 2 kings and a dozen level 1 kings. Why did so many strong zombies suddenly appear around her base? And that very strong zombie aura, unexpectedly much stronger than her. Could it be the zombie emperor? However, Wu Chengyue's aura was still there. What had happened? While thinking, Lin Qiao sped up. On the other hand, Mo Yan's expression turned cold when he saw El March. He raised his hand and beckoned to the level 2 zombies behind him. Since you guys want to fight, then let's fight. He would keep them company. A level 2 zombie walked out from behind him. It was an old-looking zombie. He had a bald head, but he had a white beard. He walked out with a hunchback and bent his legs. He directly jumped toward the people on the opposite side of the hotel. However, his target was El March. As he rushed over, many icicles were shot toward El March. Everyone dodged to the side. Puff puff puff. The icicles all hit the place where Elmar was just standing and immediately smashed into a pile of ice. Seeing that the zombie emperor had only sent a level 2 zombie to fight, the people in the base understood what he meant. Want to fight? Sure. Elmar glanced at the zombie emperor coldly and then turned her head. Her whole body was covered with scales. She swung her tail like a snake and rushed toward the bald old zombie. What is the name of this zombie emperor? Did he say his name? Wu Chengyue asked Qiu Lily, who was next to him. Qiu Lily thought for a moment, then looked up and said, well, I think he said it last time. His name is Mo Yen. Mo Yen. Wu Chengyue suddenly frowned and then closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, Elmar transformed, and rushed toward the bald old zombie to attack. As a result, the old zombie threw an ice blade to the left and a big ice block to the right. Her figure flashed, and she easily avoided the bald old zombie's ice ability attack.
Roar dash after the old zombie threw a few small attacks. He found that his kind was as smooth as a loach.
He couldn't hit her no matter how hard he tried. So the simple character of the old zombie immediately became irritable. He wanted to throw an ice block at her. As a result, the frequency of his subordinates throwing out abilities also increased. Then he saw all kinds of big and small ice blocks, ice blades, icicles, and so on were continuously thrown at Elmarch. If it wasn't for his boss telling him not to play big, the bald old zombie really wanted to freeze the whole building into an ice sculpture. Elmar flashed left and right, and suddenly, her figure disappeared. Ha! The old zombie was at a loss for a moment and then immediately became vigilant. But even if he raised his vigilance, he still couldn't avoid the sharp claws that suddenly grabbed him from behind. Puff dash, Elmar appeared behind the old zombie and at the same time, her claws quickly and fiercely clawed down. She immediately scratched a few deep wounds on the back of the old zombie. Dirty black zombie blood sprayed out from the wounds. Roar dash, the old zombie didn't feel any pain, but he was angry when he was attacked. He suddenly turned around and quickly rushed toward Elmarch. Elmar flashed, and immediately jumped to the next building, and then turned around on the roof of the building, and rushed to the old zombie that was following him. At this time, the old zombie just rushed over. His body was still in mid-air, but his reaction was also very fast. He immediately waved his hand and condensed a big ice block in front of him and smashed it towards Elmarch. At the same time, he also stepped on the ice block and used the momentum to jump to the side. Bang! Elmar crossed her hands and clawed fiercely. The 2-meter-wide ice block was crushed into pieces by her claws. At this time, Wu Chungyue, who was on the side of the hotel, suddenly looked up and something flashed in his eyes. Mo Yen, it can't be him, right? Who? Qiu Lily looked at him blankly and asked curiously. At this time, Wu Chungyue didn't say anything and just stared at the direction of the zombie emperor carefully. Then the more he looked, the more he frowned. If it was really that person, this zombie emperor would be a bit of a problem for humans. Chapter 681. You look like you know him? Qiu Lily looked at Wu Chungyue with more and more confusion. I'm not sure yet. I didn't see what that person looked like, and it's been a few years now. I don't know if it's him or not. Wu Chungyue shook his head and looked at Mo Yen with uncertainty. He continued, but that person did die 3 years ago. As for whether he became a zombie or not, I'm not sure. If he became a zombie, it would only take him 3 years to reach level 8. It seems like it's not enough for us to deal with him. Wu Qingyue's expression became serious. It seemed like he was afraid of that person. Qiu Lily looked at Mo Yan's direction and didn't understand what Wu Qingyue meant. She only knew that the person was famous a few years ago. On the other side, Elma had already dashed towards the old man. With a flip of her body, she dodged the incoming ice palm, turned around in mid-air, and climbed onto the old man's back. She grabbed his bald head and started to gnaw on it. You think you're great because you have ice? I'll bite you to death. You smelly old man. Ang ang ang. Roar dash, Elmar climbed onto his back and was still gnawing on his head. The bald old zombie roared and raised his hands to scratch the back of his head, trying to throw Elmar off. But soon he found that Elmar was too tight, so the bald old zombie's eyes flashed, and then a layer of ice formed on top of his head. Bam bam bam. Elmar bit on it, and a layer of ice appeared on the old man's head. She immediately raised her hand and was about to poke the old man's head. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and quickly struck down towards Elmarch. Elmar had to take back her claws and jump down from the old man's back. The old man also quickly rolled to the side. Bang! The lightning struck the floor of the roof, creating a small pit. Then 2 shadows appeared next to the bald old man. 2 level 1 king warriors appeared behind him. Hey! Why are you interfering? Isn't it 1-on-1? You're cheating. Seeing this, Qiu Lily immediately scolded Mo Yen angrily. Roar! When did I say I wanted to fight 1-on-1? Mo Yen continued to smirk as he looked at Qiu Lily mockingly. He only wanted to send one of his subordinates to have some fun and stall for time. He didn't say that he wanted to play one-on-one. You liar. Qiu Lily suddenly felt like she had been cheated. Her face turned red as she pointed at Imoyen and yelled, "Calm down. You're so angry. It's obvious that he did it on purpose." Wu Chongyue looked at Qiu Lily, amused. This child was really naive. As a result, on Elmar's side, the 1v1 immediately became a 1v2. 2 level 1 kings. Let's just count them as 1 level 2 king for the time being. But would she back down? Of course not. Elmar grinned and charged towards the 3 zombies, and then disappeared in a flash. The 3 zombies immediately became alert. However, at this moment, Mo Yen was proudly crossing his arms in front of his chest. He looked at Elmar, then at Qiu Lily's angry expression. Suddenly, someone pounced on him from behind, and he fell to the ground with a puff sound. And his nose was almost flattened. Roar dash, this was not Mo Yan's roar, but the level 2 kings next to him roared. This sudden turn of events had given them quite a fright. Mo Yen was also stunned as he stared at the floor in front of him. He was stunned for 3 seconds. Pa dash, before he could wake up, a hand slapped the back of his head. "You came to my house to bully my sister. Aren't you brave? Zombie Emperor is great, isn't it?" A woman's voice sounded. Pa dash, then another slap landed on the back of his head. This time, Mo Yen finally reacted. He flipped over and threw off the woman who was on his back. He crawled up and subconsciously raised his hand to cover his nose while staring at the female zombie who was thrown to the side. Lin Qiao calmly stood on the side and looked at him, then suddenly said, "Your head is filled with hatred and hostility towards humans. Looks like you were tortured before you died, right?" Mo Yan's eyes flashed, and then he became alert. He had always wanted to see her, and he had been guessing what kind of level 2 zombie she was. After seeing Qiu Lily and Elmar, the 2 girls who could talk and had personalities, he became even more curious about this hidden zombies. But he didn't expect it to be another female zombie. And this female zombie was right in front of him, but she gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through her and that she was dangerous. "What? Are you discriminating against female zombies?" Lin Qiao squinted her eyes and smiled at him. On the other side of the base, when the other people saw Mo Yen suddenly being pounced on, they were all shocked. Then when they saw Lin Qiao appear, they were all surprised. "Roar dash you!" Mo Yen bared his teeth at Lin Qiao, but he suddenly didn't know what to say. However, he took a few steps back and kept a safe distance from Lin Qiao. This female zombie could hear his thoughts. It was too dangerous. Although she looked weaker than him on the surface, her calm demeanor and aura were even stronger than him. This made Mo Yen unsure of her true strength. She was just a level 2 king tier. How could her aura be stronger than his? Lin Qiao looked around, and then looked back at Mo Yen and said, "Oh, you want to bully me with numbers? I think you are looking for a beating." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly moved and dashed towards Mo Yen. By the time she finished speaking, her figure had already disappeared before Mo Yan's eyes. Mo Yan's body tensed up, and he immediately became alert. But the next second, he saw Lin Qiao appear on the roof of the hotel. "Meng Meng, come back," Lin Qiao said, and suddenly waved her hand at Elmar, who was still fighting on the roof. A wave of black flames swept over. Roar dash, when her flame appeared, whether it was Elmar or the bald old zombie, they were all shocked and quickly moved away. Mo Yen stared at the flame and slightly frowned. No wonder he felt that this female zombie gave him a dangerous feeling. It was her ability that made him feel that way. At this time, Lin Qiao suddenly stuck her nose at Mo Yen and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, you have a very special smell on you. It's very fragrant." She didn't know that her look was inexplicably flirting with others. Wu Chongyue, Yuan Tianqing, Qiu Lily, and Lin Feng all looked at her with a strange expression. They were clearly very nervous when they were pressured by the zombie emperor. Why did this person turn around and flirt with them as soon as she came back? Hey, no matter what, she is still a zombie emperor. Can you be more respectful? Chapter 682. Roar dash, what did you say? However, Lin Qiao's words infuriated Mo Yen. He glared at her with a ferocious expression. The bald old zombie returned to Mo Yan's side with the two level 1 kings, but they looked at Lin Qiao with a hint of fear. Those black flames made them feel like they were being suppressed. It was very dangerous. Angry? Oh, angry. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Lin Qiao continued to laugh. However, no matter how the crowd looked at her, they felt that her smile was very evil. They didn't know why, but the tense atmosphere was completely gone when she came back. The momentum of their side instantly became much stronger. Mo Yan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. He was no longer a human. His flesh could not be used to increase the energy of the paranormals. He was not afraid. So you are afraid. Suddenly, the female zombie's voice appeared in his ears again. Mo Yan subconsciously felt his body explode.
Rumble. A bolt of lightning that was thicker than a human descended from above and landed on their heads with a loud boom.
Lin Qiao slightly dodged the lightning bolt. When Mo Yan's emotions were unstable, Lin Qiao ran over again in stealth mode. As soon as she got close, she felt that he was afraid of something. At the same time, she also felt some of his thoughts. But as soon as she spoke, she scared the other party. Stop, stop, stop. I hate lightning. Lin Qiao appeared on the other side, raised her hand and said unhappily, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. This uptown is my territory. I don't want to fight with you, but don't think about causing trouble here. Get out of here right now. She directly gave an order to expel him. After Mo Yan's instincts exploded, he stared at Lin Qiao and forced himself to calm down. I don't care if you want to be the enemy of humans or find someone to take revenge on, but this has nothing to do with my base. I won't stop you, nor will I interfere with you. So please be smart and don't cause trouble here. Lin Qiao said and raised a black flame in her hand. The flames grew in her palm and then began to spread down her hand to the rest of her body. She knew that her mutated hellfire had a certain deterrent effect on zombies. As expected, Mo Yan and his men immediately took a few steps back. The level 5 female zombie was so stiff that she didn't dare to move. Roar with just you. Mo Yan was also angry. He roared at her. His handsome face turned cold and his eyes were filled with strong killing intent. He didn't believe that this female zombie, who was only level 7, could beat him, who was level 8. Even if the other party's ability gave him a sense of danger, he would not be afraid of her. Mo Yan felt like his dignity as the zombie emperor was being looked down upon. He was furious, but he held it in. Roar. I've taken a fancy to these two little girls. Even if I can't take 2 of them with me today, I'll take 1 with me. Mo Yan roared at Lin Qiao, then glanced at Qiu Lily. Wu Chengyue and the others didn't know what he meant, but Qiu Lily and Elmar were slightly alert. This fellow was really difficult to deal with. Why was he so annoying? The 2 girls cursed at the same time. You want to take them with you? You have to see if I agree or not. Lin Qiao smiled faintly and slightly lowered her head. When she raised her head again, her eyes had become completely black. The smile on the corner of her mouth also became strange, and the aura of her body changed. Roar. Except for Mo Yan, the other zombies all began to tremble. The group of zombies downstairs gradually began to retreat. Seeing this, Mo Yan also began to be vigilant. Suddenly he raised his head and roared roar. This was just a simple roar, but there was a command in it, attack. Following which, a few level 2 monarchs beside him dashed out towards the hotel. Roar. Lin Qiao immediately opened his mouth and roared, then shouted, prepare to defend. Then she suddenly swung her hand, and a black shadow was thrown out. She herself rushed towards Mo Yan who was rushing over. The black shadow rushed towards one of the 5 level 2nd kings. Qiu Lily and Elmar also dashed out from the hotel and rushed towards one of the level 2nd kings. Wu Chengyue and Yuan Tianqing also flashed out, and the 5 level 2nd kings were immediately blocked. As for those rank 1 monarchs, they had wanted to charge out and attack after Mo Yan had shouted. However, after being roared by Lin Qiao again, the dozens of level 1st kings all stopped in a daze. They wanted to listen to the zombie emperor's command because of the level suppression. However, after Lin Qiao roared, they felt an even more dangerous feeling. If they didn't listen to her, they would be in big trouble. Therefore, the level 1 zombies were all at a loss. At this time,
When Lin Xiao raised her claws and rushed towards the zombie emperor, boom! A few bolts of lightning struck down from above.
Lin Xiao's eyes twitched, and then she suddenly disappeared. The lightning that Mo Yen threw down didn't hit Lin Xiao, and at this time, Lin Xiao suddenly disappeared. He immediately looked around vigilantly. At this time, Lin Xiao's transparent figure suddenly flashed behind the nearest first-rank king. She grabbed the king's neck and threw him into the space, directly throwing him into the forest. After throwing one, Lin Xiao immediately flashed to the side and threw the second one in. Her movements were very fast and accurate. She smoothly caught the level 1 king zombies one after another. By the time Mo Yen reacted, a few seconds had already passed. Out of the 13 level first kings under him, 5 had already disappeared. 5! Roar! Give them back to me! Mo Yen roared and chased after Lin Xiao's silhouette. He even threw a few grenades at Lin Xiao. However, the lightning bolts didn't hit that hateful female zombie. Instead, he lost one of his subordinates. These subordinates were trained by him for 3 years. He couldn't let this female zombie take them away. He saw that Lin Xiao only made the zombies disappear in an instant, so he deduced that she didn't kill them, but hid them. Does this female zombie have a space? If you don't retreat, I will take all of your subordinates. At this time, Lin Xiao appeared behind Mo Yen and said with a smile. Mo Yen turned around angrily and threw a few lightning bolts towards the direction of the voice. Roar! Give them back to me! He roared in anger. Why? Lin Xiao turned around and stopped smiling. She expressionlessly flashed to the other side. Chapter 683.
You dare to cause trouble in my territory, so you must be planning to suffer a double loss, right?
Lin Xiao looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, or do you think that you are invincible as a zombie emperor? You dare to provoke me without even knowing the enemy's situation? Mo Yen raised his hand, lightning flashed in his hand, but he didn't throw it out.
He turned his head to look at the other battles, and found that his 5 level second kings were all tied down, and the remaining 7 level first kings were just standing there blankly.
He didn't know what was going on. There was also a humanoid black panther over there. Where did that panther come from? From the moment this female zombie appeared, his side was obviously being suppressed. Mo Yan's mood had already sunk to the bottom, and his expression became stiff and cold. Coupled with his pair of zombie eyes and strange yet vivid blood vessels, it made people feel that he was even more evil. However, in Lin Xiao's eyes, she didn't feel anything. She just felt that this guy was a bit pitiful. Because he was afraid, even though he was a level 8 zombie emperor, his heart was still full of unease. Lin Xiao didn't care what this zombie emperor wanted to do to the humans, but at least she would protect the safety of her base. If they really fought, this guy's destructive power could not be underestimated. Therefore, Lin Xiao avoided the opportunity to fight with him, and just wanted to scare him. Because he was a coward. As expected, Lin Xiao's words made Mo Yen hesitate. Because he really couldn't see through this female zombie's strength. She looked weaker than him, but she was completely not afraid of his pressure and level limit. And in just a few seconds, she had already taken away 1/5 of his subordinates. What if she wanted to take away his 5 level second kings? He didn't know why, but he already had a feeling that those 6 level first kings would not be able to get back, and he quickly confirmed it. It wasn't a premonition. It was confirmation. Lin Xiao's mysteriousness and power made him unconsciously recognize her strength, so he didn't realize that he had already put her on the same level as him. Roar dash, let them go and I will leave. Mo Yan's eyes flickered, and finally, he took a deep breath, and his eyes calmed down. That won't do. If you dare to offend me, then a few of you will die here. That's not how you do it. Lin Xiao shook his head and refused to let it go. Mo Yen glared at her with gritted teeth.
Indeed, he had been in the underworld for so many years, and this principle was most evident in the underworld.
If it was someone else who came to his territory to cause trouble, he couldn't let them leave unscathed, right? Thinking of this, Mo Yen took a deep breath, and another deep breath. Stop inhaling. You're already dead. You can't even inhale air. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him. Mo Yan's expression stiffened. I really want to bite her. What should I do?
How could a level 8 zombie emperor bite a cunning, shameless, mysterious and dangerous level 7 zombie king?
Waiting online. Hurry.
Sensing the zombie emperor's thoughts, Lin Qiao stared at him with a smile.
Roar, go.
Being stared at by her, Mo Yen finally couldn't help but turn around and leave. Although the other party's pitch-black eyes were smiling, he felt that she was plotting something. This made Mo Yen feel that if he didn't leave now, there would be trouble later. Hence, he subconsciously gave an order to his subordinates, turned around, and leaped out, quickly disappearing into the distance. Soon, the 5 level 2 zombies that were fighting with Qiu Lily and the others immediately retreated. He brought the 7 rank 1 king zombies and ran away as fast as he could. Lin Qiao shouted at the zombies downstairs. The zombies immediately retreated towards the outskirts of the base. She flashed back to the roof of the hotel. After waiting for a while, she looked at the others who had gathered and said, "What's going on?
Where did this guy come from?" Everyone looked at each other. He asked, "Is he really gone?"
"He won't come again, will he?" Lin Qiao said he left, but I don't know if he will come back. Only then did everyone in the Universal Life Base relax, and their nerves that had been tense for the past few days finally relaxed. Lin Qiao stood on the rooftop and disappeared in a flash. Not long after, a large group of people was brought out with a change. Xie Dong, Lu Tianyi, Li Zheng's team, and so on. Bao Xiaogua and his sister, Lang Xiantong, and Xiao Xiao and Jing Yan, who had been modified by Lin Qiao, were all released by her. "Let's talk downstairs." Lin Qiao led the way downstairs. As soon as Xiao Xiao came out, she was scared by the number of people around her. She only dared to hide behind Lin Qiao and tightly held onto the corner of her clothes. "Pass down the order, the alert is lifted." The first thing Lin Qiao did when she arrived at the conference hall was to lift the order. Mrs. Lin and the others were the first to receive the news that the order was lifted.
Great, Lin Qiao is back.
After being released from the underground warehouse, Mrs. Lin finally let out a sigh of relief and said happily.
The others also looked relieved.
"Ah, big sister is back. We can finally go back to sleep peacefully." Lin Wenwen, who looked tired, was relieved and sighed while leaning against the wall. Lu Jun, Long Qingying, and Cheng Wangxue were all zombies and paranormals. Although they weren't physically tired, they were mentally tired. They had been waiting here in fear, afraid that the next second the door of the warehouse would be broken by the zombies outside and rush in to eat them. In the conference hall, only the people of the base were present. Lin Qiao urgently summoned the important management personnel of the base for a meeting. Wu Chengyue brought the people of Haiqing to the guest room to rest. Lin Qiao pointed at Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng and said to Lin Kuei and Lang Xiantong, "These two are the deputy leaders of my base. This is Yuan Tianqing and this is Lin Feng. They are level 7 paranormals and are in charge of all the affairs of the human side of the base.
You can look for them if you need anything."
Then he pointed at Elmar and Qiu Lily. Qiu Lily and Elmar are the deputy leaders of the base who are in charge of the zombies. The zombies are all level 2 kings. In the future, my base will be divided into 2 areas for humans and zombies, so the 4 of them will be in charge of the 2 areas. After the introduction, he introduced Yuan Tianqing and Qiu Lily. "This is Lin Kuei, level 2 king. This is Lang Xiantong. He was originally a member of the antidote research team in China base. For some reason, he will continue to do research in our base, but the project is not on zombies, but on the direction of the human immune virus." Lang Xiantong smiled and glanced at everyone. At this time, Lin Qiao pointed at Lin Hao, who was standing behind Lin Feng. "This is Lin Hao, a medical student. He has been doing research in this area. The 2 of you can cooperate with each other." Lin Hao was stunned when he was called, then looked at Lang Xiantong and nodded expressionlessly. Lang Xiantong smiled and nodded at him.
Chapter 684.
Then Lin Qiao asked, "Why didn't you send someone to tell me about this? If I didn't come back in time, I would owe Wu Chengyue another favor," she said with an unhappy expression. She really didn't want to have anything to do with Wu Chengyue.
"Did we send someone to tell you? You didn't get it?" Qiu Lily looked at Lin Qiao in surprise.
Lin Xiao was stunned and asked blankly, I didn't get it? If I knew, I wouldn't have chased all the way to Chuan province to kill Lu Zhuofeng. We did send a level 4 zombie to sneak out. Is Lu Zhuofeng dead? Yuan Tianxing asked with his eyes lowered. He then looked up at Lin Xiao. Dead. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and with 2 soft bangs, 2 silver metal suitcases appeared on the conference table. This is the antidote. Lang Xiantong knows its effects. But we can't use it. Its value to us is to see if there's any immunity to the zombie virus in it. She then opened one of the suitcases and took out some of the medicine, leaving the remaining 30% inside. Xie Dong turned around and put on his gloves. He took a tray and placed the potions on the table on the tray. He then brought it to Lang Xiantong. After the meeting ended, Lin Xiao took the suitcase with the medicine to the living room. I think you can have these medicine as a reward for helping me fight against the zombie emperor. Lin Xiao opened the suitcase and placed it on the table next to Wu Chengyue. Wu Chengyue was stunned and then looked at Lin Xiao, who sat down on the other side, and said, That's not right? Didn't I agree to help you look after the hostage? Why is it so little? Didn't you say 45%? Lin Xiao looked at him and said, That's what I said, but didn't you throw the hostage to Qingshan base? Shouldn't you thank me for giving you the hostage? You want me to reward you? Where's your shame? If I didn't give you the hostage, would you be able to suppress the price in China? Wu Chengyue was stunned again, and then the smile on his face faded. He looked at Lin Xiao in a daze. After a while he said, So that's what you were planning. What a huge pit. After thinking it through, he was a little annoyed. Why didn't he think of this at that time? What annoyed him was that he was tricked by this female zombie. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, I thought you would understand. Wu Chengyue. He didn't think so much at that time, okay? Because he found it troublesome. I heard that you said you have a condition when you came here to help. Can you tell me now? Lin Xiao looked at him and asked. Wu Chengyue thought about it. Originally, he was prepared to join forces with her to kill the zombie emperor, and then retrieve the zombie emperor's corpse core. However, he didn't expect that the female zombie didn't even intend to kill the zombie emperor, and even let it go. I'll keep this condition to myself. I'll let you know when I need it in the future. In the end, Wu Chengyue could only sigh and say unhappily. There was no other way. Even if he was tricked by this female zombie, he could only accept it. What else could he do? He still wanted to marry her. He couldn't defend her now. Being tricked by his own wife, as a man, he had to endure it. In the future? Lin Xiao looked at him thoughtfully, and after a while she nodded, That's fine, as long as I or this base can help. That's what you said. You have to keep your word. Wu Chengyue heard her words and suddenly looked at her with a meaningful smile. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. She had a bad feeling in her heart. But she still nodded. Okay, since you're done here, I won't stay any longer. Then I won't stay any longer. Come to Haiqing to visit Lingling when you have time. She needs you. Wu Chengyue stood up at this time, and when he said the last few words, he looked at Lin Xiao with a strange smile. Lin Xiao. His bad premonition grew even stronger. What was this person planning? He actually used Lingling as bait. I'll go when I have time. Lin Xiao could only say this. As for whether she had time or not, it doesn't matter if you don't have time. I'll also bring Lingling over. Wu Chengyue smiled at this time. If he came over, then he would directly make a move. That condition, maybe it could be used here. His gaze swept across Lin Xiao's abdomen. Then he turned around and walked out with Xiao Yunlong and the others who had been silent. Lin Xiao's whole body tensed up when he looked at her abdomen, and she immediately became vigilant. This man really had ulterior motives towards little man. After chasing Wu Chengyue back, Lin Xiao began to sort out the situation of the base. In the end, she increased the construction of the walls and sent all the Earth ability users over. Even the Earth ability zombies in her space were sent out. Of course, the hundreds of zombies in the space had been diluted into a large amount of water by Lin Xiao's own blood, and all of it was drunk by them. She found that as long as her blood was dissolved in the lake water, the energy of the lake water would retain the virus in her blood to the greatest extent, and after a long time, the virus concentration would increase. Therefore, Lin Xiao only used a tube of her own blood to let Lang Xiantong help her cultivate a large amount of virus. Therefore,
She would not be in danger of losing too much blood like Lin Kuei. Moreover, Lin Qiao's own blood could grow. It was born from her strangely mutated heart. Of course, her heart also needed nourishment. That would be the energy in the lake. After dealing with the important matters in the base, Lin Qiao let Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng handle the other things. She also left Lin Kuei, Xiao Xiao and the other zombies to Lu Jun and asked her to arrange a place to stay on the 5th floor. After that, Lin Qiao returned to the space. She did not forget that there were still a few level 1 kings in the space. At this time, after a day of recuperation, De Hei's wounds had not healed. But for it was no longer that painful. But after the level 1 kings were thrown in, these two slipped out of the forest. And these level 1 kings seemed to be lost in the forest. After Lin Qiao entered the space, the 6 level 1 kings who were running around in the forest immediately sensed where she was. They instantly quietened down and stared at Lin Qiao's direction with vigilance. Without the zombie emperor's control, these zombies did not have the intention to cooperate, and kept a safe distance from each other. When they saw Lin Qiao walk in, they all grimaced and put on a defensive posture, staring at her direction closely. Chapter 685. Lin Qiao appeared in front of one of the zombies. It was a male zombie that looked like he was in his 30s and was about 1.9 meters tall. He had dark circles around his eyes that were glowing with a dark light. There were no scars on his face. His facial features were strong and his body was quite sturdy. His purple lips revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth as he stared at her. "Obey me or die." Lin Qiao stood in front of him and said calmly. Roar dash, the king zombie glared at her with dissatisfaction, but it didn't dare to resist her. "You are the same as him anyway. It's the same if you follow me. If you follow me, you might be a bit safer. If you follow that guy, he might not treat you better than me." Lin Qiao said, then impatiently urged, "Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 2 choices now. Either I dig out your zombie core or you follow me." Raw. Woo. The zombie king roared at her and then weakened. He just needed to express that he was willing to follow her. He didn't want his zombie core to be dug out. He knew that this strange level 2 king definitely had the ability to do so. After entering this place, these level 1 kings all felt that their abilities were being suppressed. "Then come here and drink this." Lin Qiao took out a test tube and opened the cork. Roar dash. From what he could see, the gray liquid in the test tube had the same aura as Lin Qiao. It gave the king a bad feeling. But maybe the feeling was too weak, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing that Lin Qiao wanted him to drink this, the king looked at her hesitantly. "Stop wasting time. Hurry up." Lin Qiao frowned and said. The level 1 king carefully approached her and took the test tube from her hand. After looking at her, he poured the liquid in the test tube into his mouth. The liquid in Lin Qiao's hand was the result of Leng Xuantong's research over the past 2 days. The concentration of the virus in her body was very high. Roar dash. After drinking the liquid, the king's body immediately stiffened. He then roared in pain and began to tremble. Seeing that he drank it, Lin Qiao immediately turned around and looked for the next one. Because they were running around in the forest, Lin Qiao found them one by one and used the same words to threaten them to follow her and drink her virus. Therefore, Mo Yan's 6 zombies immediately became Lin Qiao's subordinates. He brought the 6 level 1 kings, who had been infected by Lin Qiao's virus, out of the tree with confused expressions on their faces. Lin Qiao turned around and looked at their expressions. She could roughly guess their abilities just by looking at the color of their eyes. But looking at this group of 4 women and 2 men, how did Mo Yan get so many female zombies? Were they specially caught, or were they trained by him? Thinking back to Mo Yan's bloody expression, Lin Qiao felt that Mo Yan must have spent quite a bit of effort on these level 1 and 2nd kings. Seeing that the faces of these zombie kings were all intact, Mo Yan must have specially picked them out to train them. Lin Qiao smiled. She walked in front of the female zombie whose eyes were flashing with ice blue light. This female zombie looked very young. She was quite tall, about 1.7 meters tall. Her body was thin but sturdy. She had long black hair, but her face was still very beautiful. Moreover, it was completely intact, except for her 2 black eyes and lips that were purplish black.
Lin Xiao put her hand on her shoulder and felt that her body was faintly emitting a trace of cold air. It seemed that this was only an ice-type zombie. Because of Lin Xiao's virus, the dark circles under her eyes had lightened a lot. She didn't know if it was because of her personality or her ability, but she gave off a cold aura. Lin Xiao let go of her hand and looked at her and asked, "Can you remember anything?" The ice-type zombie looked at her blankly. Lin Xiao sighed, then looked at her eyes and asked, "What is your name?" She knew that after being infected by her virus, these zombies still hadn't experienced the side effects yet. The side effect of Lin Xiao's virus on these zombies was that they would be at a loss at first. They wouldn't know who they were, where they were, or what they should do. It was similar to this state. But what Lin Xiao said to them, if it was an order, then it would have a guiding effect. It's just that whether it's effective or not depends on the zombies' own reactions. Like Xiao Xiao, when she guided them, Xiao Xiao only remembered the name Xiao Xiao. As for pesticide, he had already remembered most of it. He even knew who he was, and more than half of his memories had come back. But he still forgot a lot. And also Jing Yan, she also remembered some things. As time went on, they remembered more and more things. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the ice-type zombie was dazed, then looked at Lin Xiao with her mouth wide open. Roar. Roar? Nan. Jean. She expressionlessly spat out these two words, and then continued to wear a blank expression. Nanjin? Okay, I'll call you Nanjin from now on. Lin Xiao nodded. She turned around and walked to the next female zombie. This female zombie was a bit shorter than Nanjin, and her black eyes flashed with blue light. This was a water type. Lu Jun's eyes also flashed with this kind of blue light, but it was not as deep as this female zombie in front of her. What's your name? Lin Xiao stared at her eyes, and asked to guide her. Roar, 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 pit, 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 pit. The female zombie's appearance was not as good as Nanjin's, but she was still pretty. After looking at Lin Xiao, her eyes flashed intensely, and then she opened her mouth to spit out a series of pits. Lin Xiao. Roar, 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 roar. Not getting any further instructions from Lin Xiao, the female zombie continued to spit pits. Okay, I got it. Pit pit, right? Lin Xiao raised her hand, stopping her from spitting more pits. Pit pit closed its mouth, and looked at her with a wronged expression. You were the one who asked me. Lin Xiao continued to walk to the next male zombie. This was the first male zombie that she forced to drink medicine. He was tall and burly, his facial features were strong, and his erect eyebrows showed his strong temperament. Looking at him, there were no other colors flashing in his eyes, but it was dark, like a deep pool that could suck people in. Lin Xiao looked up and down at his body, and two words flashed in her mind. Muscle man. Don't know if his IQ is online. It was obvious that this was a physical-type zombie king. His ability was to strengthen his body. His strength and speed would be several times stronger than normal zombie kings. She had seen physical-type psychics before, such as Cheng Wangxue and Lin Ruifeng. But this zombie, this was the first time she saw it. Plus zombies already had an abnormal physique. This guy should be very durable. Lin Xiao looked at him and made a conclusion in her heart. Chapter 686. Maybe it was because the level of these level 1 beast kings were higher, and their intelligence was also higher. Lin Xiao actually managed to get their names and nicknames out. This physical-type male zombie still remembered his full name. It was called Xia Xia. The other male zombie also remembered his full name. Yi Qing Xian. He also remembered that he was from the north. There were also two female zombies. One had a paralyzed face, but her facial features were very normal, but when put together, it was very pleasing to the eye. Her name was Mo, a metal-type esper. Her height was the same as Nanjin, a little more than 1.7 meters. The other one was a little more interesting, a little chubby, and short. Her face was round, and she had a big tail behind her. His pair of eyes had a strange look to them, and he was always looking around randomly. This was a natural animal-type zombie like Lin Kuei, And from the tail, it should be a fox. And the funny thing was that this guy didn't remember his own name, but he remembered his nickname, which was Fox. Lin Qiao. After coming out of the space, Lin Qiao felt that only one building in her space was not enough. Hence, he dragged Yuan Tianxing to move 2 more bungalows into the house. You might as well just move an entire apartment building. Yuan Tianxing looked at her speechlessly. That can be done. Come on, help me build a better apartment building. Lin Qiao clapped his hands and immediately agreed. Yuan Tianxing suddenly didn't know what to say, and stared at her with a speechless expression. This woman was very efficient in big things, but always sloppy in small things. She never changed, no, after becoming a zombie, she seemed to be sloppy. On the other side, Wu Chengyue, who returned to Haiqing, thought about the zombie emperor, and immediately forced Xiao Liqing, Mo Li, and a group of level 5 Esper managers to level up with zombie cores or energy cores. A few days later, the atmosphere in Songyun base was depressing. Missing? How is that possible? He brought so many people, and they all disappeared? Not a single one came back? Feng Xiaolin, one of the 3 leaders of Songyun base, shouted with a gloomy face. Originally, they were all waiting for Lu Zhuofeng to bring back the potions in the next 2 days. However, after waiting for a few days, there was still no news of Lu Zhuofeng's return. Feng Xiaolin tried to send people all the way to the Huaxia base to investigate, but the news that came back was that Lu Zhuofeng's entire team had left the Huaxia base a few days ago. However, they did not see any traces of Lu Zhuofeng or his men along the way. A team of hundreds of people disappeared just like that, including Lu Zhuofeng and Zhou Qinghao with level 7 abilities. Dozens of other paranormals of different levels had all disappeared. Is there no clue from Huaxia? Would Lu Zhuofeng hide by himself? Mu Changfeng, another leader of Hidden Cloud City, asked with a puzzled expression. According to the clues from China, it seems that not long after Leader Lu and the others left the city, they were attacked by zombies. Moreover, they were all high-level zombies, and there were a lot of them. Wei Ming, who was holding the report in his hand, said. Wei Ming was originally from the northeast. After the apocalypse, he and his brother, who was also his boss, had escaped to the Black Dragon City base. However, his brother had fallen sick on the way. In the apocalypse, zombies were everywhere, so he was of no use. Instead, he had dragged everyone down. If it were not for his woman, Wei Ming would not have taken care of him for so many days. Later, when he found out that he could not awaken his ability and was suffering from a strange disease, the woman directly turned to him. Overjoyed, Wei Ming immediately wanted to kill the man. However, his men risked their lives to save the man, allowing him to escape. Two or 3 months later, the man's body recovered and he chased after him. The man had always been more cunning than him. Moreover, Wei Ming found that the man was not afraid of zombies at all. The zombies turned a blind eye to him. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land among the zombies. Almost all of Wei Ming's men were killed. At the last critical moment, he threw the woman who had played enough as a shield. That was how he managed to escape. Later, when he escaped to the Black Dragon base, he told everyone in the base about the man's physique. Therefore, in order to study the secrets of his body, those people caught him. Not long after the Black Dragon base studied him, they found that his flesh and blood could help a paranormal level up. Therefore, the man's flesh was cut off piece by piece. Wei Ming heaved a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. He also ate the man's flesh, but it only worked once. The second time he ate it, there was no reaction. When it was almost the 3rd year of the 2nd year, a large-scale zombie tide suddenly attacked the Black Dragon base. The Black Dragon base was almost destroyed. Later, when they finally resisted the zombie tide, the man died. The corpse disappeared. He had originally thought that he would be able to disembowel him in the end. Wei Ming left the Black Dragon base and finally came to the Songyun base in the west. Zombie attack. What about the body? If it was attacked by zombies, there should be broken limbs, right? Feng Xiaolin asked doubtfully. If it was attacked by zombies, the body would definitely be eaten, but there would definitely be broken corpses or bones left. However, in this report, not even a hair was seen. Wei Ming was silent. That's right, if it was a zombie attack, it was impossible for all the bones to disappear. He looked at the report. The information written on it said that the place had a large area of melted and burned. It was obviously a method of destroying the body, but it was done by humans, not by zombies. I checked, at that time, the leaders of the major bases returned the same way they came. There was no place where they left, only the people of Qingshan disappeared not long after they left the China base. Wei Ming looked at it and said,
Qingshan base?
Feng Xiaolin frowned. This Qingshan base is indeed suspicious.
Mu Chengfeng's expression also slightly sank.
On the other side, the Qingshan base was actually located in the western region. It was a remote town. Behind the town was the Qingshan mountain range. At the foot of the mountain, there was a human spirit research institute. It was also known as a mental hospital. And this mental research institute was the base of the Qingshan base. At this time, at the door of a room in the inpatient department of the Qingshan base, there was a girl with long wavy hair, wearing round glasses, standing at the door with a hot plate of food.
Leader, it's time to eat.
The girl's round face had a gentle expression, and her voice was soft. She didn't wait for a response, but repeated what she just said 2 or 3 times before using one hand to open the door and push it in. The girl's movements were very light and careful, as if she was afraid of scaring the person inside. Then, she walked in and closed the door silently.
Chapter 687. Yi Yingyue carefully carried the tray into the room.
The room was dark, without any light. The windows were closed, and the curtains were tightly shut. The room was simple. There was a single bed, a table, a cabinet, and a chair. There was nothing else in the room. A man was curled up on the bed. He was curled into a ball, but his body was still large. He was tall and strong. Yi Yingyue gently placed the tray on the table. Then, she turned to look at the man on the bed and pushed up her glasses. She adjusted her glasses and said gently, "Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. I'll clean it up in an hour." After saying that, she quietly left the room and closed the door. The man in the room was wearing a white hospital gown. He buried his head between his knees and stayed motionless. A few minutes after Yi Yingyue left, he slowly started moving. He spread his arms and legs, then got off the bed and stepped on the floor with bare feet. He walked to the table and sat down, then started eating. He was the leader of the base. Before the apocalypse, he was severely autistic. After the apocalypse, he was still autistic. However, he wasn't afraid of zombies. He believed that human beings were even scarier than zombies. He used to like hiding in isolated spaces, and now, he still liked hiding in rooms. Later on, he started to like wandering in zombie crowds. Perhaps it was because the number of humans was no longer the same as before. Whenever one stepped out of the door, they would see people everywhere. Because now, as soon as they went out, they would see zombies. He didn't like to talk or move. Except for the 3 board members of the base, he never talked to anyone else. Lon Lu and the other board member were both spirit-powered people. Lon Lu had a special ability to observe and deduce. He was sensitive to human beings' thoughts. He used to be one of the patients in the base. The other board member was called Chong Qingqing. She was a girl in her 20s. She used to be a nurse in the base. After awakening her spirit-powered superpower, she was able to communicate with animals. In her eyes, the autistic leader of the base was actually a timid animal. However, as long as she could communicate with him, he would open his heart and accept her. The other board member was also a patient in the base. His symptoms were much worse than Dong Xiaowei's though. The former patient had schizophrenia, and would often hurt himself. After the apocalypse, he was bitten by a zombie. After becoming a zombie, his schizophrenia suddenly recovered, and he even regained his normal memories. Dong Xiaowei sat down obediently and finished his meal. After finishing the food in his bowl, he stood up again and slowly walked to the bed, climbing up and continuing to curl into a ball. An hour later, there was a light knock on the door. Yi Yingyue's voice came in. "Leader, I'm here." Then, the door was gently opened and Yi Yingyue walked in quietly. She took the tray on the table and left. Yi Yingyue soon ran into Lon Lu, who had just returned to the base. Big brother Lon is back? Why are you alone? Where are the others?" Yi Yingyue stopped walking as she confusedly looked at Lon Lu, who was carrying a suitcase. The others have other matters to attend to. Chief, have you had dinner yet? Lon Lu said to her with a faint smile. I just ate. Big brother Lon, you haven't eaten yet, right? You're just in time. Yi Ingyue nodded. Her baby face made her look like an 18-year-old girl, but she was actually 25 years old. Good then. I'm hungry too. Let's go to the cafeteria later. I'll put the things in the cafeteria first. Lon Lu glanced at the suitcase and said. Lei Chang and his people, who were sent to work by Lon Lu, were in trouble at the moment. They sensed that Hidden Cloud City base people were being killed after they left the base. Seeing those well-trained zombies, they immediately figured out where those zombies were from. So they didn't do anything, but watched from a distance away. Lei Chang and his people were also followed by zombies, so they knew a lot about what happened to Hidden Cloud City base people this time. They wanted to see if they could find a chance to help, but they didn't even have a chance. At last, they saw the female zombie leader of the new base chase after Lu Zhuofeng, the level 8 wind-powered man. They thought that she wouldn't be able to catch up with him. So, they quietly followed the other people from the new base. No, the other zombies to observe them. In the end, they followed them all the way to Hangzhou City. They thought that it was a good opportunity for them to pay them a visit. However, they bumped into the zombie emperor who was sent out of the base. At last, Lei Chang and his people suffered miserably. Mo Yen, who was in a rage, launched a series of lightning bolts at them, dispersing Lei Chang and his people. Lin Qiao came out of the building and summoned Qiu Lili, Yun Meng, zombie number 1 to 7, and the other zombie leaders, then brought them into her space. The medicine here will allow you to eat animals in addition to human flesh in the future. It'll also improve your zombie body condition. If you want to eat other kinds of meat, you can drink this water. Lin Qiao stood on the clearing before a row of 3 small buildings. There was a table on the clearing before the 3 buildings. In addition to the 3 three-story buildings, there was also a high-rise apartment building next to them. She didn't tell those zombies that they would feel a connection with her after drinking the water. After all, those zombies didn't know about that connection except for Lin Qiao herself. However, with that connection, they would be able to sense each other if they were in danger. Of course, those zombies would be seriously injured and dying after drinking her blood. Therefore, it would be easier for Lin Qiao to take care of them. Lin Qiao wouldn't use that to hurt or control Qiu Lili and the other zombies who still had memories. She would still give them enough freedom. Lu Jun walked up the first. She didn't ask any questions, but picked up a glass of water and drank it. She trusted Lin Qiao unconditionally. She would do whatever Lin Qiao asked her to do. Speaking of eating meat, she was actually able to eat other kinds of meat. However, it seemed that she needed to soak in the lake water in Lin Qiao's space for a while before she could eat it. It just didn't taste as good as she thought. The drug will change some of your body properties. Judging from the taste, it can make you less obsessed with human flesh. It might also change your appearance. But, we won't know about that until later. After all, you haven't been drinking the drug for long, Lin Qiao explained. Lu Jun reacted immediately after drinking it. She tried her best to bear the pain that made her body twitch as she looked at Lin Qiao and said, "It hurts." Ah. After saying that, she burst in screams. "It'll be over soon. You'll be fine." Lin Qiao glanced at her and said. Qiu Lili and Yun Meng were both startled by Lu Jun's sudden reaction. They both looked at Lu Jun, who had started rolling on the ground. Lu Jun clenched her teeth and endured the pain after letting out that scream. Then, after a while, when he almost fainted, he felt the pain stop. Chapter 688. Will it hurt? Qiu Lili flinched. She was afraid of pain. After becoming a zombie for a few years, she didn't know what pain was. But she was very sensitive to pain since she was a child. Even a light touch would hurt. Whether you want to drink or not is up to you. You two can talk and remember the past anyway, so it doesn't matter if you drink or not. That's what I think. If you don't want to eat meat. Lin Qiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled. Yun Meng clenched her teeth and said, "I want to eat meat." I've been hungry for a long time. After becoming a zombie, only human meat tasted the best. Everything else tasted bad. But she couldn't eat people, so other than the cores of dead bodies and mutant animals and plants, she didn't eat anything else. Lu Jun got up from the ground, rubbed her throat and said with a hoarse voice, so thirsty. Lu Tianyi gave her a cup of pure lake water. If you want to eat meat, drink it. The deer meat over there is pretty good. Lin Qiao pointed to the deer on the other side of the lake. After Lu Jun drank the lake water to moisten his throat, he curiously sniffed in the direction of the roe deer. Then she hesitantly said, "There doesn't seem to be any smell? You have to eat it to get the taste." Lin Qiao said and then waved to Xie Dong behind him. Xie Dong entered the kitchen of the small building, took out a plate of fresh meat, and walked in front of Lu Jun. "Eat a piece and you'll know," Lin Qiao said to her. Lu Jun curiously picked up a piece of meat and smelled it. It was a strange smell, but not bad. She put the piece of meat in her mouth and chewed. "Hey, it tastes sweet and chewy." Lu Jun's eyes lit up and said to the others, "You guys come here first." Lin Qiao called number 1, number 2, the zombie uncle, the zombie boy, and the weird old man. Number 1 and number 2, who had been following Qiu Lily, were still level 4 zombies. They took the water Lin Qiao gave them, but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, they looked at Qiu Lily. "Drink it. She won't harm you." Qiu Lily nodded to the 2 zombies. Only then did number 1 and number 2 obediently walk to the table, each taking a cup and drinking it. Next was the ice-type uncle, then the little boy, then the other 2 zombies. The old man was the last to walk over. He stood in front of the table and looked at the water in the glass. In the water, Lin Qiao's blood was already very diluted, but the zombies could still smell that it was coming from Lin Qiao. The old man picked up the glass of water and looked left and right. He hesitated for a long time but did not drink it. After waiting for number 1 to number 6 to finish rolling on the ground, the old man was still holding the cup with a hesitant expression. Seeing the other zombies rolling on the ground after drinking, the old man's expression became more and more resistant. "Are you going to drink or not?" Lin Qiao knew that the old man was a neat freak. She thought about how he had to find a chair for a glass of water, how he had to prepare a bathroom for a bath, and how he was rolling on the ground uncontrollably. "It's fine if you're a zombie with mysophobia, but why do you have so many things to care about?" Lin Qiao felt that the old man might need to find a bed for him. And he also needed to give him a clean and sealed room. Sure enough, before Lin Qiao could finish thinking, the old man was already roaring at her. "Roar dash, I want a bed. I want a room, Lin Qiao." What a difficult old man. "Xie Dong, take him to the second building and find a room." Lin Qiao helplessly ordered Xie Dong. Xie Dong was already used to the old zombie's strange habits. He nodded and turned around to go to the second building. The old man's expression immediately relaxed. He happily carried the cup and followed. The old man could endure the pain, but rolling on the ground? He couldn't. Thinking about how old he was, how could he roll on the ground like a child? Ha! At such an old age? What did that mean? The old zombie would unconsciously think of some words from time to time, but he couldn't remember what they meant. Elmar also took a cup and went to her room in the small building. In the end, Qiu Lily was still hesitating because she was afraid of pain. What? Afraid of pain? Lin Qiao sensed Qiu Lily's hesitation and said, "Then let's talk about it after you've made up your mind." She didn't intend to force Qiu Lily. Except for Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei, all the zombies in the zombie group were forced to drink the virus potion from her body. Lin Qiao didn't ask Lin Kuei because they were only partners and he didn't really trust her. Therefore, Lin Qiao didn't let Lin Kuei drink the potion. Moreover, he had a special physique, so it was better not to mess around. Lin Kuei also knew where the potion came from, so he was reluctant to drink other zombies' blood. After dealing with the zombies' blood, Lin Qiao then moved Lang Shentong and the other 2 zombies out. They had been frozen and didn't wake up. Now there was finally time for them to wake up. Lin Qiao found an ice-type zombie to remove the ice on the 2 zombies. Then, she put them on the ground and poured some lake water on them. The energy of the lake water immediately revived the virus in the 2 zombies' bodies. Then, the 2 zombies woke up. Roar dash, the 2 zombies were originally normal level. When they woke up, They were scared by the strong aura of the surrounding high-level zombies before they could figure out the situation. The female zombie instinctively hugged the child into her arms, and the two of them curled into a ball on the ground. She looked at the two normal zombies that didn't have much consciousness and only had zombie instincts. Lin Xiao took 2 cups of water and walked towards them. The closer Lin Xiao got, the tighter the female zombie hugged the little zombie. "Drink it." Lin Xiao squatted beside them and could only use the simplest command to order them. The female zombie shivered but didn't raise her head immediately. After a while, when she was sure that Lin Xiao didn't attack her consciousness, she carefully raised her head. She looked at Lin Xiao blankly and then looked at the water in her hand. Lin Xiao put the cup next to her mouth and used her other hand to gently pinch her chin and poured the water in. Her actions weren't too forceful, so it wouldn't make the female zombie feel afraid and overreact. But when Lin Xiao pinched her chin, she couldn't retreat. Gulp gulp. Half of the water in the cup went into her mouth, and the other half flowed down the corner of her mouth. Roar, a woo. After the female zombie was filled with water, she fiercely pushed the little zombie out of her arms, and then her whole body curled up on the ground and twitched. A woo? The little zombie that was pushed out sat on the side, although its eyes were white, but it also showed that it was puzzled by the female zombie's reaction at this time. He looked blankly at the female zombie rolling on the ground. Chapter 689. The virus cultivated in Lin Xiao's blood was very effective on ordinary zombies. After a few minutes, the female zombie gradually calmed down. The female zombie's eyes turned from white to black. She sat up blankly. After staring blankly for a few seconds, he suddenly thought of something and raised his body, looking left and right. As soon as he saw the little zombie, he immediately fixed his gaze on him. Then she quickly climbed to the little zombie's side and hugged it. Then she began to vigilantly look at the surrounding environment and other people. Her eyes were still blank and confused. Protecting the little zombie was just her instincts. "Do you remember who you are?" Lin Xiao stood next to her and looked down at her. The female zombie was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes began to flicker. Her expression was confused for a moment and then sober for a moment. Then her expression became hesitant. Lin Xiao knew that she might have remembered something from when she was alive. But her memory was a bit blurry, so she wasn't sure. Pointing at the little zombie in the female zombie's arms, Lin Xiao asked, "Who is he?" The female zombie looked down at the direction of her finger. Then her eyes suddenly opened, and she remembered something. She turned her head and looked at Lin Xiao with clear eyes. "Son." She opened her mouth to reply. "What about yourself?" Lin Xiao's eyes flashed and asked. Then he saw the female zombie shake her head. And looking at her face, it seemed that it didn't matter who she was. She just needed to know that the little zombie in her arms was her son. As for what a son was, in her mind, he was someone she needed to protect. Lin Xiao nodded and didn't say anything. But then she turned around and took a cup of potion. She pointed at her son and said, "Give this to him." The female zombie looked at her with vigilance. Although she couldn't remember who she was, she didn't remember many things. But she still had her instincts to be vigilant. The potion that Lin Xiao gave her was very painful. The female zombie's heart was simply resisting. She didn't want the little zombie to experience the same pain as her. "This is good for him. There is no harm," Lin Xiao said to the female zombie. Then she looked at the female zombie coldly. "Let him drink it." Being looked at by Lin Xiao like that, the female zombie's heart felt like it was being pressed by a mountain. It was very scary. He was forced to hand over the little zombie. The little zombie has been in a daze, looking around with a confused expression. Being hugged and pushed away by his mother, he had no reaction at all. Lin Xiao reached out to open his mouth and poured the medicine into his mouth. After swallowing the potion, the little zombie let out a sharp cry. It squatted on the ground and scratched its head as it let out a strange scream. He didn't know if his scream aroused the female zombie's strong instinct. She immediately rushed forward and hugged him into her arms. But the child began to struggle, his whole body twitching and writhing. He almost broke free from the female zombie's grasp. Lin Xiao and the others quietly waited for the mother and son to react before taking the meat slices to comfort them. The little zombie had just screamed miserably, and after recovering, it grabbed the meat with both hands and ate happily. Lin Xiao couldn't help but give him another piece. At this time, the old zombie also came down and walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back. And his eyes looked left and right. His eyes were clear, but from time to time there was a flash of light. Lin Xiao turned around with some surprise, and suddenly asked him with her arms crossed, "Old man, who are you?" As a result, the old zombie just rolled his eyes at her. That's right, although his eyes were completely black, this expression clearly showed that he was rolling his eyes for her to see. To actually roll his eyes. To her. Lin Xiao stared at the old man with some confusion, and the others also had a strange expression. "Old man, you're a zombie. And an old zombie at that. Don't make such a tsundere expression." Seeing her and the others' eyes, the old man coldly snorted. Even his nose was raised. He roared at Lin Xiao. "Roar dash rude child." Lin Xiao's eyes slightly widened. Hey! This old man actually called her a rude child. How old was she, and she was still called a child? So angry. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a gush of anger in her heart. She really wanted to hit this old man. "Roar dash, Grandpa, I'm called Guahong. Don't call me old man, call me Grandpa Gua." The old zombie put his hands behind his back, raised his nose and said to Lin Xiao, "Grandpa Gua, you big head ghost. From now on I'll call you Old Man Gua." Lin Xiao stared at him and finally concluded. "Roar? Roar what? No way, no way. What Old Man Gua? That's too unpleasant to hear." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Old Man Guahong immediately widened his eyes and looked at her with dissatisfaction. "Humph, you want me to call you Grandpa, in your dreams?" Lin Xiao directly threw him a supercilious look, turned around and went into the small building. "Roar dash whatever you want. Whatever you want. Right, the room that Grandpa stayed in just now belongs to Grandpa. In the future, don't let zombies live in it." Old Man Guahong immediately followed behind her and shouted, roaring non-stop. Lin Xiao ignored him, turned around and flashed out of the space. Lu Tianyi, Xie Dong, and the others all looked at the old man curiously. This was the first zombie among the batch of zombies that Lin Xiao exchanged blood with. And this sex. Just as they were thinking, they saw the old man walk around in a circle while muttering to himself, then come out again. He walked directly in front of Lu Tianyi, reached out and picked up a piece of meat to put into his mouth. Roar dash, not bad. I wonder what medicine that girl gave us to drink? It actually made Grandpa remember everything. The old zombie man snorted as he ate the piece of meat, then picked up another piece to eat. Lu Tianyi saw that the old man couldn't seem to stop eating, and thought if he should give the whole plate of meat to him to eat. But before he could do anything, he saw that Guahong had already snatched the plate from him. Roar dash, he actually didn't take chopsticks? So unhygienic. Lu Tianyi. When the old man was about to go into the kitchen with the plate in one hand to find chopsticks, he suddenly saw the little zombie staring at the plate in his hand with a face full of desire. He immediately waved at the little zombie. Actually, there wasn't much meat left on the plate. After Lin Xiao came out of the space, she immediately let Lung Xiantong breed a large amount of the virus in her body. There were hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies on the periphery, if all of them were fed medicine. It would take a long time. Then Lin Xiao looked at the construction of the base's wall, and added the metal ability into it, first using metal to build the frame, then using sand and mud. But there really weren't many metal ability users, so Lin Xiao could only pick from the zombies in the space. She let them wear glasses and masks to help at the construction site. But she also made them stand far away, not letting them get close to the human workers. Chapter 690. Next was the plantation in Wu Mountain. Lin Xiao was ready to develop the whole land into a plantation. These days, Lu Jun and Shen Yuzhen brought 3 earth and water-type zombies to plow the land. The original sweet potato field had changed a lot. The normal sweet potato sprouts that were growing next to the roots of the corn plants had started to crawl out, covering a lot of open space. The pumpkin and potato sprouts that Lin Xiao took out from her space were also full of life. At this time, the sprouts that Lu Tianyi had cultivated in Lin Xiao's space hadn't produced their first batch of seeds yet. So Lin Xiao continued to plow the land with her zombie army. She didn't know if it was because of the lake water in Lin Xiao's space, but the soil of the sweet potato field had been purified. The land was also becoming more fertile. The 70 to 80 level 3 and 4 zombies that had been refurbished by Lin Xiao's virus could quickly understand what Lu Jun and Lin Xiao had taught them. In other words, they had become a lot smarter. Their IQ had increased. But apart from a certain old man. Of course, his IQ had also increased, but his personality made people speechless. I say, old man, since you remembered, why don't you go find your family?
Why don't you go find your family?
Lin Xiao sat in the small wooden house and looked at the old zombie standing next to him. The old man just glanced at her, but didn't say anything. But this glance, Lin Xiao could feel a kind of loneliness and indifference. Lin Xiao looked at him in confusion. Did this old man not have a family? Looking at his temperament, he didn't look like an old man without any descendants. Did they all die during the apocalypse? Mo Yen, who was chased away by Lin Xiao, didn't go far. After meeting Lei Cheng and the others and being used as punching bags, he had calmed down. Then he started to think of ways to deal with the base again. But first, he had to figure out what was going on with that strange female zombie. So Mo Yen started to think of ways to find out more about Lin Xiao's background. After half a month of secret observation and investigation, Mo Yen had obtained very little information. He only knew that the female zombie was called Miss Lu in the base. Other than the two little girls, there was also a male level 2 king that he had only seen once before. Following them were a dozen zombie leaders and 20 to 30 level 4 zombies. In addition to these, there was a group of about 50 level 3 zombies. Mo Yen was speechless when he saw Lin Xiao sending the zombies to help him build the walls and dig the fields. But he quickly threw this strange phenomenon to the back of his mind, because he found that these level 3 and 4 zombies seemed to have a very high IQ. It was about the same as the first and second tier kings in his hands. He knew that the intelligence of zombies increased with their level. Level 3 zombies at most had the IQ of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Level 4 zombies were 7 or 8 years old. Only those who had reached level 1 or level 2 would have the intelligence of a teenager. However, after half a month of observation, Mo Yen realized that no matter if it was the level 3 or 4 zombies in Wu Shan's plantation or the zombies that disguised themselves as humans to help with the construction, their intelligence seemed to have reached the level of a 13 or 14-year-old. Other than the female zombie and the little girl, there was also a level 5 female zombie that could speak. In this group of zombies, there was actually a zombie that could speak. This was already very illogical. Then he realized that almost all the high-level zombies were very human-like. When the two little girls looked at him, they weren't very afraid. Instead, they saw that he had memories of his previous life, which meant that they also had memories. He could accept that only the two female zombies had memories. After all, he also had memories. Although he thought that he was the only one who had memories among all the zombies, because he had a special constitution. But these two zombies all had memories. So what was going on? The two girls that looked like middle school students had memories, and the domineering female zombie also seemed to have memories. The level 5 zombie leaders beside her, one female, two males, and an old man didn't look like zombies at all. They all thought of themselves as humans, so they probably had human memories. With memories and being able to speak, it was normal for them to get along with the people in this small base. But Mo Yen also noticed the eyes of the female zombie and the other 3 zombies. As a zombie emperor, Mo Yan's vision was still black, gray, and white, although he couldn't see color. But zombies' eyes were completely black, and humans' eyes were clearly black and white. Mo Yen could still distinguish them. But why were the eyes of these zombies the same black and white as a normal person? Zombies' eyes should be completely black. All kinds of strange things made Mo Yen very confused. But he wasn't anxious, and he was more and more interested in the secrets of this base's zombies. Of course, he wouldn't forget his subordinates that were taken away by that hateful female zombie. Speaking of which, where did she hide his men? Why couldn't he find them? Mo Yen had wanted to save his subordinates, but Mo Yen didn't. But after searching for half a month, he didn't even see a shadow of those level 1 kings. But he also found something that made him happy. That was, the people in this base didn't seem to know that there was a wave of zombies living on the roof of their hotel. Because this new base's regulations stated that no one was allowed to go up to the 5th floor, which was a place where ordinary people were forbidden to enter. One look and you could tell what they were hiding, and Mo Yen, who knew their identity, also knew what they were hiding. Mo Yen sneered, and the dark eyes on his handsome face flashed with purple light, and the veins on the left side of his face seemed to be alive, twisting strangely. He didn't know how those ordinary people would react when they found out that their leader was a zombie. Humans and zombies couldn't coexist. While Mo Yen was secretly observing the base for half a month, Lin Qiao took Lu Jun, Xie Dong, Lu Tianyi, Xin Yuling, and number 1 to number 7, and other zombies to level up. When Mo Yen continued to investigate, he suddenly found that all the zombies had leveled up. Lu Jun and Lu Tianyi were originally level 4 zombies with abilities, but Lin Qiao directly pulled them up to level 5. And Xie Dong directly broke through to level 6, a level 1 fire element king. But only number 3 uncle, number 7 old man, Guahong, and the others succeeded. The last one didn't succeed, because Lin Qiao's zombie cores were all used up. She had collected a large number of zombie cores, along with Cho Lily, Elmar, and others, and number 1 to number 7. She had also collected some low-level zombie cores. But to level up so many zombies at once, especially a few leaders to level up to level 1 king, the energy consumption was huge. But fortunately, she used the energy of the lake to filter the zombie core's energy. This allowed them to absorb as much energy as possible when they broke through, so their abilities wouldn't be too violent after the breakthrough. But there were still some unstable factors, so after Lin Qiao let them level up, she immediately sent them to a large number of farming bases. Using multiple abilities could ease the stagnation of energy in the body. Chapter 691. Lin Qiao thought that after the old man leveled up, he would be able to fix his throat and vocal cords when he became a level 1 king. But he didn't. Xie Dong, the other rank 1st kings, rank 2 uncle, rank 4 little boy, and rank 6 male zombie were also unable to speak after reaching rank 1st kings. Lin Qiao rubbed his chin and thought about it. Could it be that they could only speak when they reached level 7? Like Elmar? But why could Lu Jun speak so early? Or was it because of Little Man? Speaking of Little Man, Lin Qiao left Lu Zhuofeng's energy, waiting for her to absorb it when she woke up. But Little Man slept longer and longer, and she didn't feel like she was going to wake up. If she wasn't awake, she couldn't absorb the energy. Lin Qiao was a bit tired after leveling up such a large number of high-level zombies. But the good thing was that the results were good, it was worth it. In addition to the 6-level 1st kings that he took from Mo Yen, Lin Qiao now had 5-level 1st kings. Xie Dong, Old Man Gua, the boy with a cracked mouth, the uncle zombie, and number 6 male zombie. Looking at the boy's cracked chin, there were traces of it being repaired when he leveled up. Fortunately, your chin is still on your face, otherwise, how would you grow it back? Although I can help you grow it back, it seems like your bones can't grow back. Lin Qiao said while looking at the boy's chin. The boy was always very obedient, like a baby. He listened to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao used his own virus to change his blood, and after leveling up, he still didn't recover his human memory. But this kind of attitude was getting more and more obvious. As long as it was Lin Qiao's order, it would be done perfectly. Then, Old Man Gua didn't know what was wrong with him, but when he saw the boy being serious, he would always tease him. Then he would be chased and beaten by the angry boy. Like now, roar? It was so ugly hanging there, he might as well take it off. The old man went behind Lin Qiao and said while staring at the boy's chin. When the boy heard Lin Qiao say that his chin didn't fall, he felt like he was being praised. In the end, his good mood was ruined by the old man's words. Roar dash, he roared at the old man, feeling like he was going to explode. Damn old man, what does it have to do with you? Let's go, don't tease me just because I'm young. He's a level 1 king just like you, so he can beat you up too. Lin Qiao rolled his eyes, turned his head, and waved his hand at the old man in disdain, as though he was shooing away a mosquito. Roar, Geezer Gua shrugged his shoulders, turned around, and walked away with his hands behind his back. Lin Qiao turned around and saw the little boy holding his chin with both hands, looking lost. Obviously, he took the old man's words seriously. This child was serious, but his mind was also very sensitive. "All right, it's all right. I'll help you fix it in the future. Don't bother with that smelly old man." Lin Qiao reached out and patted his head. The little boy immediately raised his head and looked at Lin Qiao with hopeful eyes. In the following days, Lin Qiao paid attention to the construction of the base's walls, which were progressing faster and faster, as well as the planting on Wu Shan's land. Except for the pumpkins and potatoes that were already planted, nothing else was planted. However, Lin Qiao used lake water and river water to wash and purify the land. These were all managed by Lu Tianyi and Lu Jun, while Lin Qiao only needed to relieve the water every day. At the end of the 6th year of the apocalypse, Xie Dong brought a piece of news to Lin Qiao. "Guess? I think someone deliberately leaked the news." Lin Qiao sat in front of the desk in his office, and there was a pile of blueprints and documents on the desk. He held the information given by Xie Dong in his hand and sneered. It was reported that there was a secret rumor circulating in the base recently, saying that the 5th floor of the hotel was filled with zombies. This made the people who knew the news somewhat shocked and couldn't believe it. How could zombies be together with humans? Many of them also knew that the leader, Miss Lu, and Lu Jun lived on the 5th floor with their children, as well as Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen from Sea City. Although these people looked a bit strange, their behavior was no different from a normal person. However, when they thought about the group of zombies guarding the outer perimeter of the base, and the zombie passage that they passed before returning from the base, all of this was related to the zombies. They thought that their current leader had some secret method to prevent them from being attacked by the zombies. But they didn't think that these ordinary zombies might be controlled by high-level zombies. Let Yuan Tianqing and the others handle it. Lin Qiao didn't care much, and after passing the paper to him, he said indifferently, "This kind of matter, Yuan Tianqing or Lin Feng could directly suppress the matter." Xie Dong nodded, then took the paper and turned around to leave. Lin Qiao looked at the blueprints on the table. The terrain and layout were all planned in black and red ink. The walls of the base had been built for the past 2 to 3 months, and this month, Lin Qiao had also sent the metal ability users, earth ability users, and zombies into the base. The construction progress had been greatly increased by several times, and the length of the wall had already reached 10 kilometers. There was still a length of 20 kilometers to be built, and according to the current speed, it should be completed in about a month. Then there was the construction of the zombie city side. As for the accommodation of the people in the base, they had to be rearranged. Since this time, there were already people who suspected that there was a problem with the 5th floor. They could only move the ordinary survivors to other places. Moreover, there were the outsiders of Sea City. Lin Qiao didn't have to worry about the food. She only needed to build the wall and equip the city defense army. However, the weapons were still very lacking. Last time, she took all the weapons that Lu Zhuofeng brought out, but not many. If she wanted to destroy the entire Zhongyun base, it would be a bit difficult. Moreover, her zombie army also needed to evolve. In this half a month, she had changed the blood of the ordinary zombies outside for tens of thousands of people. This task was done by Xie Dong and his zombie team to help El Mar, and the efficiency was also quite fast. However, it would still take some time to completely change the blood of the hundreds of thousands of zombies. Moreover, in addition to the group outside the base, there was another group in the Westlake district, and the number was even more than here. They were brought back by Lin Qiao from the Hades King's base. After those ordinary zombies had their blood changed by Lin Qiao, her orders could not be erased. Lin Qiao tried her own orders, and then asked Qiu Lily or Elmar to give other orders. These zombies were completely indifferent. Therefore, Lin Qiao continued to carry out the blood change. No, the virus change project. Chapter 692. Xie Dong reported to Yuan Tianqing that someone had leaked the secret of the 5th floor. Yuan Tianqing immediately found out the names of those people and sealed their mouths, forbidding them from inquiring about this matter. He also forcefully restrained those who had caused the most trouble. However, he quickly thought that he should discuss this matter with Lin Qiao. Because if there was a first time, there would definitely be a second time. In order to be more secretive in the future, he needed Lin Qiao's subordinates to cooperate. He also needed to think of a way to divert people's attention so that they wouldn't think about causing trouble internally. If there's a first time, there will definitely be a second time. Also, we haven't found the person who leaked the information. This will be a hidden danger. Yuan Tianxing sat on the sofa next to Lin Qiao's office and said, "These people, if we give them good food and a good place to live, it will be better for them to live their own lives. Instead, they want to mess around. Pass down the order. In 3 days, there will be a group meeting at the field of the middle school." Lin Qiao sat in front of the office table, her eyes looking at the paper on the table. Her expression was indifferent, and she said without raising her head,
"What do you want to do?"
Yuan Tianxing looked at her curiously. "Those who cause the most trouble, throw them out on charges of disturbing the order of the base and spreading rumors. Then, kill them secretly. We can't let them spread this matter in the base, and of course we can't let them bring it out." Lin Qiao said indifferently. She then said, "That's great. Don't we have China's antidote? Release the news that we have developed a drug that can control low-level zombies from the antidote." Using this reason to fool the people in the base was perfect. Yuan Tianxing nodded. "Since we gave them a place to live, they must live according to the rules we gave them. When I first brought them back, I wanted to give them a home where they could settle down. If they don't want to live here, we won't force them. But if they dare to frame us and ruin the reputation of our new base, I won't let them go." Lin Qiao used her hand to draw some small circles in the Wushan area on the map, and wrote the geology and the crops that needed to be grown. She said it indifferently, but her words carried the fierceness of a superior. "And then let's do it." Yuan Tianxing nodded. 3 days later, at the number 4 middle school's field next to the hotel, more than 3,000 survivors gathered. They were all brought back by Lin Qiao from the Netherworld King's base. Originally, they were all grateful to Lin Qiao. However, some people didn't believe Lin Qiao, who was wearing a strange face. Lin Qiao, Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and the others stood on the high platform in front of the field. The weather in January was still very cold. The wind was so cold that some people wearing thin clothes on the field shivered in the cold. Lin Qiao only brought Xie Dong, Lu Tianyi, and Shen Yuzhen, who did not have any zombie characteristics. She didn't step forward. Instead, she let Yuan Tianxing do the opening. "Today, I asked everyone to gather here to reiterate the rules and discipline of the base." Yuan Tianxing stood on the high platform and calmly looked at the thousands of people below. They didn't allow the people from Sea City to attend this gathering, because this had nothing to do with them. They were just outsiders. Some time ago, someone spread a rumor. It was said that the 5th floor of Victoria Hotel was filled with zombies. At the same time, they suspect that our leader is also a zombie. Then, who can tell me, as a zombie, why did she build a base for you? Give you a place to settle down? Also, how did you suspect that she is a zombie? Don't forget, if it weren't for her, all of you would have died in the hands of Di Long and the traitor Yang Jianhua. Yuan Tianxing said loudly to them, his eyes sweeping across everyone. That's right. His voice was filled with stern reprimand. He didn't want these people to forget how they survived and why they were here. It was quiet and silent. She can control zombies. When we passed here, those zombies wouldn't attack us even if they approached us. And this base is surrounded by a large number of zombies. How do you explain this? At this moment, someone suddenly said. Yuan Tianxing stared at the person who spoke and asked, "If she is a zombie, then why did she build a base for us humans? Can't she just eat you? Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Besides, how did you suspect that she is a zombie? Have you seen zombies that can talk? Have you seen zombies that have clear black and white eyes like normal people?" That person was speechless from Yuan Tianxing's questions and fell silent. Indeed, zombies were irrational. They would pounce on people and bite them. Even if it's a high-level zombie, it's just a humanoid monster whose whole body has mutated into a monster. Not to mention, they would give them food, shelter, and build a base to protect them. Although these people didn't believe the current Lin Qiao, they were willing to believe Yuan Tianxing, who was once the deputy leader. And Lin Qiao's current appearance was indeed that of a human. Then, Yuan Tianqing asked Duan Wan to tie up the dozen people with the fiercest rumors and bring them up. Yuan Tianqing said, although our new base hasn't been built and only 1/3 of the wall has been built, but we still have to abide by the rules of the base. A country has its laws and a family has its rules. Of course, the base has its rules. They spread rumors in the base and disturbed people's hearts. If it wasn't for the previous Hades base that had their name list, I would have suspected that they were spies sent by other bases. Now, in my capacity as the vice leader of the Universal Base, expel them from the base for disturbing the peace of the base and posing a minor threat to the base. Yuan Tianqing waved his hand and ordered Duan Wan to bring the armed soldiers to detain these people. Then, I'll tell you why the zombies here won't attack you. This is a new drug developed by the Huaxia base. We received the news a few months ago. He also knew that there was a substance inside that the zombies avoided. It's like insect repellent. Although it can't kill zombies, it can make them stay away from us. Yuan Tianqing held the Huaxia medicine in his hand and tried to bluff them. But this is a secret of our base. It can't be leaked. So, next, each of you will have to sign a confidentiality agreement. If you're unwilling, then don't blame me for being impolite. You already know about this, so if you don't keep it a secret, you'll be a hidden danger to the base. As a hidden danger, we must eliminate it sooner or later. After Yuan Tianqing finished speaking, a substantial killing intent seeped out of his body. He was trying to seal the mouths of all the survivors in the base, telling them the secret first and then letting them sign the agreement. He didn't want them to sign the agreement first and then listen to the secret. Yuan Tianqing's words let them know that they didn't have a choice. Either they die, or they believe in this base. Chapter 693. In the end, everyone could only sign the agreement. Yuan Tianqing retreated to the back, while Lin Qiao walked forward. You want to know why I'm the leader, right? Do you think that I'm not suitable to be your leader because I'm an outsider? Lin Qiao stood on the platform with her legs slightly crossed. Her hands were placed behind her back out of habit. She was wearing a black commander's uniform, a tailored military robe. There was a badge on her left chest, a seal on her shoulder, and a leather belt around her waist. Her knee-length skirt covered half of her long legs, and she was wearing a pair of military shoes. On her head was a black wide-brimmed military hat, and her long hair was tucked behind her ears. Her stern and cold face was revealed. Her whole body was showing a strong aura. She said, because, I'm stronger than you. I'm the one who saved you from the enemy. I'm the one who brought you here from thousands of miles away. I'm the one who built this base. I'm the one who gave you the conditions to survive. Speaking up to here, her cold eyes swept across everyone. It made everyone feel like they couldn't hide, as if they were being stared at by Lin Qiao. But, if you want to do something that will harm this base or harm everyone, I will not let it go. I will not tolerate it. Lin Qiao's cold voice echoed in everyone's heart. At the same time, they were suppressed by her aura and couldn't breathe. Suppressing the aura of a few thousand people was a piece of cake for Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao's words made everyone silent, because they couldn't refute at this moment. In this post-apocalyptic world, the strong were respected. However, not all the strong had to protect the weak. They could completely ignore it. And the weak could only rely on the strong to survive. They didn't have the right to question her. 1/3 of the base's wall has been built. According to the current speed, I believe it won't take long to finish. The cultivation base also has a bright future. So in the future, you don't have to worry about food and safety. But please follow the rules of this base. I don't expect you to contribute much to the base, but please protect it. Lin Qiao said faintly. Not long after, Mo Yen saw that his sneak attack was so easily resolved. He even let the female zombie show off in front of everyone in the base, which made him so angry that his teeth were itching. However, he wasn't a simple character in the past. If one move didn't work, then he would continue with the next. As long as the people in the base came out to collect supplies, he would let them out and they would never be able to go back. Although that was what he was thinking, Mo Yen waited for another half a month, but not a single person came out of the base. He thought strangely,
Are these people not coming out to collect resources? Just the daily necessities for a few thousand people would be enough for the first 2 months. It was January or February, and the weather was still very cold, and the wind was bone-chilling. Therefore, not to mention the fact that there were very few people in Universal Base, even the other bases had very few people coming out to gather resources and hunt zombies. During this period of time, Lin Qiao asked Yuan Tianqing to reorganize the accommodation of the people in the base. Except for the staff on the 5th floor, all the people in the Victoria Hotel were moved to the middle school dormitory. Just as Mo Yen was guarding the perimeter of Universal Base, trying to think of a way to stir up trouble, he suddenly saw the shadows of a few strangers appear. Then Mo Yen realized that these people were also here to investigate the situation of Universal Base, and they were from other bases. He quietly followed them, trying to figure out who they were. There were people from the West Cloud and Skyfire base, and there were also people from the North China base. The other group was the one that Mo Yen had fought off earlier. Qingshan base? How come he hadn't heard of this base before? Mo Yen and his men were all level 7 and 8 zombies. After hiding their presence, as long as they didn't get too close, they wouldn't be easily discovered. But when the living people from other bases got close, they were spotted by Lin Qiao and Qiu Lily. However, when Lin Qiao and his men discovered these suspicious people, Mo Yen felt like his prey was being watched. Mo Yen was a little angry. What are you looking at? This base was his target. The people and zombies here were also his targets. You people want to steal my target? Go away. Don't even think about it. In the end, before they could even get close to the zombie line of defense, they were suddenly killed by a zombie king that came out of nowhere. Ah, that annoying bastard is still waiting outside. Qiu Lily, Elmar, and the others' attention was immediately drawn when the scouts sent by the major bases were killed. When they looked, they saw that it was Mo Yan's zombie kings. Lin Qiao shrugged and said, "He's always outside." Others might not be able to sense the other's presence, but she could. Mo Yan may be able to hide himself, but his subordinates were level 1 and level 2. No matter how much they hid their presence, they couldn't hide from Lin Qiao's eyes. Ha! You know he's outside? What is he doing out there? Is he looking for a chance to cause trouble here? Qiu Lily looked at Lin Qiao in surprise, then puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. It was obvious that she really hated the zombie king. Lin Qiao was squatting in the field, flipping the sweet potato leaves and catching bugs while digging. Although it was a cold day and the plants were growing slowly, some of them were even dormant. However, the plants in Lin Qiao's field were different. They were watered by the energy of the lake every day, so they weren't afraid of the weather anymore. They were growing resolutely, and the sweet potatoes were still growing. And they were not small. Although Lin Qiao and the other zombies didn't eat them, the people in the base were eating happily. The weather was cold, and they were eating the sweet potatoes in their hands. It was fragrant, pink and sweet. It was just that the number of sweet potatoes that had grown was not much. I know. Wasn't he the one who spread the rumor that we were zombies? Lin Qiao placed a palm-sized sweet potato into the basket beside him. He said indifferently, "Ah, it was him. I thought those people found out by themselves." Qiu Lily was surprised, and then her face was filled with anger. This Mo Yen was really annoying. How could those people think of this? Even if they were curious about the 5th floor, they wouldn't suspect our identity. Lin Qiao smiled and continued, "He's waiting outside, probably waiting for someone from our base to come out. Then he would take the chance to take revenge on us." Humph. Despicable. Qiu Lily snorted. "You can't say that. All conspiracies are just strategies for a certain purpose." Lin Qiao smiled. It was just a tactic, she could use it too. For example, when they were fighting against Ground Dragon Base or Tsongyun Base, she would probably be more vicious and despicable than Mo Yen. Chapter 694. Oh. Qiu Lily seemed to understand, but her expression showed that she was not interested. But by doing this, he has helped us solve some small problems.
Lin Xiao smiled and dug out another sweet potato from the ground. That's true. Qiu Lily thought for a while and understood. It's almost time for us to rest. It's time to deal with Hidden Cloud City. Lin Xiao stood up and looked towards the west. Are you ready to move? Qiu Lily looked at her. Lin Xiao nodded, but we have to deal with the zombie emperor first. Oh yeah, I haven't asked you before, what's his name? Mo Yen. Qiu Lily was reluctant to say his name. Oh. Ha. Lin Xiao nodded after listening. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and he seemed to have thought of something. What's wrong? Qiu Lily looked at her curiously. Mo Yen. This name sounds familiar. Let me think. Lin Xiao frowned and thought for a while. Then her eyes lit up. Oh. It's him. No wonder his emotions were so strange. He seemed to be repulsed and afraid of humans. You know him? Qiu Lily looked at Lin Xiao in confusion and surprise. Not really, I just know about him. Lin Xiao shook her head. She said, in the second year of the apocalypse, the base in the northeast caught a metahuman with a special body. They used him as a test subject. Just like Lin Kuei, he was experimented on. But I heard that his situation was much worse than Lin Kuei's. His flesh was cut alive. Qiu Lily was shocked, and her eyes widened slightly. She opened her mouth. Cut. Flesh? Metahuman? Then he was a human at that time. Wasn't it very painful? He must have died from the pain. One could imagine the pain of a living person being used as a test subject and having his flesh cut off piece by piece. That kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could bear. We only knew about it later. After all, we were building our base at that time. We were in the south, and he was in the northeast. It was too far. But I heard that he died during the zombie tide. It was said that the base in the northeast was cutting his flesh while treating him to prevent him from dying. If it wasn't for the zombie tide, he might have had to endure the pain for a long time. Lin Xiao thought about it. At that time, this matter shocked many peoples. Why? Why did you cut off his flesh for research? Is his ability very special? Qiu Lily asked in confusion, but her mind was filled with the image of the handsome and devilish man being locked up in the laboratory and having the flesh of his hands and legs cut off by a knife. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. It must be very painful. I heard that his flesh and blood can allow metahumans to quickly level up. At that time, zombies were everywhere and humans were still very weak. Under such circumstances, everyone wants to increase their strength as soon as possible. Lin Xiao said. Qiu Lily fell silent. Humans were indeed too terrifying. Sometimes, a pitiful person will have a hateful side, and a hateful person will have a pitiful side. Anyone who was tortured like that would be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Also, you might not have noticed that Mo Yen didn't take the initiative to attack you before because he was afraid of humans. Lin Xiao said. You're saying that he was actually afraid of humans, that's why he stayed outside? I thought he was plotting something. Qiu Lily said and continued. He also eats humans. He even eats humans. What's wrong with him eating humans? He's a zombie now. It's normal for him to eat humans. After all, he used to be eaten by others. What's the difference between those people and the bandits now? Lin Xiao said without a care. Moreover, the zombie emperor didn't have that kind of foul and evil aura. The evil and evil aura on its body were very pure. It was a natural feeling, and didn't give off any evil aura. This made Lin Xiao feel a bit strange. The zombie emperor's aura was very contradictory. It was both good and evil. Qiu Lily looked at Lin Xiao strangely. You seem to be speaking for him, did I? Lin Xiao carried the basket back to the wooden hut. When he heard Qiu Lily say that he was speaking up for the zombie emperor, he looked back and said, I'm just sighing over what happened to him. I'm not speaking up for him. If he refuses to leave our base and still wants to cause trouble, I won't let him off either. Then he poses quite a threat to us outside the base, right? Why don't you just fight him and chase him away? Qiu Lily asked a question that she had always wanted to ask. Because I want to try and see if I can cooperate with him. Lin Xiao placed the basket on the empty space in front of the cabin and continued, We'll see. If we were to fight for real, I might not be his match. Then that day you looked very strong. Cho Lily looked at her blankly. Besides, didn't you kill Lu Zhuofeng who was level 8? Why can't they defeat the zombie emperor? That day, it was because the other party didn't understand me. I was just scaring him. I'm only a level 7 king. There's still a gap between my strength and that of a level 8. Moreover, the other party is lightning type. If he goes berserk, do you think he would just use a thunderstorm to flatten our base? Lu Zhuofeng died because he was tricked by me into the space. However, this method might not work on the zombie emperor. Zombies and humans have different characteristics. Perhaps I can trap him, but he might also burst my space. Lin Qiao said. She couldn't estimate the other party's true strength. Then you can trap him in your space. Cho Lily said. Lin Qiao shook her head. No. I don't have the time. If she wanted to trap the zombie emperor in her space, she would have to use her spiritual power to control it. How could she have the time? However, it was time for her to chase him away. Lin Qiao was prepared to go out and negotiate with the zombie emperor the next day, but he encountered a situation that night and was delayed. Little man had finally woken up after sleeping for more than a month. Mama, Lin Qiao, who was sitting in her mother's room and reading the documents in her hand, was stunned. She immediately looked down at her belly. She didn't say anything but asked in her mind, "Little man? You finally woke up?" Yes, little man woke up. But I feel like I slept for a long time. Little man's voice sounded very cheerful. Lin Qiao laughed in her mind. Of course, you slept for more than a month. Oh, but little man might really sleep for a long time in the future. Little man's mood became a bit down. Chapter 695. Lin Qiao asks in surprise, "Oh really? Mommy, I may have to sleep for a long time before I come out. But I haven't reached the maturation stage yet." Little man seems to be distressed. Lin Qiao senses her mood and asks blankly, "How long is a long time? What is the maturation stage you mentioned?" She had a strange premonition. Could it be the embryo forming stage of the fertilized egg? It's the maturation stage of a human being. Little man answers, "What's wrong? Is there anything else you can't handle?" Seeing that Lin Qiao is absent-minded, Mrs. Lin asks her curiously. As soon as Mrs. Lin finishes her words, everyone in the room looks at Lin Qiao. In addition to Mrs. Lin and Lu Jun, Lin Xiaolu, Tong Tong, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, and Cheng Wangxue are all eating sweet potatoes. The room is filled with the sweet smell of sweet potatoes. Oh, there is one more thing I need to deal with. But I may have to wait for 2 days. Lin Qiao doesn't tell them about little man or that the zombie emperor outside the base is still there. She gives a perfunctory reply. At the same time she asks in her mind, how long will it take to enter the maturation stage? Little man thought for a while and replied, I'm not sure, but I'll need to absorb energy again. But I don't know how long I'll need to sleep this time. Anyway, it'll definitely be longer than the last time. Longer than the last time? She has slept for more than 40 days this time. Will it be 2 or 3 months next time? And it will just enter the maturation stage. A normal person's baby would only take 2 months to form, but hers had already been a few months. It hasn't even matured yet. Well, she is a zombie. Babies can't be judged by common sense. Well, little man also says that she needs to sleep for a long time before she is born. Lin Qiao has a strange feeling that she is going to give birth to a Neza. At this time, little man suddenly asks, "What? Lingling and Dad aren't in our base?" Little man misses them a little. Lin Qiao replied strangely, "Of course they won't be in our base. They are in their own base." Little man was a little disappointed. "Oh, all right. Then when can little man see them?" Lin Qiao said. "When you come out in the future, you will be able to run and jump. You can meet anyone you want." Little man was a little unhappy. "But we still have to wait for a long time," Lin Qiao helplessly said. "Then you should quickly absorb the energy and go to sleep. It just so happens that I left an 8th grade energy core for you. How much can you absorb?" Little man's interest was immediately piqued by a level 8 Esper. "Ha! Are there any level 8 ones? So powerful. I don't know, little man can't eat too much right now, Lin Qiao said. Then I'll take you back to absorb it. With that, she stood up and said to the others in the room, I'll go back first. Okay, you can go back now. Mrs. Lin doesn't ask Lin Luoran to stay and just nods. However, her gaze swept over Lin Qiao's stomach and she didn't say anything. They asked Lin Qiao just now. Seeing that Lin Qiao's stomach was still flat after so many months, they couldn't help but be curious. They asked her to let Lin Hao check it when she has time. Speaking of Lin Hao, he is now busy in the research room with Lang Shentong. On one hand, he has to analyze the components of the antidote of Huaxia, and on the other hand, he has to cultivate a large number of viruses for Lin Qiao's blood. On the other hand, he has taken Lin Qiao's blood and Lin Kuei's blood to test other effects and so on. He has long forgotten about little man in Lin Qiao's stomach. After Lin Qiao entered the space, she asked little man, after you formed, the dangerous period is almost over, right? Little man asked doubtfully, dangerous period? What dangerous period? Lin Qiao said, you will be hurt if you don't touch me. Didn't you say that I can't do anything to other people now? Little man said, hey, in the future? It may be more dangerous than now, because little man needs to sleep, and when she absorbs energy, she can't protect herself. Lin Qiao was a little confused. What? It will be more dangerous in the future than now? Isn't this the opposite of humans? If that's the case, then she has to quickly get rid of Songyun base now. And from the looks of it, she doesn't know when the little guy in her stomach will be born. Anyway, it definitely can't be 10 months for a normal person. Lin Qiao walked to the side of the lake, and after releasing the black fog to cover herself, she took off her clothes and folded them on the shore. Then she walked into the lake and dived into the bottom. After gathering all the energy in the lake around her body, Lin Qiao then placed the energy core in her hand flat on her stomach. Feeling the energy of the lake water and the energy core rushing into her flat stomach, Lin Qiao sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake. In less than 2 days, Mo Yen didn't sense Lin Qiao's aura for the past 2 days, so he kept his guard up. But he didn't expect that he would be watching Songyun base. On the other side, a second batch of scouts from other major bases came. The number of teams on Songyun base's side wasn't small. 2 deputy leaders led a dozen rank 5 metahumans and 300 soldiers to the upper city near the border of West Lake District. These survivors from Hades King's base were actually able to build another base in Hangzhou Zombie City. How curious. Qi Hanhui, who was standing beside Wei Ming on the rooftop, looked in the direction of Songyun base. Wei Ming kept a straight face and didn't reply. It's been almost a month, but they still haven't found any traces of Lu Zhuofeng. No matter what, they didn't believe that a rank 8 metahuman would die so easily. But he didn't die, so where did he go? In the end, Wei Ming and Qi Hanhui brought people to search around, and at the same time, to find out the details of the new base in Hangzhou. But they didn't expect that they would lose contact with the team that was sent out 2 days ago. This made Wei Ming and Qi Hanhui notice that they might have encountered something. Tonight, I'll bring people to investigate the situation, Wei Ming said as he looked in the direction of Songyun base. That's fine. Among the people from Hades King's base, other than Yuan Tianqing who is a rank 6 metahuman, only Lin Feng is. Be careful, and there won't be too much trouble. Qi Hanhui nodded. When the sky turned dark, Wei Ming brought a dozen people and sneaked in the direction of Songyun base. When Lin Qiao sensed that there were people sneaking towards her base, Mo Yen had already taken the lead and blocked Wei Ming's approach. Rumble. Just as Wei Ming was driving 2 off-road vehicles with a dozen or so people in tow in the middle of the night, a rumbling sound rang out. Suddenly, a few thunderbolts flashed in the sky. The light of the lightning instantly lit up the entire sky. Wei Ming stuck his head out from the passenger seat to take a look. It's such a cold day. Why would there be a thunderstorm? Before he could finish his doubts, the thunder and lightning in the sky crackled again. Then, he saw a few bolts of purple lightning descending from the sky, blasting towards the position of his 2 cars. Chapter 696. Wei Ming's eyes widened and he was shocked. He shouted, "Dodge!" The driver also saw it and subconsciously turned the steering wheel. Bang dash, the car hit the guardrail on the side. Mo Yen, who was standing on the roof, saw Wei Ming hurriedly get out of the car. His eyes were extremely cold. Wei Ming, who felt the strong killing intent, immediately looked towards Mo Yan's direction. He could only see the trees in the darkness around him. Deputy leader in front. At this time, one of Wei Ming's subordinates suddenly said. Wei Ming turned his head and saw a figure standing in the middle of the road 100 meters ahead. Just when he looked over, the figure moved and slowly walked towards him. However, as soon as he moved, several silhouettes flashed out from the surroundings and quietly landed behind him, following him as he walked over. Wei Ming's side was vigilantly holding his gun and staring at the group of figures that suddenly appeared in front of him. When they saw the dark circles under the eyes of the group of people that came over, and the pairs of pitch-black eyes that flickered with various colors, they all tensed up. It's a zombie. Wei Ming looked at the zombies in front of him and suddenly felt depressed. He was shocked. Not good. It's a king zombie. And a few of them. Retreat. Wei Ming decisively turned around and shouted. Then he flashed and was ready to escape. As soon as he gave the order, his subordinates immediately understood what he meant. One by one, they turned around and ran. Even their boss was scared away. Of course they had to run too. But after Wei Ming turned around and flashed for less than 10 meters, the figure in front of the zombies also flashed and quickly appeared in front of Wei Ming. Wei Ming had no choice but to stop moving. The surrounding was dark. Wei Ming could clearly feel the existence of the opponent, but he couldn't see the face of the opponent. And just now when he was in front of him with the car lights, he only had a rough look. But this zombie's cold killing intent was too obvious. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Now that he was facing the opponent at such a close distance, Wei Ming felt that the opponent's killing intent was directed at him. After having this thought, Wei Ming's body tensed up. He took a step back and condensed 2 big fireballs in his hands. The fireball's light illuminated the surrounding environment. At this time, Wei Ming finally saw the face of the zombie in front of him. Half of his pale face was covered with veins, and his purplish lips were tightly pursed into a line. His pitch-black eyes, which flickered with purple light, had no warmth at all. Instead, they were filled with killing intent. But the strange thing was, Wei Ming actually saw hatred in them. He was a little confused. Why could he see hatred? This was the first time he met this zombie, and he didn't seem to have offended him before. But no matter what kind of hatred it was, he didn't care. Because the opponent was a zombie. He threw the fireball in his hand and quickly retreated. Rumble. Mo Yen casually waved his hand and a few lightning bolts struck down at the same time. The 2 fireballs that were flying towards him were shattered in an instant. Another bolt of lightning chased after Wei Ming's retreating figure. This bolt of lightning struck down in an instant. Wei Ming, who was retreating, didn't have time to dodge. He had no choice but to activate all the abilities in his body to form a protective shield. Bang! However, the opponent's lightning still managed to blast open his energy barrier, sending Wei Ming flying. With a bang, he hit the ground on the side. They were currently on a small hillside. Because this was the outskirts, the surroundings were barren. After Wei Ming hit the ground, his entire body was in so much pain that his reaction speed was a lot slower. At this time, Mo Yen waved his hand and threw another 2 small bolts of lightning at Wei Ming's legs. Ah! Wei Ming screamed. Both his legs were broken by the lightning. Mo Yen flashed and appeared next to him. He looked at Wei Ming and saw that he hadn't changed much from a few years ago. He squatted down and reached out to search for something on his body. When Mo Yen came closer, Wei Ming finally reacted. He didn't care about the pain on his legs. He raised his hand and formed a ball of lightning, then threw it towards Mo Yen. Mo Yen calmly turned around and immediately flashed to another direction. At the same time he kicked out. Gotcha! Wei Ming's hand was immediately broken by the kick. Ah! Wei Ming screamed again. The facial features on his face twisted into a hideous frown. He could see that this zombie didn't want to kill him immediately. Was it going to torture him? Why?
Moreover, this zombie was at least a level 2 king. Wei Ming already knew that he couldn't escape. Death was so close to him, but Wei Ming wasn't afraid. This was because he had dealt with death many times. Whether it was the gangsters before the apocalypse or the zombies after the apocalypse. But what was this zombie king looking for on his body? The injury on his legs and the broken hand made Wei Ming lose his mind. However, when he felt Mo Yen searching his body, he was at a loss. Soon, Mo Yen found a flashlight, paper, and pen on his body. He then turned on the flashlight and bit it in his mouth. Then, he used his hand to write on the paper. Wei Ming was shocked when he saw the zombie writing. He saw the zombie writing? Was he hallucinating? Wei Ming suspected that he was seeing things. Maybe the pain on his body made him hallucinate. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He saw that the zombie had finished writing and placed the words in front of him. He even took the flashlight out of his mouth and shone it on the paper. Wei Ming's eyes widened when he saw what was written. Do you know how it feels to have your flesh cut off by a knife? After Wei Ming opened his eyes wide, he suddenly revealed a terrified expression. He raised his head and stared at Mo Yan's blurry face in fear. You! Wei Ming shouted at Mo Yan with a panicked expression, but he couldn't say anything. At this moment, Mo Yan pulled out a short military knife from his leg. The cold metallic gleam flashed across. No. Impossible. You're not Mo Yan. He's dead. He's already dead. Wei Ming suddenly became spirited. He twisted his body and wanted to retreat. However, his legs couldn't move, and he could only move one of his hands. Mo Yan's military knife turned nimbly and was held in his hand. Then he slashed at Wei Ming's arm. Ah! Hi! As for Wei Ming's other team members, they were quickly killed by the other zombie kings. By the time Wei Ming died, the flesh on his body had already been sliced into a bloody mess by Mo Yan. A large amount of blood seeped into the ground where he lay, and the ground around him was covered with pieces of fresh meat. Mo Yan stood up, smelling the sweet smell of blood in the air with an intoxicated expression. Only then did he turn around and leave. Chapter 697. Lin Xiao came over because of the smell of blood, and looked at the corpse that had its flesh cut off. Only the head was intact. That twisted expression showed that the person had died from the pain. However, the heart and energy core were not dug out. It was just a one-sided torture. Lin Xiao sensed Mo Yan's aura, and looked down at the corpse on the ground. She waved her claws. Puff! The head of the well-preserved corpse was cut open by Lin Xiao. She put away the level 6 energy core. This time, Little Man had been absorbing energy for 2 days, and she was absorbing more and more energy. Lu Zhuofeng's level 8 energy core was absorbed by her by 30%. This was equivalent to the energy core of a level 5 arcanist. The remaining 70% was completely absorbed by Lin Xiao. However, her rank did not show any signs of loosening. In other words, she had not reached the point where she could break through to Zombie Emperor. Little Man fell into a deep sleep again. After coming out of the space, Lin Xiao smelled a strong smell of blood coming from afar. Thus, she followed the smell, and when she saw the blood and flesh on the ground, she understood why the smell was so strong. Why did Mo Yan kill this person? Lin Xiao looked at the twisted face of the corpse, and realized that she did not know this person. Holding the zombie core, Lin Xiao found the car that was abandoned by these people. Mo Yan would not be interested in the things in the car. Lin Xiao just wanted to know which base this group of people were from. He took out a few weapons from the car and filled the fuel tank with fuel. There was a serious shortage of gas in the post-apocalyptic world, and she could not waste any. However, the things in the car were too clean, and there was nothing that could identify these people. Lin Xiao jumped on the roof, and after thinking for a while, she followed Mo Yan's aura. Mo Yan's entire body was surging with killing intent. The moment he recognized Wei Ming, he did not want him to die so easily. He had been cut off piece by piece for a long time. He did not want to kill him so quickly. However, Wei Ming's painful and mournful screams made him excited, and he could not stop his actions. Every time he cut off a piece of meat, he would bring it to Wei Ming for him to seethe.
Wei Ming felt the physical pain as well as the mental devastation. Soon, he fainted. However, Mo Yen immediately woke him up and continued to cut. He turned a blind eye to Wei Ming's desperate pleas for death. In the end, even after Wei Ming died from the pain and breathed his last, he still didn't stop. He only stopped when all the flesh on the corpse was shaved off. He is a zombie. The smell of flesh and blood of living people is sweet and delicious to him. However, he was only willing to eat the heart. He wouldn't eat meat or blood. However, he had no interest in digging out Wei Ming's heart. After seeing him die, Mo Yen turned and left. He didn't even bother to dig up the energy core. That was why Lin Qiao, who came later, benefited. After Lin Qiao left, it didn't take long for some carnivores, insects, and birds to be attracted. They devoured Wei Ming's corpse and flesh. Mo Yan's blood qi and baleful aura returned to a place a dozen or so kilometers away from the base before stopping. There were a dozen zombies following behind him. Being affected by his aura, the surrounding zombie kings unconsciously distanced themselves from him. Lin Qiao didn't take long to sneak back and began to approach the level 5 female zombie that was furthest away from Mo Yen. There was a zombie emperor and a dozen zombie kings, but this area was very quiet. It wasn't until the female zombie suddenly disappeared that Mo Yan's expression froze and he quickly turned around. Roar! When he saw that the level 5 female zombie's position was empty, he became angry. However, before he could calm down from his anger, he saw another rank 1 king's zombie subordinate disappear. Roar! Come out! Mo Yen gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing this scene, he knew that it was that despicable female zombie. Oh, I can tell. Lin Qiao directly appeared and smiled at him. As soon as she appeared, a boom. Lightning struck down towards her head. Lin Qiao flashed and appeared on the other side. Can you talk properly? If not, I will continue to take in your subordinates. It was a direct threat. Roar! Mo Yan's expression was very ferocious. His body was still filled with killing intent. He stared at her fiercely. He had no choice. He couldn't find a way to deal with this female zombie's invisibility and spatial abilities. So when she said that she could take in his subordinates, it meant that she could really take them all. She was only a level 7 king, but not only could she easily dodge his attack, she was also very cunning. The person you killed just now, does he have a grudge against you? Which base is he from? Lin Qiao calmly stood 10 meters away from Mo Yen and asked him. Mo Yen stared at her, but didn't say anything. Lin Qiao flashed again and disappeared. As soon as she disappeared, the surrounding zombie kings all tensed up. But they still couldn't stop Lin Qiao from suddenly grabbing him by the neck and throwing him into the space. Seeing another level 1 king disappear in front of him, Mo Yen gritted his teeth. Roar! It's from the west. After he roared, he turned his head and looked around vigilantly. West. Songyun base or Skyfire base? Lin Qiao reappeared, rubbing her chin. Roar! Let my people go. At this time, Mo Yen roared at her, the purple light in his eyes flashing. He looked like he wanted to bite Lin Qiao, but there was no killing intent. Speak. You've been waiting outside my base, looking for an opportunity to cause trouble, right? Lin Qiao didn't release the zombie she just captured. She wasn't curious about the person who was killed. If it was from the west, then it was either Songyun base or Skyfire base. She would send people out to investigate and find out who they were. The one who was killed was a level 6 adept, not a small fry in an ordinary base. Mo Yan's eyes flashed, but he just stared at Lin Qiao without saying a word. This female zombie could sense him, so it wasn't surprising that she could guess his intentions. Let's get out of here. We've been minding our own business. My people and I haven't done anything to offend you, so why do you keep staring at us? Or do you want me to take all your people away? Lin Qiao said as she glanced at the other king zombies. Being glanced at by her, the other zombies subconsciously stepped back a little. Roar! Then let my people go first. Mo Yen roared at her with his teeth bared. He was very angry in his heart. Her attack power was weaker than his, but her overall strength was about the same as his. If they fought, he wouldn't be able to kill her. Just that hateful space alone was enough to make him irritated. Chapter 698. That won't do. Do you think I'm stupid? Will you really leave if I let your people go? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at him. She took in these 3 zombies just to make him more cautious. Whether or not he would return them would depend on her mood. The first time you came to my base, I already let you go. Do you want to do it a second or third time? If you don't leave, I will take in your 5 level 2 kings as well. Lin Xiao stared at Mo Yen and sneered. She was not the kind of person who liked to be taken advantage of, but the other party was not easy to deal with either. That was why she took 6 level first kings as spoils of war. If the other party wanted to send more, she would not mind taking them. Although Lin Xiao did not want to anger Mo Yen, she did not want to let him bully her either. Mo Yen stared at her, his purple lips forming a straight line. He did not make a sound, but his eyes were filled with ferocity. Thinking about the purpose of his appearance, he hesitated. This time, he wanted to go north. His destination was the Black Dragon's base in the northeast. He would not forget what happened a few years ago. Most of the people who died in that zombie wave were normal people. As for those who had eaten his flesh, there were still quite a few who were living freely and at ease. When he passed by here, he met Qiu Lily and the other 2 to expand his forces. He did not expect that he would fall into the hands of this strange female zombie. However, he unexpectedly met Wei Ming, his enemy. After killing him, Mo Yen had already taken half of his revenge. Seeing that this female zombie wanted to take in his carefully trained subordinates, Mo Yen began to feel fear. After staying silent for a while, he roared, "Roar! Return all my subordinates to me, and I will take them far away." "Oh, no way. The ones from last time are already my spoils of war. Do you think that my base doesn't have to pay the price for messing with us?" Lin Xiao shook her head. "At most, I will return the 3 you took." She continued. Mo Yan's eyes flashed. His face was filled with killing intent. "Roar, are you not afraid that I will destroy your base that is not even finished yet?" Lin Xiao smiled, the corner of her mouth curled up. However, there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. Instead, they were overflowing with the same killing intent. "Then try it, even if I can't kill you. But I can also exhaust you to death," she said with a faint smile. It wasn't that she was overly conceited, but when she really put her life on the line, she would not show any weakness. Mo Yen stared at her, weighing in his heart. It seemed that he would not be able to get those 6 rank first kings back. "Roar! Then release the 3 from just now." Lin Xiao's body flashed, and when he reappeared, the 3 zombies were all at a loss. However, he quickly realized that they were in front of him again, so he immediately moved away from Lin Xiao. "Goodbye," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Mo Yen stared at her silently for a few seconds before turning around and disappearing into the darkness. As soon as he left, the other zombie kings and the level 5 female zombie also quickly left. Lin Xiao stood on the spot, sensing their departure. It was not until an hour later that she turned around and returned to the base. The other party left easily, but Lin Xiao knew that he would not come back for the time being. As for whether he would come back in the future, it would depend on when he could kill all the people in the Black Dragon base who had eaten his flesh and drank his blood. When this brat was done with his revenge, then he would have the leisure to find trouble with her. Lin Xiao felt that she had to quickly level up. Although she was not very afraid of the other party now, if they were to really fight, she would not be able to do anything. However, even though she had absorbed 70% of Lu Zhuofeng's rank 8 ability core, she still could not feel the bottleneck. Did she need to absorb more energy? When they returned to the base, Qiu Lily ran over. "He left." Lin Xiao nodded. "He has more things to do, and wasting time here is just a waste of time. At least he can't touch us for the time being." "Oh," Qiu Lily nodded. "It's good that he left." "Humph, he won't come back, right?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "Who knows?" The next day, Lin Xiao held a management meeting and proposed to bring some people to deal with Songyun base in 3 days. Tianxing will still stay in the base to build the wall. "This is the list of people I want to bring. Take a look and see if there are any problems." Lin Xiao distributed the list of people to be brought out. The list included Li Zhang, Xie Dong, Duan Wan, and a few other team members. In addition to these people, there were also 6 level 1 king level beasts that Lin Kuei and Mo Yen had snatched, as well as some other people. "You want to bring one out?"
Yuan Tianxing was slightly surprised when he saw Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying on the list. Yes, that's right. I have always wanted to bring her out of the base to do missions, but it seems that there has never been a chance. This time, I will bring her out personally. Lin Qiao nodded and said, She won't be a burden, right? And you seem to have brought too few people? Lin Feng frowned and said, I won't expect much from her the first time, but at least I will let her know how to protect herself. I have brought a lot of people, Lin Kuei and 6 level 1 king level beasts, that is enough. The rest of you can stay and guard the base. Lin Qiao said, Are you going to leave us here again? No, I want to go with you too. Leave Elmar here. Zhou Lily looked at the list and realized that she and Elmar were not on it. Even number 1 to number 7 Geezer Gua was left in the base to guard the base. Hey, why should I stay? You should be the one staying. You went last time, it should be my turn now. Elmar was immediately displeased when she heard that Zhou Lily wanted her to stay. Why are you going? You are not as strong as me. Zhou Lily sat on the chair and flipped her hair while looking at her. Since you are strong, then you should stay and guard the base. Don't go. After all, if Big Sister leaves, there should be a level 2 king level beast here to guard the base. Otherwise, what if number 1, number 7, and the others rebel? Elmar glared at her and snorted, refusing to back down. They didn't know, and they didn't feel anything. As long as Lin Qiao gave the order, those zombies that were modified by her virus, no matter how high their levels were, would not disobey her orders. Okay, then let's take turns. To be fair, Lily followed me to the Hell King's base last time, so this time, Elmar will go with me, Lin Qiao said. Yeah. Elmar immediately made a face at Zhou Lily happily and smiled proudly. Zhou Lily glared at her angrily, but since Lin Qiao had spoken, she had nothing else to say. Chapter 699. Lin Qiao looked at the two of them. Neither of them were very mature. But Elmar was more mature than Zhou Lily when she got serious. Zhou Lily was more suited for long-range attacks. But this time, Lin Qiao decided to let Elmar go because she could turn invisible just like her. It was a good assassination skill. Lin Qiao would be the one to do the long-range attacks. Zhou Lily, you just need to pay attention to the discipline of the other high-level zombies and the situation of Wu Shan's plantation. You have been out there for a long time, so just bear with it. Lin Qiao said to Zhou Lily. Oh. Zhou Lily replied reluctantly. Lin Qiao turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, take some people out to collect some daily necessities. As long as it's useful, bring it back. Bring it all back. Understood. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Qiao in surprise after receiving the mission. Huh? I'm going too? You've been training for so long, it's time to check it out. There's a difference between training in the base and actual combat outside. Don't you want to know your results? Lin Qiao said. After all, there was no room for improvement without the sense of danger. Although Lin Wenwen's stamina had improved a lot, and her combat skills and reaction speed had improved a lot, her ability to adapt was still limited. However, her adaptability was still somewhat limited, and she had only trained for a few months. Is there a problem? Lin Qiao looked at her and asked. Lin Wenwen looked back at her, then turned to look at her master Long Qingying. Long Qingying looked back at her, but didn't say anything. That's good. Get ready, we'll leave in 3 days. Lin Qiao nodded and left with Duan Wan. This time, Lin Wenwen didn't hesitate too much. She didn't want to be in the same place as Yuan Tianxing and reject the mission. She needed to grow and become stronger. But her ability was only spatial, and she didn't have any offensive abilities. So she needed to increase her physical attack power. How do you think my sister is going to deal with Hidden Cloud City? Can we deal with hundreds of thousands of people? Lin Wenwen closed the door and asked Long Qingying. Hundreds of thousands of people are just ordinary people. Don't worry, I think the leader's target should be the managers of the Zongyun base. As long as Lu Zhuofeng isn't here, no one else is a match for our leader. Long Qingying was very confident in Lin Qiao's. Lin Wenwen nodded. That's true. I was thinking too much. You agreed quite straightforwardly this time. You're going so far away, and you won't be back so soon. You can't bear to see your brother Tianxing anymore?
Long Qingying looked at her expressionlessly, but her words carried a hint of mockery. Lin Wenwen fell silent. After a while he said slowly, "He still has my sister in his heart. Haven't you noticed that ever since he found out that my sister is still alive, his eyes have always been on my sister? I didn't expect him to turn around and look at me, but if I wanted to stand by his side, I needed a suitable identity. I want to help my sister manage the base with him, so I have to use my own ability to climb up to the position of manager. With your current speed, it might be very slow," Long Qingying said. "It's okay, I won't give up no matter how long it takes." Lin Wenwen smiled slightly, her eyes shining with some kind of stubborn light. Long Qingying's face was still expressionless. She looked at her expressionlessly, but in her heart she sighed. Then she didn't say anything else. On the other side, Duanwan knew what kind of person Lin Wenwen was in the past. She followed behind Lin Qiao worriedly and asked, "Miss Wenwen is going too, is it really okay?" Although she has changed a lot now. But the eldest miss was still the eldest miss. Although her princess disease had been cured, she would still be willful. In the past, even when the eldest miss asked her to follow on a mission to store food, she would also send a team of people to protect her. But in the current situation, they clearly didn't have many people, but they still had to be distracted to protect her? Her views have changed a lot now. If she wants to become stronger, I will give her a chance. If she can't get past this, then what confidence does she have to make Yuan Tianqing look at her again? Lin Qiao smiled faintly. 3 days later, early in the morning, Lin Qiao left the base with a few vehicles. As part of the intelligence investigation team, Li Zhang and the others drove an off-road vehicle to the front early in the morning. However, not long after they left, Lin Qiao found some people appearing in the West Lake district near the upper city. In a flash, she appeared on the roof of Li Zhang and the others' car. "Stop." Li Zhang and the others stopped the car. They poked their heads out of the car and saw Lin Qiao lightly jump down from the roof. "Li Zhang, take some people to investigate and see who is there." Lin Qiao stared in that direction and said, "Yes." Li Zhang immediately got down from the car with his people. They sneaked into the forest by the roadside and went in the direction that Lin Qiao pointed. Lin Qiao turned around and returned to the front of the car. Duan Wan and Xie Dong stood in front of the car and looked at her. Neither of them asked anything. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying, who were on the roof, also got down from the car. "What's wrong?" Lin Wenwen glanced at Lin Qiao. It seemed that they had temporarily stopped. "There's something up ahead. Let's wait for Li Zhang and the others to come back. We'll stop for now." Lin Qiao looked in the direction that Li Zhang and the others left in. Those people were not far away. They were only 2 or 3 kilometers away. The strongest ability on the other side was only rank 6. The others were all rank 4 or 5 ability users. They could not sense where Lin Qiao was. Not long after, Li Zhang and the others quietly returned. "It's the people from Hidden Cloud City. Deputy Leader Qi Hanhui and more than 200 people. There are about a dozen level 5 arcanists and about 30 level 4 arcanists." Li Zhang reported the rough information he had gathered to Lin Qiao. "Qi Hanhui? Is there anything else?" Lin Qiao touched her chin and asked. "They seem to have sent someone out to scout for information. It seems that they are waiting for the people who came out to meet up with them." Li Zhang said. "They only observed from afar and did not get too close. They could only identify the identity of the other party and judge the general situation." "Waiting for someone? Scout." Lin Qiao crossed her left hand in front of her chest and put her right elbow on the back of her left hand. She touched her chin with her right hand and thought for a while. "They should be coming for us. Several groups came in the past 2 days. But not all of them are from Hidden Cloud City," Lin Qiao said softly. She remembered that the person that Mo Yen killed was from the west. So it should be Hidden Cloud City. But one of the 2 rank 6 ability users was already dead. They also brought 200 to 300 people. It was obvious that they were not here to scout for information. They were probably here to find Lu Zhuofeng. Chapter 700. Did you guys alert them? Lin Qiao looked up at Li Zhang and asked. "No, we were scouting from afar. Li Zhang shook his head. Only 200 to 300 people, a level 6 metahuman. Wenwen, Qingqing, you two come with me to take care of them. The rest of you, follow me. Lin Qiao pondered for a moment, then immediately turned around and called Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying. Following them meant to let them walk slowly, and wait for them to settle the matter before coming back. Lin Qiao's figure flashed into the forest at the side. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying did not say anything and immediately followed. Long Qingying was wearing a black trench coat, with her samurai sword still hanging on her waist. Lin Wenwen was wearing a camouflage uniform, a hat, and short military shoes. He followed behind Long Qingying, moving nimbly through the forest. There was not a trace of impatience on his face because of the difficult terrain to walk on. Qi Hanhui and the others were waiting for Wei Ming's information, but they did not know that Wei Ming had been killed a few days ago. And now, the person who killed them was heading towards them, but they had no idea. The two of you wait here. If you see any deserters coming this way, kill them. Don't hold back. Lin Qiao brought Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying to hide 800 to 900 meters away from Qi Hanhui, then passed the binoculars in his hand to Lin Wenwen. She looked at Lin Wenwen and asked seriously, "Can you do it?" Lin Wenwen took the binoculars and looked at her, then at the direction that Lin Qiao pointed out. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "I can do it," she said. Killing this was the first time. But she would not retreat. "That's good." Lin Qiao nodded, then stood up and disappeared in front of the two. 900 meters away, Qi Hanhui and the others stayed in a factory. The car parked in the open space in front of the factory. "It's been 4 days. I don't know if Vice Leader Wei has found out anything about the base." Qi Hanhui's assistant stood beside him and handed him a bottle of water. "A group of defeated soldiers from Hades King's base. What can they do? Building a base in Hangzhou City. I think it's all fake. The density of the zombies here is much higher than the West Lake." Qi Hanhui took the water with a nonchalant face, unscrewed it, and poured 2 mouthfuls into his mouth. "But the people we sent last time haven't come back. Or did Vice Leader Wei encounter him?" The assistant asked curiously. "Probably. I don't know what's going on with the leader and the others. He even asked us to come and find out more about this base. What was there to be clear about? It's not dangerous to our base." Qi Hanhui clearly had some doubts about the instructions given by his superior. "That's true," the assistant agreed. Of the 200 to 300 people, except for a dozen who were standing guard outside, the rest were lazing around in the factory on the second floor. The surrounding zombies were all cleared out, leaving an empty space in front of the factory. The factory's electric gate was closed, blocking the ordinary zombies outside. A bunch of clumsy ordinary zombies were blocked outside, and the soldiers guarding around didn't shoot them. They were on guard against level 2 or 3 zombies, and even level 4 or 5 zombies, so they didn't want to waste their bullets on these ordinary zombies. A transparent figure jumped over the top of the guard room next to the door, and then landed on the empty space in front of the factory. Lin Qiao walked towards the stairs as if nothing had happened, and there were 2 soldiers guarding the stairs. "It's freezing. When can we go back? We've been out for a month." "Shoo, lower your voice. If the vice leader hears you, you'll be in trouble." "Don't say it, my heart is too stifled." The 2 of them whispered, but they didn't know that an intruder had already passed between them and walked up the stairs. Lin Qiao went up to the second floor and directly entered the factory's office. She saw the level 6 paranormal and the level 5 paranormal standing by the window, looking out. The cold wind didn't affect them at all. The others in the office were sitting on the floor, hugging their guns and huddling together against the wall or the table. The weather was cold, and when they sat down, they didn't want to move, and even stretching their legs felt cold. Most of them were leaning against each other to warm themselves. Lin Qiao avoided the people sitting on the floor, and walked to the side of the level 6 paranormal. She suddenly raised her palm, and slapped the back of the paranormal. When she slapped the body of the paranormal, she revealed herself. Puff! Chi! Black flames burst out from under her palm. "Ah!" Qi Hanhui screamed, waking everyone up. When they looked up at Qi Hanhui's position, they only saw a black flaming man rapidly disappearing and shrinking. The assistant subconsciously retreated to the side, but he was too shocked to react. "Who's there?" Everyone saw the position where Qi Hanhui was standing, and a strange woman appeared next to him. It was this woman who attacked their vice leader. Bang! bang, bang. Everyone reacted and immediately fired at Lin Qiao's position. At this time, Qi Hanhui fell to the ground, his body wrapped in black flames. Except for the scream just now, there was no other movement. After he fell, the black flames on his body spread along the wall and the ground. When they opened fire, Lin Qiao dodged the bullets. At the same time, she waved her hand, controlling the flames to suddenly expand, instantly filling the entire office with darkness. Their strongest level 6 paranormal was killed in the blink of an eye. The people who reacted quickly and retreated from the office desperately tried to escape. Retreat! 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 Scatter and escape! The people who escaped shouted in panic, and quickly rushed downstairs towards the location of the car. Lin Qiao just stood by the window, waved her hand, and the darkness in the office immediately rushed out of the building, twisting its body in midair like a black snake, and rushed down to the car below. Lin Qiao controlled the flames to be divided into several smaller waves, avoiding the car and directly hitting the bodies of those people. Puff! Hoo! Ah! Once the flames touched the bodies of these people, they immediately expanded and quickly wrapped them inside. Then, except for a scream, nothing was left. Not long after, the factory immediately fell into a ball of black flames, and the zombies that were originally crowded at the entrance had already turned around and fled when Lin Qiao appeared in the office on the second floor. Lin Qiao turned her head to look at the others who were still alive, and they split into several groups and ran to different places. She flashed, and then a few figures appeared beside her. Over there, and over there. Split up. Don't let any fish escape. Lin Qiao pointed in 3 directions for them to chase, and she went in the direction of Lin Wenwen and the other person. 3 fish swam in that direction. They were just ordinary people. What would Lin Wenwen do? Chapter 701. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying hid in a nearby house and soon saw the 3 men running towards them in a panic. They were all ordinary people with guns in their hands. Their attention was focused on avoiding the zombies around them and the situation behind them. Before Long Qingying said anything, Lin Wenwen had already raised her rifle and aimed at one of them. She took a deep breath, but her heart was beating fast. She told herself that these people were from Hidden Cloud City and they were their enemies. If they hadn't helped Earth Dragon Base, then Hades Base wouldn't have lost so many people and they wouldn't have been forced to escape. Her elder sister wouldn't have exploded her energy core and turned into another person like this. Even her elder brother was seriously injured and almost died at that time. As she thought about it, a wave of resentment rose in Lin Wenwen's heart. She aimed at the 3 men with killing intent in her eyes. She looked at the 3 men getting closer and closer to them. Shoot! At this time, Long Qingying suddenly said. She knew that Lin Wenwen had already mentally prepared herself. Bang dash! Lin Wenwen finally pulled the trigger and the bullet flew out. The 2 of them had Lin Qiao's grass ball on them, so the surrounding zombies didn't dare to come close and they hid safely. But the 3 men who escaped were different. They had to pay attention to the zombies around them and be alert to whether Lin Qiao would chase them or not. In the end, they didn't notice Lin Wenwen's killing intent at all. After the gunshot, one of them fell down. Continue. Don't stop. Long Qingying stood behind her and said sternly. Lin Wenwen aimed at the other 2 men. The other 2 panicked when their companion was suddenly shot and fell down. One of them immediately ran to the side of the person who was shot, and while shooting at the surrounding zombies, he dragged him to the side of the house to hide. The other one directly turned around and ran away, leaving the person who was shot and the other person behind. In this kind of situation, bringing along a wounded person was obviously a burden. He didn't want to die here. But before he could run a few meters, he was immediately shot in the leg. When he fell to the ground, a zombie suddenly rushed out and pounced on him. A scream came from afar. On the other side, the man who dragged his companion to hide also had to take care of his companion while guarding against the enemies and zombies hiding in the dark. In the end, he was knocked down by a level 2 zombie that jumped down from the roof. The scream stopped after a while, and Long Qingying and Lin Wenwen walked out of the house. Lin Wenwen pursed his lips tightly, but his eyes were clear and calm. His expression did not change. Your spear skills are pretty good. At that moment, Lin Qiao suddenly appeared beside them. Lin Wenwen's previous 2 shots, although did not hit the target's vital parts,
But in this environment where zombies were everywhere, it was impossible to kill them. If an ordinary person was injured and bled, they would not be far from death. Even if they could temporarily find a place to hide, the smell of blood would only attract a large number of zombies outside. So in the end, they would either rush out and be bitten to death by zombies, or starve to death or die from injuries. In the past, Lin Wenwen had only been shooting at objects. Now he could hit 2 shots at a freely moving target, which was already very good. Lin Wenwen gritted his teeth and said, "They deserve to die. Yes, I will let them be buried with our Pluto." Lin Qiao nodded and said calmly. Her base had been destroyed. How could she tolerate the people who destroyed her base living well? "Let's go." Lin Qiao turned around and left with the 2 of them. "How do you feel?" Long Qingying walked beside Lin Wenwen and asked. "I'm fine." Lin Wenwen shook her head. Although it was her first time killing someone, it might be because she had seen too many deaths when Pluto was breached. She didn't care whether she killed people or not. Thinking of the artillery, war and abilities that Long Yubai brought half a year ago, what was left was blood, broken limbs, corpses, ruins, smoke, the destruction of her family. Therefore it was just killing 2 people. Lin Wenwen easily accepted it. "It's good that you're fine." Long Qingying nodded. The 3 of them quickly returned to the front of the convoy, and Lin Qiao ordered, "Let's go." On the other side of Haiqing, Wu Chengyue sat in front of his desk looking at some documents. It was already February and the Spring Festival was coming soon. Although everyone only cared about survival after the end of the world and no longer cared about festivals. But the Spring Festival was still maintained. Every year during the Spring Festival, the major bases would take out twice the amount of food and clothes from the warehouse. Not to mention anything else, as long as they had enough to eat and wear. But the number of people in each district had to be recounted before the supplies would be distributed according to each person's position and contribution to the base. Wu Chengyue was looking at the list of supplies for each district that Xiao Yunlong had prepared. If there were no problems, he would stamp it and go to Zhou Shihui to get the supplies. Leader, Miss Lu brought people out of the base again. Xiao Liqing came in at this time. At this time, his arcana level had broken through to level 6, but his aura still looked calm. Wu Chengyue looked up and asked curiously, "Where is she going? Why is she going out at this time? Isn't it almost the Spring Festival?" Then he frowned. "If she goes out now, when will she come back?" According to the news from the Universal Base, she went to deal with Zongyun Base. And she didn't bring many people with her. It seems that she won't be back in a short time. Xiao Liqing looked at him and said, "She just drove away the zombie emperor, and now she's going to attack Zongyun City?" Although Lu Zhuofeng is no longer there, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Zongyun City and tens of thousands of ability users. How many people did she bring? Wu Chengyue thought about it and asked. She didn't bring many people, less than 100 people. As for zombies, I'm not sure. Xiao Liqing looked at the report in his hand and said, because they all knew how many zombies were hidden in her space. Then pay attention to her situation along the way, and pay more attention to Zongyun City. Although Wu Chengyue felt that it wasn't appropriate for the female zombie to go at this time, he didn't say anything. But he and Xiao Liqing knew that Zongyun City wouldn't have a good time this year. Even if they could, it was another matter. Don't we need to help? Xiao Liqing looked at him and said hesitantly, "Do you think she needs it?" Wu Chengyue raised his eyelids and glanced at him. But she's going to deal with a survivor base. And she doesn't even have a weapon. Xiao Liqing said uncertainly. Weapon? Did you forget what her biggest weapon is? Wu Chengyue smiled and looked down at the work in his hand. After knowing her for so long, he wasn't worried about the female zombie's strength at all. He had suffered a few losses in her hands. How could anyone else be able to get away with it? Chapter 702. Wu Yueling, who was sitting on the side, seemed to have heard her dad mention the zombie mama. She immediately threw away the doll in her hand and slid off the sofa, then ran to Wu Chengyue's side. Wu Yueling's small hand held Wu Chengyue's leg and looked up at him. What's wrong? Wu Chengyue tilted his head to look at her and saw that her pure eyes were shining. He couldn't help but smile.
This child was quite sensitive to the female zombie. As long as the topic about her was heard by this child, she would immediately react. Seeing Wu Chungyue speak, Wu Yueling just looked at him with her big eyes full of expectation. When she comes back, we'll go find her, okay? Wu Chungyue smiled and said to her. As expected, waiting for the female zombie to come to him was all fake. He should take the initiative. Should he propose to her when there were many people? Or should he propose to her when there weren't many people? Anyway, the child in her stomach was already a few months old. If she didn't marry him, who else could she marry? Thinking of this, the smile in Wu Chungyue's eyes deepened. Thinking of the female zombie's reaction, Wu Chungyue felt that it must be very interesting. Although this female zombie was calm and decisive in front of outsiders and had a strong aura, but sometimes she was a bit rash. Wu Chungyue found that her nature was actually quite funny. Hearing this, Wu Yueling's eyes immediately lit up. She nodded her head vigorously. Wu Chungyue sighed. Nothing else could attract his daughter's interest. Only that female zombie could make her have such a big reaction. Xiao Liqing looked at him and said, I heard. Yuan Tianxing seems to be paying a lot of attention to Miss Lu, and it's not a normal one. If you keep dragging this on, Big Zombie Sister might become someone else's. Ha! Him. Wu Chungyue looked up and was slightly startled. Then he said strangely, didn't he only like Lin Qiao before? Is it because he's no longer here that you've changed your target so quickly? I'm not sure about this, but I heard that his eyes are always chasing after Big Zombie Sister's figure. I think he's going to become your potential love rival. And he's close to you. Xiao Liqing shrugged and said. Wu Chungyue, who suddenly had a love rival, had a strange expression. After a while he said, so what if I like it? He also knows her identity. Do you think Yuan Tianxing can accept sleeping with a female zombie? Isn't he afraid of getting bitten at night? Xiao Liqing looked at him with a strange expression. If you're not afraid, why should I be afraid? He rolled his eyes. Look at Chen Yuding and Shen Yuzhen. Chen Yuding didn't seem to mind Shen Yuzhen's current appearance. I've already done it with her. And she's pregnant with my child. Yuan Tianxing had no chance at all. Wu Chungyue looked at him with a meaningful smile. Question mark. Xiao Liqing looked at him in confusion. He felt that there was a sense of complacency in it. Was he seeing things? Don't worry, she won't be taken away by a wolf. Even I can't take it away, let alone others. I think in the end, they will all be taken in by her to be used as labor. Wu Chungyue said it lightly, smiling as if it had nothing to do with him. All right, Lingling, be a good girl. Go sit on the sofa. Dad still has things to do. Wu Chungyue lowered his head and smiled at Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling nodded, turned around, and happily ran to the sofa. Dad said that when the zombie mom came back, he would take her to play with the zombie mom. With Lin Qiao there, although the zombies didn't dare to block the way, the road wasn't unobstructed. The debris on the road was an obstacle, and they occasionally had to stop to clear it. Even so, Lin Qiao and the others arrived at the edge of Congyun Base in a few days. Congyun Base wasn't in Tibet, but in a town near the border of Dian Province and Chuan Province. Lin Qiao took people around Dian Province and stopped a few kilometers away from Congyun Base. The weather in the southwest was also bone-chilling, but of course, this didn't affect the zombies. As usual, they swayed, walked, and foraged for food as if nothing had happened. After a preliminary investigation of the defense of Congyun Base, they found that Congyun Base's gate was closed. Unless someone with an important position in the base had to go out to do something, the gate would be opened. Ordinary people weren't allowed to go out. Lin Qiao put everyone into the space, and then he stealthily passed through the open space outside the base to the edge of the walls. The walls of Congyun Base were very high, more than 10 meters. The ability users of Congyun Base and Skyfire Base awakened more earth and wind elements, so it was easy to build walls and houses. Therefore, the outer wall was built high to prevent the zombies from invading. However, it couldn't stop Lin Qiao, who was a high-level zombie that climbed to the top of the wall with a few claws, and was invisible. Lin Qiao stood at the top of the wall and sniffed, then walked down from the ladder next to him. Then he sneaked in the direction with the most human sense, the densest, and the most mixed. Not long after, he arrived at the civilian area. Although it was called the civilian area, it was actually just a few large iron sheds.
The iron shed wasn't in good condition. It was full of holes and was making pop-pop-pop sounds when the wind blew. The inside of the shed was filled with 2 layers of bed frames, and there was an empty space in the middle, covered with dirty old clothes or quilts, and there were many people lying on it. The people who could sleep on the iron beds in the iron sheds were all strong men, and there were also some women. Here, as long as it was a woman, even a middle-aged woman, there would be people coveting her. Because there were no young and beautiful women in this place. Not to mention beautiful, there wasn't even a young one. The young ones were also taken away to be raised, and it was even more impossible for these beggar-like men to take advantage of them. Therefore, if the men here wanted to vent, it was either the older women or some young men. Moreover, the weather was cold, and it was normal to find someone to warm the bed. Lin Qiao didn't enter the iron shed, but just looked outside. He quietly listened to the surrounding chatter. I heard that this year's supplies and food are a lot more than the previous years. Maybe we don't have to fight so hard to get some food. That's right, all the granaries of Hades base have been divided among the 3 bases, and now our base has control of Earth Dragon base. I heard that we don't plan to leave any food for Earth Dragon base. They should be starving to death by now. Even if they don't starve to death, they should die from the cold. Why do we care so much about other people? We should take care of ourselves. Even if this year's granary is sufficient, it has already been taken by those above us. How much can we have? That's true. And we have more and more people starving to death here. When it comes to the spring festival, there will probably be a lot less people. That's for sure. Isn't it like this every year? Chapter 703. After listening for a while, Lin Qiao turned around and left. Songyun base probably didn't plan to care about the people in the Earth Dragon base. But they moved all the precious resources and food from the Earth Dragon base to the Songyun base. Although the Earth Dragon base was now under their control, didn't they plan to develop the base? However, this was none of her business. If the Earth Dragon base continued to decline like this, it would be completely deserved. The houses in the civilian area were all full of people. Iron shacks were built because there weren't enough people to live in. The population here was dense and chaotic, so no one cared. The administrators or soldiers here were the bosses. They didn't need a reason to shoot and kill. The rule of survival here was not to fight with these soldiers with guns. Otherwise, no one would care if you died. Lin Qiao found a secluded spot and showed himself, bringing Li Zheng's team out. Mix in with these ordinary civilians. When the inner area is in chaos, find an opportunity to incite them to rebel. She ordered them. Yes. Understood. Li Zhang nodded his head, turned around, and quickly disappeared with the others. Lin Qiao jumped onto the roof and headed in the direction of the administrators of this area. Songyun base had 3 leaders and 8 deputy leaders. One of the leaders was dead, and 3 of the deputy leaders were dead. Then there were only 2 leaders and 5 deputy leaders to deal with. But in addition to these, there were also many administrators of the district. Not long after, Lin Qiao arrived at a small district. This was an ordinary district. The buildings were not tall, at most 7 stories. However, there were many soldiers wearing military uniforms and holding guns around the district. They were all important administrators or ability users of this district. After Lin Qiao entered the district, she released the level 1 King Pit from a dead corner. Kang Kang. Kill everyone here in half an hour. As long as they are ability users, don't leave them alive. Lin Qiao said to the young female zombie who was at a loss. Roar, 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 pit, pit, pit. The female zombie saw that Lin Qiao only knew how to say the word pit, but she nodded to Lin Qiao, indicating that she understood what she meant. Go. Lin Qiao waved her hand and immediately disappeared. Then, she quickly went to another area, released another level 1 king, and gave the same order. Just like that, Lin Qiao secretly released 6 level 1 kings in the 8 districts surrounding the Songyun base. After she entered the inner zone, she released Elmar and Lin Kuei. Do as I said, Lin Qiao said to them, then turned around and left quickly to search for his target. The mission she gave the 6 rank first kings was simple. Kill those managers and metahumans. The strongest adepts living in the outer base were no more than level 5.
The mission given to Elmar and Lin Kuei was to kill one of the leaders, Mu Chung Feng, because he was a natural wood-type mutant. The other would deal with the other level 6 arcanists, the 5 deputy leaders or other important figures. There were quite a number of level 6 arcanists in Hidden Cloud City. Aside from the deputy leaders, there were also other level 6 arcanists. Lin Qiao asked Elmar to deal with Mu Chung Feng, while Lin Kuei dealt with the deputy chiefs. As for herself, she went to look for Feng Xiulin, who had dual wind and sand abilities. There was a garden district in the inner district. There were several apartment buildings in the district. This was the building with the best environment in this small town, and it was newly built. So the level 6 arcanists, the leaders and the deputy leaders lived here. Lin Qiao came here and looked around. Based on the information she got from the Hades base, she quickly found the building where Feng Xiulin lived. Feng Xiulin lived on the 7th floor, and there were only 2 apartments on each floor. So Feng Xiulin lived in one apartment, and the other was for his parents. The 2 apartments downstairs were given to his younger brother and sister. When Lin Qiao went up to the 6th floor, she stood in front of the door of Feng Xiulin's sister's family and knocked. "Who is it?" A voice came from the room. Lin Qiao did not say anything, but continued to knock a few more times. "Hey, coming. Stop knocking." The person in the room quickly responded, and it seemed like he was ready to open the door. The sound of footsteps came to the door, and then the door was opened. A woman in her 30s stood by the door and looked out in confusion. "Ha! Why is there no one?" The woman muttered strangely, and looked outside to make sure there was no one. Then she closed the door. She didn't notice that when she opened the door, a wisp of black flame slid in and disappeared under the table. It was not that she did not have a sense of danger, but ordinary people could not enter this place. Moreover, everyone knew her identity. She was the leader's sister, so who would have the guts to provoke her? "Who is it?" At this time, a man's voice came from inside the room. The woman turned around and said with a blank face, "There is no one at the door." "No one? Why is there no one?" The person in the room said strangely, and then a man walked out. He sat on the sofa in the living room, poured a cup of water, and drank half of it. Then he put down the cup and said, "I clearly heard the knocking. Why is there no one? Or did they leave? Is there something at the door?" The woman shook her head. "There is nothing. Could it be someone who came to cause trouble? Who dares to cause trouble at our door? Who could it be?" Both of their expressions were strange, but they could not think of a reason. Could it be someone bad? But what kind of bad person would dare to directly break into this place? First of all, they were the relatives of the leader, and the husband and wife were both level 5 psychics. Their strength was not weak either. The woman thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that the kitchen was cooking. She quickly turned around and went into the kitchen. A small black flame rose from behind the sofa, but the flame did not touch anything. Instead, a small part of it floated to the man's ear from behind, and quickly drilled into his ear. The man's expression suddenly changed, and he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then his entire expression froze on his face, and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. The other flame flew directly into the kitchen, and after a while, it flew out again. Then it flashed in front of the man's corpse, and a black flame flew out of the corpse's ear. Then the 2 strange black flames merged into one, and flew towards the door. Soon, a person appeared by the door. Lin Qiao waved her hand to retract the flame, then turned around and opened the door. Then she closed the door, and the 2 dead bodies were locked in the room. She did not immediately leave. Instead, she walked to the opposite door and disappeared. After a while, she saw the opposite door open by itself. A boy about 10 years old walked out and walked towards the opposite door. Chapter 704. A wisp of black flame slid in through the open door behind the little boy. The little boy walked to the room that Lin Qiao had just come out of, knocked on the door a few times, and then shouted at the door, "Aunt, can I come in? My parents are quarreling again." Behind him, there were a few curses coming from the door. "Fong, let me tell you. If you hook up with other women outside, I'll take my son and leave this Tsongyun base. If you want a son, Find those women to give birth to them for you. A woman's sharp voice was accompanied by the sound of something smashing. You shut up. You stinky woman, why don't you take a look at yourself now? It makes people want to vomit. If you want to get out earlier, I won't have to feed you anymore. But don't even think about taking my son away. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and see how you can walk. A man's voice was scolding the woman just now. Ah, you scum. Come and see if you can break my legs. I'll take my son away today. What can you do? The woman screamed in anger, and then a woman with disheveled hair rushed out. At this time, the little boy was wondering why his aunt and uncle did not come to open the door. In the past, every time his parents quarreled, the little boy would hide in his aunt's house. He raised his hand and knocked on the door again, but at this time, the woman behind rushed out and grabbed the little boy's hand and dragged him downstairs. Son, let's go. From now on, you will live with your mother. Don't recognize that scum as your father, in case you become a scum like him in the future. The woman dragged her son downstairs while crying. There was a man in his 30s in the house. When he saw his wife run out and pull his son downstairs, he wanted to rush out and stop her. He even wanted to beat her up. This woman's skin was itching again. However, before he could go out, a black flame rushed into his nose at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. The man's body froze, and he stood there in the original posture of running out, his eyes wide open. The next second, he saw blood oozing out of his eyes, nose, mouth and ears. Lin Qiao did not care about the mother and son who rushed downstairs. She turned around and went up to the 7th floor. She knew that at this time, Feng Shulin's house upstairs also had a wife. His wife was not an ordinary person. She was a level 6 water ability user and a doctor by profession. Lin Qiao sniffed. This woman was at home today. Moreover, he wasn't alone. She was not prepared to deal with Feng Shulin's parents because his parents were ordinary people who had not awakened their abilities. After going upstairs, they arrived at the entrance of Feng Xiu's house. Lin Qiao found it strange that the door to his house was unlatched. Did he forget to close the door because he came to steal some food? As Lin Qiao thought about it, he gently pulled the door open and entered. Then, he closed the door and silently closed it. Although the soundproofing of the house was good, Lin Qiao's ears directly stretched out through the thin crack of the door. Bah, no, it was the sound from inside that penetrated through the crack of the door and into her ears. It hurts. Slow down. Slow down. Ah, you're too rude. A woman's moaning voice could be heard. If an ordinary person was standing in the living room, they wouldn't be able to hear it, let alone outside the living room. Then came another man's heavy breathing. I missed you, didn't I? We haven't done it for so many days. I miss you so much. I've lost my mind looking at my darling. Slow down, I can't take it anymore. There's no other way. Feng Shulin has been too idle recently. He has nothing to do, so he stays at home. The woman's voice was coquettish, and then she said with some annoyance. Lin Qiao stood by the door and listened to the fight inside. She silently thought that this woman was really bold. She actually called her lover to her house. She knew that Feng Shulin's wife was a very beautiful woman, and she was young. She was also a water ability user, and she was very good at taking care of herself. At the age of 30, her skin was still tender and white. Her eyes were full of waves, and she had a slender waist and long legs. Any man who saw her would secretly drool. This woman was very open. She wasn't like Lu Tianyu, who sold her body to survive and relied on men. She also wasn't like Yan Fengyu, who liked to flirt with men but still had to pretend to be noble and pure. She directly hooked up with men outside, and she had many lovers. She basically wouldn't cover up her affair, but she didn't seem to be afraid of being discovered by Feng Shuilin. Feng Shuilin, on the other hand, seemed to ignore all of this. No matter how wild she was, he didn't make a sound. She heard that he forced this woman to marry him in the beginning, and there were no feelings between the two of them. As the sounds of the two people inside became more and more fierce, Lin Qiao injected a wisp of flame into the door lock, and then gently twisted it with her hand. The door opened silently, but the people inside didn't notice. After Lin Qiao went in, he enjoyed the scene with great interest. The woman was beautiful. Her skin was white and translucent, and her legs were slender and long. The man's face couldn't be seen, but looking at his strong back and slender figure, this man shouldn't be too bad looking. A thin wisp of black flame quietly slipped from Lin Qiao's hand and slid along the ground to the bed. Then, it split into two and lurked on the hair of the two people. While the two were having fun and their consciousness was floating, they didn't notice that there was an invisible person and two black flames in the room. The energy that Lin Qiao controlled in the flame was very light, so even if the two people on the bed were a level 6 ability user and a level 5 ability user, they wouldn't be able to feel it. Moreover, the two people were doing it enthusiastically. Just when the two people agreed to come at the same time, they were in extreme pleasure and blackening the whole world. Dying under this feeling was also a happy thing. Lin Qiao turned around and walked out of the room to close the door, but the door lock was broken by her. But it didn't matter, she didn't care anyway. Lin Qiao directly went out from the balcony, and in a flash, she jumped to the top of the building. Then she jumped to the inner district government building. In fact, she was just passing by, because the government building was in this direction. Killing Feng Xiulin's family was just a matter of convenience. At this time, Feng Xiulin was in the conference room, and he still didn't know that his brother, sister, and wife had been killed. He looked at the information in his hand and slightly frowned. This Qingshan base is in the zombie region, and they can actually survive in that kind of environment. They really have some ability. He looked at the information of Qingshan base in his hand and said, I only found the approximate location, but I can't find the detailed address. But why hasn't the news from Hangzhou come back? It's been so many days. Even the news from Qingshan base has come back. Why haven't they made a move? The deputy leader beside Feng Xiulin said with a puzzled expression. Feng Xiulin frowned slightly. He always felt some kind of ominous premonition. Chapter 705. Boss, this year's harvest from Hades and Earth Dragon will be enough for the base for a long time. But that won't solve our problem. Why don't we move to Earth Dragon's base? After all, the harvest of the Earth Dragon base is much higher than mine, the deputy leader said. Songyun City's farming had become more and more difficult these past few years. Either nothing grew in the soil, or the crops were mutated and inedible. But how could moving a base be so easy? 700,000 to 800,000 people moving would reduce the number of zombies along the way. Of course they couldn't protect everyone. But what these people ate and used was a burden on Songyun base. They couldn't reduce the number of people on the surface. Looking at it from another perspective, perhaps moving would allow everyone in the base to be screened. Survival of the fittest. Elimination of the weak. Feng Xiulin's eyes flashed. We'll have to wait for Lu Zhuofeng to come back. His meaning was clear. He agreed with the idea, but it would require the approval of the other two chiefs and the deputy chiefs. Let them eat their fill this year, or they won't be able to eat next year. The deputy said after a moment's thought. All right, I'll leave it to you. Feng Xiulin nodded. After the deputy chief left, Feng Xiulin began to think about the matter. Songyun City's current location could freeze people into popsicles when it was cold, and dry them when it was hot. Feng Xiulin couldn't stand the weather for the past few years. But if they wanted to move, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes in the transportation of food and weapons. Without the protection of the base's walls, however, they'd attract a horde of zombies. They couldn't let Skyfire Base know about this. They wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to destroy them. But with such a large base, in order to protect food and resources, they had to first escort the goods, and then the people. While Feng Xiulin was thinking about how to secretly transport the materials to the ground dragon base, Lin Qiao had already quietly come to the door of his conference room. She couldn't perceive Feng Xiulin's thoughts, but she could perceive the thoughts of the low-level deputy leader. Her eyes flashed, and she understood what Feng Xiulin and the deputy chief were thinking. The conditions of the Songyun base had always been very poor, and the population was large. Even if they had sufficient items and powerful abilities, they would not be able to cope with the shortage of food. Arcanists also needed to eat. After staying here for a few years and using all kinds of methods, they still couldn't improve the situation, so they could only give up. Leave and find a better route base to survive on. Lin Qiao thought that if she waited until they made their move, she'd be able to leak the information to Skyfire Base. Then the two sides would come to blows. But before Hidden Cloud City made its move, She would give him a heavy blow and disrupt his plans. Then Song Yoon would have to evacuate, and Skyfire would have to clean up the mess. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Qiao's eyes. This Feng Xiaolin was definitely going to die. Feng Xiaolin, who was sitting at the conference table, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was stunned and looked around blankly. Lin Qiao looked away when he raised his head. The other party was very sensitive. Feng Xiaolin looked around and saw that there was nothing out of the ordinary, so he lowered his head and continued working. At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from the distance outside the window. Feng Xiaolin raised his head and shouted, "What's going on outside?" A subordinate rushed in from the door. He answered blankly, "I'm not sure, I'll go look into it." Go. Feng Xiaolin's eyes were fierce, and he looked outside with a serious face. Lin Qiao walked over to the window. That was where Lin Kuei was. He'd already made his move. She turned around and approached Feng Xiaolin. Feng Xiaolin was waiting for someone to report what was going on, but he didn't know there was another assassin in the room, ready to take his life. When Lin Qiao got within 2 meters of him, Feng Xiaolin sensed something and his eyes flashed. His expression became one of alertness. There was someone in the room. At this moment, Lin Qiao rushed over and quickly put his hand on his shoulder. Feng Xiaolin sensed a discipline in the air, and immediately knew something was wrong. He was about to step back when he felt someone grab his shoulder. He reacted immediately and lifted his arm to push the hand away, but the next second he found himself in another place. The chair under him and the table in front of him were gone. He immediately stepped back and supported his body with one leg. He looked up and his face darkened. The surrounding environment had turned into a strange forest. The light was dim, and the trees were tall and big. Each tree was almost the same shape. When he looked up, he could see the fog surrounding the leaves. He was still in the conference room a second ago, but he suddenly appeared in this godforsaken place the next second. Feng Xiaolin knew that he must have been hit by someone when he was grabbed by the shoulder. "Who is it? Show yourself." Feng Xiaolin looked around and shouted coldly. If he guessed correctly, this should be a space. Could it be a space ability user? After Feng Xiaolin scolded, he quickly thought that it could only be a space ability user. And the other party could turn invisible. What the hell was this? Was this the evolved skill of a space ability user? However, since it was a space element, unless the other party was at the 7th rank, he had a way to make the other party's space collapse. However, how could it be so easy for a rank 7 spatial ability user to advance? At most, rank 6 was already the highest rank among all spatial ability users. This person was a deputy leader of Huaxia. After thinking clearly in his heart, Feng Xiaolin immediately mobilized his energy and began to pour out as much as he could. Immediately, gusts of hurricanes appeared on the flat ground around them, and the wind slowly carried the sand with it. Woo woo woo, hoo hoo hoo. The wind and sand rolled and surged through the entire forest, but it had no effect on the trees here. And very quickly, Feng Xiaolin, who had a cold expression on his face, discovered that he could not use his special ability to its fullest extent. He was being suppressed. Impossible. This feeling shocked Feng Xiaolin. In any case, he was a level 7 arcanist who was about to break through to level 8, and he was a dual-element arcanist. The power of the sandstorm ability was much stronger than the pure wind ability. If Lu Zhuofeng had not broken through to level 8, he would not have been a match for Feng Xiaolin. Therefore, when Feng Xiaolin was suppressed in a space, he immediately felt that this situation was beyond his imagination. Chapter 706. Just when Feng Xiaolin felt that his ability was being suppressed in this strange space, a figure suddenly flashed from the side and rushed straight towards him. Feeling the murderous intent, Feng Xiaolin immediately turned around and dodged. Bang dash, an unknown air blade hit the tree where Feng Xiaolin was just a moment ago. The sound of the impact was very loud, the whole tree shook violently, and there was a rustling sound coming from the top. But where the tree was hit, there were only a few claw marks. Why is there a claw mark? Feng Xiaolin looked at the claw mark strangely, then looked back at the woman who suddenly appeared. No, it was a female zombie. Because this woman's eyes were completely black. A completely beautiful face, but her eyes were completely black like a zombie's, and her mouth was also black-purple. The obvious murderous intent in the female zombie's eyes directly shrouded him. Feng Xiulin immediately thought that this was a space-type zombie, and from the looks of it, this female zombie was also a level 2 king. Just then, the female zombie in front of him suddenly spoke. Lu Zhuofeng is already dead. Songyun Base, you are the second. You can speak. Feng Xiulin was shocked, not because she said that Lu Zhuofeng was already dead, but because this female zombie could actually speak. Could it be that the current level 2 zombie kings could evolve to the point where they could speak? After he reacted, he suddenly realized what the female zombie had just said. What? Lu Zhuofeng is dead. Impossible. Feng Xiulin stared at the female zombie and said in disbelief. Lin Qiao sneered. You sent 2 deputy leaders out to search for so long, but there was no news at all. Do you think it's possible or impossible? Feng Xiulin's eyes flashed. He already had a judgment in his heart. But he said, want to lie to me? Whether he is dead or not has nothing to do with me. Don't tell me that you killed him. Do you think I will believe you? You are a space-type zombie king. No matter what you do, you can't kill a level 8 psychic. Feng Xiulin was very calm. Space-type was space-type. Other than having an additional space, there was no other ability. This was the result of the research of the major bases over the past 6 years. Feng Xiulin, are you out of your mind? Don't you know what a special type is? Who told me it was just a space-type zombie? Also, have you ever seen a talking zombie? Hee. Lin Qiao looked at him with disdain and sneered. Feng Xiulin's eyes darkened. Lin Qiao's words made him think of another possibility. Then the zombie in front of him was the same as him, a dual type. Thinking of this, Feng Xiulin made his move and waved his hands vigorously. Immediately, a dusky sandstorm rose in the surroundings, causing the originally dark forest to become even darker. Lin Qiao's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Her voice came from all around. Feng Xiulin, you should have been prepared for this day ever since your bases joined forces to destroy my Netherworld King's base. Don't worry, I won't blow up your base. I will only kill all the metahumans and base management personnel of your base. Look, don't you think I'm more humane than you humans? Hearing these words, Feng Xiulin was stunned. He suddenly raised his head and asked loudly with his eyes wide open, Who are you? Come out. Could it be that you're from the Netherworld King's base? You're here for revenge. You guessed it right. I'm from the Netherworld King's base. So die. Lin Qiao's voice was slightly low and carried a cold killing intent. Feng Xiulin raised his hands horizontally and abruptly raised them up. The sandstorm around him immediately gathered towards him as the center. Soon, a tornado formed around his body. Puff puff puff, whoosh 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 whoosh. The sandstorm blew through the forest, making loud noises as it scraped against the trees and leaves. However, it didn't cause any harm to them. Then I'll see what you're capable of. Feng Xiulin's face darkened. This was because he could faintly feel the gap between him and the other party. The other party was obviously a rank 7 zombie king, and he was a rank 7 metahuman. He was a dual type, but the other party might also be a dual type. Judging from the fact that the attacks of ordinary zombies were stronger than metahumans of the same rank, delaying Feng Xiulin for too long wouldn't do him any good. Moreover, he was still in the enemy's space. If he didn't think of a way to break through from the inside, then he might be trapped here until he died. Lin Qiao hid on a tree a dozen meters away from Feng Xiulin, standing on a branch and sensing Feng Xiulin's energy getting stronger. The pressure of the sandstorm around him was getting stronger, and the energy was gathering more and more. She knew that Feng Xiulin was about to unleash a big move. His ability was much better than Lu Zhuofeng's, and he could control the sandstorm to condense to a certain extent before exploding. Lin Qiao stood on the tree and stretched out her hands towards Feng Xiulin's position, controlling the pressure in the space to gather towards Feng Xiulin. So when Feng Xiulin was about to condense a sandstorm to see if it could explode this space, he suddenly felt that his energy was being suppressed by another level, causing him to be unable to condense the energy to the point where it could explode. After Lin Qiao stabilized the other party's energy, she suddenly waved her other hand. She threw out a bunch of black flames. After the black flame was thrown out, it moved towards Feng Xiulin's sandstorm. The fire on one side rose and soon became a large fire dragon rushing over. It surrounded Feng Xiulin's ability and began to wrap around it. At this time, outside the conference room where Feng Xiulin was just now, his deputy leader ran in a panic. He wanted to report to him that several high-level zombies had appeared in the base, and it wasn't just at the place where the explosion had just occurred that a level 2 zombie king had appeared. At the other leader's side, another level 2 zombie king had appeared, and then there were level 1 zombie kings appearing in several places, and these zombie kings were very purposefully attacking the important people in the base. With so many high-level zombies suddenly appearing, the deputy leader already had a strong premonition. In the end, when he came to report to his boss, he found that the people who were just here just now had disappeared. "Where's Leader Fong?" The deputy leader immediately retreated to the door, grabbed the guard at the door and asked, "Isn't the leader inside? He didn't come out?" The guard at the door looked inside, puzzled, and there was indeed no sign of Fong Xiaolin. That's not right. The leader has been inside all this time. Deputy leader, after you left, he didn't come out, and there wasn't any sound. As soon as the deputy leader heard this, his expression changed. He turned around solemnly and walked back to where Fong Xiaolin was sitting. "He didn't go out? Then why is he gone?" he muttered to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed. Could it be that he was also attacked? But why is there no sound? Chapter 707. At this time, in Lin Qiao's space, after the black flame appeared, Fong Xiaolin's energy did not condense and instead became weaker. At the same time, he also felt a large amount of his energy being lost. Devour energy. His energy was being devoured. After discovering this, Fong Xiaolin was shocked, and then anger rose in his heart. What kind of skill is this? It can even devour energy. How can I fight this? Fong Xiaolin decisively removed the sandstorm, then turned around and jumped into the depths of the forest. Lin Qiao watched his figure quickly disappear behind the trees and sneered in her heart. Want to escape? This is her space. Where else can he escape to? Fong Xiaolin ran while carefully paying attention to his surroundings, but as he ran, he suddenly realized that even if he did not use his ability, the energy in his body was being suppressed. He immediately hid behind a tree and observed his surroundings while not daring to breathe heavily. Then he squatted down and pulled out the short saber tied to his feet and the pistol on his waist. At this time, Hidden Cloud City had fallen into chaos. There were 7 or 8 zombie kings wreaking havoc in the base, specifically looking for metahumans with level 3 and above abilities to attack. As long as a metahuman was targeted, they would not be able to escape the zombie king's hunt. Of the 2 leaders who stayed in the base, one was nowhere to be seen, and the other was being entangled by a level 2 Zoan king. As for the other deputy leaders and other level 6 zombies, a third of them had already been killed by a male level 2 zombie king. Wherever these zombie kings went, they would either unleash their Esper abilities or bullets. The surroundings were in chaos, and everyone was panicking. Run! It's a zombie king. Why would a zombie king run in? This is a level 2 king. Help! Bang 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 boom. The people in Hidden Cloud Base did not have time to prepare for battle before they were attacked, causing everyone to panic. By the time they reacted and prepared for battle, it was already a little too late. Many of the important figures in the base had died, and the bullets in the hands of the ordinary soldiers were basically ineffective against these zombie kings. On the other side, Mu Changfeng controlled the surrounding trees to grow wildly. The trees became alive, covering the empty space in the corridor. All of them attacked the scaled zombie girl with a lizard tail. However, he was forced to retreat step by step. As he ran, he controlled the forest to block Elle March. Elle Mar's 4 claws were on the ground, and she swung her tail agilely through the trees. From time to time, it would use its claws to cut away the branches and vines in front of it. All of a sudden, her figure flashed and she disappeared. After running for a while, Mu Changfeng noticed that the level 2 zombie king had disappeared. He quickly stopped and looked around vigilantly. Elmar landed on the ground. She did not continue to approach those trees. Because these plants were Mu Changfeng's other limbs, they could sense her presence. Therefore, Elmar quietly went behind Mu Changfeng and was about to leave those plants. Mu Changfeng's expression was very solemn, and his eyes swept around sharply. The enemy suddenly disappeared inexplicably. Of course, he would not foolishly think that the enemy had given up the chase. Suddenly,
he felt a kind of supernatural feeling coming from behind him.
Mu Changfeng instinctively dodged to the side, and at the same time, he quickly waved his hand and stretched the tree beside him, timely blocking behind him. Puff puff puff, a sharp weapon cut the leaves, and the branches and leaves that Mu Changfeng controlled were immediately cut into pieces. Soon, he saw Elmar rushing out from behind the branches. She waved her claws and quickly rushed toward him.
He was closed in. Mu Changfeng shouted in his heart, and then quickly turned around and flashed into the dense trees beside him. Elmar's attack speed was already very fast, but because there were messy branches and leaves everywhere, Mu Changfeng still escaped in time. At this time, Lin Xiao in the space sensed Feng Xiulin's position, and disappeared in a flash. When she appeared again, she quietly appeared on the tree that Feng Xiulin was leaning against. Then, she stretched out her hand and flicked her claws down toward Feng Xiulin's head. In the blink of an eye, the claws slashed toward Feng Xiulin's head, but at the moment when it was about to hit him, Feng Xiulin sensitively rolled on the ground and narrowly split Lin Xiao's air claws. Puff, the claws hit the ground, leaving a few claw marks on the ground beside the tree roots. When Feng Xiulin got up from the ground, his body was already emitting a bloody smell. He raised his hand to cover the wound on his shoulder, gritted his teeth, and turned to escape while enduring the pain. Puff puff puff. At the moment when he turned around, a few more claws immediately flew behind him. Feng Xiulin glanced back and hurriedly changed his direction, leaping to the side. The claws hit the ground. Let's see how long you can run. You can't escape, so why not come out and accept your death? Lin Xiao said coldly at this time. Feng Xiulin abruptly stretched out his blood-stained hand and waved it behind him, creating a sandstorm. His face was a bit ferocious, and his whole body was in a sorry state. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "In your dreams. Hee, no matter how stubbornly you resist, you can't use the ability energy that I have suppressed. Why don't you self-destruct your energy core? Maybe you can break this space. You forced others to self-destruct in the past. Now, have a taste of the moment your energy core explodes and the whole world disappears. Actually, you don't feel any pain at all." Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Her eyes flashed with a cold light, even though it had been more than half a year. At that time, the feeling of energy condensing to the maximum, the splitting headache, and the swelling body disappeared at the last moment. The whole world disappeared. Lin Xiao could never forget that terrifying feeling. Feng Xiulin didn't take Lin Xiao's words to heart. After throwing out the sandstorm in his hand, he quickly turned around and retreated. Lin Xiao's eyes sharpened, and her patience was exhausted. She once again disappeared in a flash. Then she appeared in front of the direction that Feng Xiulin escaped. When Feng Xiulin ran over and saw that he was about to collide with her, he reacted and wanted to dodge. However, with a speed that was as fast as lightning, she instantly made a move and pierced through the other party's chest with her claw. Because of Feng Xiulin's dodging, although he narrowly avoided Lin Xiao's claw that penetrated his heart, he couldn't completely avoid her attack. Feng Xiulin opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He didn't know why this female zombie suddenly appeared in front of him. "I told you, you won't be able to escape," Lin Xiao said coldly. Then, he used his other hand to grab his throat. Chapter 708. By the time Lin Xiao came out, he was surrounded by the sounds of war. There were explosions and gunshots everywhere, along with the screams and roars of countless people. Lin Xiao didn't interfere with their mission, but directly dashed out of the outer city gate. He waited on the city gate for an hour before he saw the first guy who came back. It wasn't Lin Kuei, nor was it Al March. It was the level 1 king, Summer. His tall and burly body jumped onto the wall. His hands were full of the smell of blood, and he looked at Lin Xiao with a serious face. He didn't even have the intention to kill. He reached out his bloody claw, and there was a shiny energy core in his palm. They were all level 3, 4, and 5 energy cores. Keep it for yourself, don't use it. Keep it safe, it will be useful in the future. Lin Xiao didn't take it, but said to him calmly. Summer's sharp eyes showed a confused expression, but he obediently put the energy core back into the pocket of his clothes, and closed the pocket.
The second one to come back was Mo, a metal-type female zombie with a pretty face, and the aura of her body was as hard as her ability. Mo also did the same thing as Summer, and used its claw that was wearing a tactical glove to take out an energy core and handed it to Lin Qiao. In the future, you can keep the trophies that you hunt for yourself. You don't have to give it to me, but without my order, you can't eat it, nor can you use it. Lin Qiao shook his head, and then said to the two zombies. In fact, their actions were formed when they followed Mo Yen, so when Lin Qiao didn't take it, they felt a little strange. It was like it didn't make sense. After all, this was how they used to do things, and this habit had long become a kind of instinct. The third one to come back was Lin Kuei, and he put a pile of level 6 energy cores in his hand to Lin Qiao. Why are you giving it to me? Didn't I say you can keep it for yourself? Lin Qiao looked at him strangely. Lin Kuei looked at his own clothes, and then looked at Lin Qiao. Oh. Okay, then put it on my side. Lin Qiao immediately understood what he meant. This guy had to take off his clothes when he fought, so it was easy to lose it on him. Standing on the high wall, she could see the smoke and flames of war everywhere in the Zhongyun base. She could even see that the place where Elmar was located was covered with large patches of plants, completely covering the ground of the house. After waiting for another hour, Elmar finally finished off Mu Changfeng. She came back with messy clothes and a few new wounds. What the hell is Logia? I hate it the most. As soon as he arrived in front of Lin Qiao, he threw the level 7 Arcana core to Lin Qiao and said with a depressed expression, "You're also a Logia type." Lin Qiao rolled her eyes. "Motherfucker, I hate plants the most." Elmar immediately repeated, "No matter how annoying I am, I was still killed by you. The living have no right to complain." Lin Qiao calmly turned his head and looked into the base. Elmar looked around at Lin Qiao and the 7 king zombies. The soldiers on the wall were all gone. It was completely empty. Not a single soul in sight. How much longer do we have to wait? Elmar looked around before turning around and asked. Lin Qiao sensed the location of Li Zhang and the others. The ordinary people there were indeed rioting. Taking advantage of the chaos of the war, they began to attack the soldiers who usually abused them, snatching the guns from their hands and killing them. All the senior managers were killed, and many of the arcanists were also slaughtered. Although the people did not know what was going on, many people realized that the targets of the high-level zombies were only the arcanists and the management of the base. In other words, the officials. Even the leader and deputy leader were all dead. What else could stop ordinary people like them? So the rioting ordinary people began to attack the city guards and military soldiers, snatching a lot of weapons and began to encircle their own territory, looting resources and food. If this continued, it would not be long before the Zhongyun base would be divided into several parts by these ordinary people and ordinary soldiers. This was also what Lin Qiao wanted. She did not want the resources here, she did not want the food here. She wanted to see the base split into pieces. Soon, Lin Qiao said. When night fell, Li Zhang finally brought all the members of the team back to their positions. Well, this time's mission is considered complete. Go back and prepare for the new year. The first year of the new base. Lin Qiao revealed a faint smile, turned around and jumped off the walls. The group of zombie kings behind her followed her down the wall of the Zhongyun base. This year, the Zhongyun base was very lively. Not long after, the news shocked the people of the major bases. After the Earth Dragon base, another base was destroyed. The first to receive the news was the Skyfire base, the neighbor of the Zhongyun base. They rushed over with a large number of arcanists and weapons. Those ordinary people, level 1, 2 or 3 arcanists, and the soldiers could only be abused. How could they resist the attack of a level 5 or 6 arcanist? Even if the weapons weren't weak, they had arcanists who could completely defend against physical attacks. The other bases heard that in just one day, all the arcanists of level 4 and above in the Zhongyun base had been slaughtered. In the end, they only knew that it was done by a group of level 6 to 7 zombie kings. It was a group, not just one. So when they thought about it, it made sense. Where did so many zombie kings come from? 6 level 1 king, 2 level 2 king. And why did Feng Xiaolin disappear? Disappeared into thin air? The directors of the Huaxia base were very curious. There is a level 2 Black Panther king. It must be the one that was stolen from our base. Where did these zombies come from? Lu Jinan was a little excited. Because everyone in the base knew about the Tsungyun base, it was very easy to find out the information. When the people of the Huaxia base found out that there was a male Black Panther zombie among the zombie kings, they immediately guessed that it might be an experimental zombie. Investigate this group of zombies. Sikong Chen was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with a deep light. The previous deal with the antidote was almost ruined, and this already made Sikong Chen very angry. But what made him angry was that there seemed to be a hand behind the scenes manipulating all of this. But the owner of that hand was very well hidden, and they couldn't find any clues at all. As for the team member that Qingshan base handed over, Sikong Chen sent people to closely monitor the situation of Qingshan base in Haiqing. But in the end, all the people who went to investigate disappeared. No news came back, but now there was this incident at the Tsungyun base. Chapter 709. These zombies. They destroyed the Tsungyun base in such an organized manner, but they only attacked the high-leveled adepts. I feel that something is amiss here. Han Xiao, one of the Chinese directors, crossed his arms in front of his chest and said after a moment of silence. After these zombies made a mess of the Tsungyun base, they all disappeared. Where did they come from? Where did they disappear to now? Sikong Chen frowned and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. Because no one saw the direction in which these zombies left, the people from the other bases didn't get any information about where these zombies disappeared to. We must find these zombies. Whether it's Makui or other zombies, if we can get the zombie cores of this batch of zombie kings, then the strength of our base will greatly increase. Wei Haichao's eyes lit up as he looked at Sikong Chen, as if he could see the shining energy zombie core in his eyes. Although he said that it was to increase the strength of the base, no one knew whether he actually thought so or not. The people we sent out this time have lost contact with both Qingshan and Haiqing. Looks like we have to send more people down to continue investigating. Han Xiao said with a serious expression. Send some more careful people. This Qingshan base doesn't look simple. However, Haiqing is also a bit strange. They seem to be trying to hide something. Sikong Chen nodded, agreeing with Han Xiao's opinion. Lin Qiao didn't encounter anything on the way back to the base from Tsungyun base, so he returned smoothly. From the departure to the return of the base, it took less than 10 days. Yuan Tianqing and the others received the news earlier than the other bases. After knowing that Tsungyun base had been successfully destroyed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and felt that it was natural. Perhaps it was because of the incident at the Earth Dragon base, and the fact that Tsungyun base had been destroyed in a short period of time, that everyone felt much calmer. Our leader is indeed powerful. It's only been a few days, and he's already turned the entire Tsungyun base upside down. This is great. Really? Really? Tsungyun base has really been destroyed? Almost everyone in the base heard the news. They didn't expect that one of the enemies who had destroyed their families would be killed so quickly. Everyone was so happy that they couldn't believe it. Serves them right. These people will not have a good ending. Yes. It was said that the leaders and deputy leaders of Tsungyun base had all been killed. Many of the high-leveled adepts in the base had also been killed. If this goes on, there will only be ordinary people and ordinary soldiers left. The strength of those level 1 and 2 metahumans will only be so. Let's see if Skyfire base will be so kind as to help them out. Someone laughed gloatingly. After knowing that the Tsungyun base was destroyed by their current leader, Miss Lu, with a small number of people, their recognition of the current leader became much higher. At least in his heart, he was willing to call her his leader. Great. The Earth Dragon base was now destroyed, and the Tsungyun base was almost destroyed. Was it going to be Skyfire base's turn? But Miss Lu is really amazing. I heard that she only brought less than 100 people with her. But she was able to destroy the entire Tsungyun base. How did she do it? Isn't there a level 8 Arcanist in Tsungyun base? There are also 3 level 7 Arcanists, not to mention more than a dozen level 6 Arcanists. Some people were very curious about the process, and wanted to solve it like a mystery. No matter how she did it, it shows that our leader is very capable. Some people didn't care about this, they only wanted the result. The result was that the enemy's base was just like them, destroyed and homeless. Other than everyone in the universal base, There was another place where people were happy. That was the group of people who did not return to the Universal Base with Lin Qiao, but continued to stay in the old Hades base. These people did not want to follow Lin Qiao to the Universal Base, and lived on the resources left behind by the Hades base. Not long ago they heard that the Earth Dragon base was attacked by unknown people, and in the end, Long Yubai and a few of the deputy leaders were dead, disappeared, and finally became a subsidiary base of the Zongyun base. At that time they were happy, wild with joy. Everyone shouted that this was the retribution of the Earth Dragon base, the retribution of that bitch Long Yubai. However, not long after, news of the collapse of the Zongyun base came. This made the people in the old Hades base extremely happy again, and at the same time, they gradually received news of the new base in Hangzhou. They heard that the new base had sufficient supplies. Although the wall was not yet built, the progress was very fast. Moreover, there were zombies guarding the perimeter of the base. Those zombies would not attack humans, but would guard the new base to prevent outsiders from invading. It was said that the people who went there were all fat and white, and there were high-grade foods such as rice and noodles to eat. It was said that they had strong and clean houses to live in, clean beds and quilts. There was endless water. It was said that they also had a secret method that could make zombies ignore them, so when they went out of the base to collect supplies, they did not have to worry about being attacked by zombies at all. All of the above made them think of the time when the woman came to take that group of people away, and when they passed through the zombie passage. At that time, they could see that she could control those zombies. Otherwise, why would those zombies obediently make way for them? Usually when they saw humans they would pounce on them like crazy, but at that time, they could only stand still and reach out to grab them. After thinking about these things, the people in the old Hades base began to regret why they did not go with them. As long as the zombies did not attack humans, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if they looked ugly, so what? It had been so long since the end of the world, they should have long been used to the appearance of zombies. Seeing that the resources in the old Hades base were getting less and less, it was almost unable to support these people's livelihood. These people finally had the thought of going to the new base. At that time we decided to stay. If we go now, we will definitely be laughed at by those people. These people could not let go of the problem of face in their hearts. With their current situation, if they went there, it would be like they were inferior. In the future, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of those people. But at that time, they said that we can still find our own way there, and joining the base is also free. What does the rest matter? As long as we can live, it is fine. Moreover, if we go now, we can also help build the wall. Isn't the wall still under construction? We can also help, right? But these people only cared about eating, sleeping, and being able to live. Don't be afraid. Right now, we are the second group. Who knows, in the future, there will be more people who want to join the new base? Think about the Earth Dragon and Zongyun bases. I don't think they can last for a year or half. I think this new base in Hangzhou is definitely stronger than where we are now. Don't tell me you want to wait until the food here is finished, then go to the current Earth Dragon base? Or to Zongyun City? Or Skyfire base? Some people, however, were looking further ahead. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.